Tonight's the night. And it's going to happen again and again.
There is a great disturbance in the Force.
I have felt it.
You know what else you can feel? It's in my pants. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. MAGGCAST is live. It's Tuesday night. We're ready to rock and roll. Let's go. What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing out there? Cybergunter starting with this crap already. Listen, look at him in the chat. Mag is driving on his way to the podcast, crashing and shit. Listen, man. Let me tell you something. Now that I got my feet wet with Forza Horizon, which we're going to talk about first and foremost, I'm going to crush everybody in the community. You got it? I'll crush you all. What's up, K-Rock? Literal Table, Noisy Mofo, Ghostbusters, Great Wah, Aero Nation, Grubby Old Farts in the house. Maverick is here. What's going on, Maverick? I expect you to bust my chops tonight a whole lot. Forza Horizon's fantastic. I'm really enjoying myself. Infernal Earth, how are you, buddy? Ion Storm's in the house. I'll catch up with your show later, Ion Storm. I saw that you had Aero Nation on there, and I will be checking that out. Yeah. Most likely tomorrow morning. I can't do it tonight because for obvious reasons, right? We're doing the show. So, anyways. Before we get into that, let's do a little bit of warm-up. Let me tell you something. You guys know how I've been bitching for the last, 3 weeks about my neck, right? So I've been doing this, like you see, and I'll probably still do it tonight because it's kind of bothering me a bit because I did a pretty heavy workout and before the show, and then I had to go pick up my son over at Ninja and all that stuff, and so I still hold my neck or whatever because it gives me relief because my hands are always cold, right? I always have cold hands. I don't know what that's all about, and so it's nice. It almost feels like an ice pack on the back of my neck, especially when I'm sitting on this chair, right? So, and of course, when I'm doing the show, I mean, I can lean back like this, but I can't lean towards the mic, right? And I can't sit here like this like a bloody corpse, right? So I got to lean forward a little bit. So when I lean forward, it kind of puts a little pressure on my shoulders and my neck. So anyways, what's up, Goku? Here we go. I got my MRI results. You ready for this? Diagnostic imaging. I got my MRI. You know what? There's one thing you got to say. Listen, man. I know people talk a lot about the Canadian healthcare system and all that kind of jazz, right? Listen, do yourself a favor. Just don't live in a big city. And then you'll be fine. You know what I mean? Nightwolf wins. Fatality. What's going on, Nightwolf? How you doing, buddy? Nice to see everybody in the chat tonight. Cybergunter, your neck hurts because you carry cold too much. What? Yeah! Oh. What? So anyways, hear me out. So I got the MRI results. I will be very brief on it, but I'll tell you what they showed. You guys ready for this? Ready for this? Okay. C3 and C4 vertebrae, those are in the neck, right? So C3 all the way to C7 is all the way up in the neck. Broad-based bulging disc. No significant spinal stenosis, but they do have that, or stenosia. Stenosis. C4 and C5 vertebrae, bulging disc. C5, C6, bulging disc. C6, C7, bulging disc. Can you friggin' believe that? 4 of them in a row, all up my whole damn neck, and arthritis to boot in the same vertebrae. So there it is. I mean, I can go into more detail here, but what the hell is the point? It says here, multi-level degenerative changes with associated findings is described most prominent at C4, 5, 6, and 7 vertebrae. So there you go. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. That's what happens. Still got to lift those weights, baby. That's a lot of bulging discs. Yeah, I know. I also got a bulge in my pants, too. I should get the technician to check that out as well. Let's go! Yeah, I know, Ion Storm. I should cut back on the Viagra. It is giving me a stiff neck. Oh. So there's that. Oh, I had a hernia as well, Grumpy Old Fart. I got that doing one-armed, no joke, I was doing one-armed planks. And one-arm planks are, you know how you do planks in the gym or whatever on the ground, and you put your arms in front of you and all that jazz, and you put your feet straight and whatever, and you just kind of hold it, right? Well, there's an advanced technique, and that's ordered to work if you're working on, let's say, a six-pack or whatever, and you're working on, the muscles on the side. I think they're called the obliques. I can't remember. And Jardel, how's it going? Geppetto's in the house. And, hey, Chava, how are you, man? Neo's here, too. So anyways, I was doing one-armed planks, and that's a pain in the ass to do. Let me tell you, you got to be strong to do that. So I'm doing that, and I'm holding one position, right? And then I come back in the middle, I go do the other one. I go, oh, that felt funny near my penis. And I'm like, what was that? And I was like, whatever, didn't think anything of it. And then about 3 days later, this like Easter egg popped out of my like, you know, like a bulge out of my like lower area, right? And I was just like, oh, shoot. So what was that? And it was, turned out I had a hernia. I got a hernia from doing that. LFL, what's up, dude? So, yeah. So, listen, man, it's all part and parcel. If you want to take, like, the funny thing is, if you want to take care of yourself, you want to look good, you want to feel good or feel as good as you're going to get, especially as you continue to get older and all that kind of jazz, you end up hurting yourself so much. And the thing is, it's crazy. It's like you're trying to do better, you're trying to be better, and all you end up doing is hurting yourself in the long run. You know what I'm saying? But it's better than the alternative. The alternative is actually having even more issues down the road. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Ghostbusters? How you doing, man? Arsenal won, eh? The Premier League? First time in 22 years. Holy crap. I've got an Arsenal... Actually, I got an Arsenal winter hoodie upstairs. I wasn't really much of an Arsenal fan. I just like the hat. Gunners, baby. I just like the hat, so I bought it. Devil Dog, how you doing? Yeah, welcome to the Crips Club. That's right, Maverick. Yeah, not the Crips that everybody else is thinking about, but certainly the one that happens. But listen, man, you know, you want to do all this stuff, then you gotta be prepared for it, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh! So that's just the way it goes. But anyhow, we are going to talk about Forza Horizon 6. That's going to be our first thing we're going to talk about tonight. Why? Because it's fresh in my mind, and we just had to talk about it. Oh, by the way, quick public service announcement, just in case things go sideways with the show in terms of, like, the show just shuts off. There's a massive storm happening here in Toronto. Okay, so I'm just letting everybody know there's a huge storm, and it's coming this way, and it's like purple and black clouds. I don't know if it's going to rain purple rain, but I'm hoping. But either way, it's like purple and black clouds. The wind is picked up, and it went from like light to pitch black in like 30 seconds, and I'm like, oh shit, we're about to get a massive storm. So I'm like, this is going to be wild. So anyways, out of nowhere, this massive storm is heading this way, right? And so I'm just like, okay, well, just in case we lose power, if all of a sudden the podcast just goes, like, you know what happened, okay? So it'd be like, oh, what the hell happened? And I don't have to put like an announcement. So I'm just letting everybody know. What's up, Dead Time? How you doing? Devil Dog, what's up? I give you a hug, but my back hurts. Yeah, there you go. You know, Creed busted my balls today while I was playing Forza Horizon 6 today. Yeah, he was. Yeah, man, wild. What's up, Dova? It's raining poutine in Canada, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. It's raining poutine. Gravy, cheese curds, and French fries right now. That's what's happening, ladies and gentlemen. It's raining poutine. I can't help it. There's nothing I can do about it. Yeah. So, yeah, it's just, anyway, so I'm just letting you know, just in case all of a sudden everything just kind of blacks out, then we know what the hell happened, okay? So I'm just letting you know. Praying the storm just kind of does its thing and just gets the hell out of here. You know what I'm saying? Oh! But, yeah. That's what it's going to be. But anyways, before we get into Forza Horizon 6, I just happened to look down at the chat, and something insane just happened, ladies and gentlemen. I can't believe it. The man, the myth, the legend himself, the craziest man on YouTube, Grumpy Old Fart, comes in and drops a $65 super chat. Let's go, Grumpy Old Fart. Unbelievable. I'm even going to give him a little bit of Asha just for that. Let's go, Grumpy Old Fart. Thank you so much. $65. And he says, Mag, this magic trick needs 2 cards to work. The sum of both comes with a gift, one of 2. Well, that's very cryptic of you, Grumpy Old Fart. But then as I scroll a little bit further down for the $65, he drops another $110 super chat. Let's go! Unbelievable. Grumpy Old Fart comes in hot and heavy to start the show, dude. Unreal. Thank you so much, Grumpy Old Fart. That is for a grand total. Who does math here? Who does math? Who does math? Who does math? Who does math? Anybody do math here? That's $175 super chat, ladies and gentlemen. Holy shish kebab. Thank you so much, brother. Unbelievable, man. You continue to blow me away. By the way, I want to talk to you a little bit later off the air about something else. And he says, for $110, he says, I know I'm way too early. But it's now or never. Put these 2 donations towards Wolverine. PlayStation. Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, Wolverine will now be featured day 1 here on this channel, courtesy of the man himself, grumpy old fart. Unbelievable. That just paid for your Xbox Game Pass. Ghostbusters. Actually, funny enough you say that. Hey, Grandpa Barbecue, how you doing, buddy? Neil Gush was in the house. Speaking of which, I'm actually playing Forza Horizon 6 right now, courtesy of Grumpy Old Fart. Not only that, this Friday, I'm playing Lego Batman, courtesy of Grumpy Old Fart. And next week, if you can believe it, folks,
Donation.
if you can believe it, next week is 007, courtesy of, you guessed it, Grumpy Old Fart. The man is out of his mind. And the funny thing is, Grumpy Old Fart and chat, the funny thing is, at the end of the day, I mean, yes, of course, I get the game, obviously. Thank you so much, Grumpy Old Fart. You don't really, I mean, I always feel guilty, like when someone, I always feel guilty. Like, I'm like, so I feel bad. I'm like, oh man, that's a lot of money. I feel bad. But the thing is, at the end of the day, the maggots actually get to reap the benefits of it because I stream all the games right here on the channel. Mobile, how's it going, buddy? CDB's in the house. Thank you so much, Grumpy Old Fart. That's amazing. And yes, that will be going straight to Wolverine, of course, as always. Not into my pocket. No, I'm not running off to Mexico. I'm not running off to Mexico with a bottle of tequila and a couple of ladies. Let's go! Everybody get in the car. We're stealing Grumpy Old Fart's money. We're all going to Mexico. There it is. All right. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, gringue.
All right. So yes, thank you so much. Snow Dragon, what's going on? So yes, like I said, those donations go right back in the channel, and I stream every single game that is gifted, whatever, and we all get to see it. Everybody gets to play it or get to see it for themselves. But I'm on the fence about it. Let me watch Mag play it, and then people come in and they check it out, and I'm like, okay, well, now you see it. What's up? Yeah, Neo, busy month for gaming. Tell me about it, man. Creed is like, I love your rants on Forza Horizon 6. I was dying laughing. Anyway, Grumpy Old Fart. Yes, I do have to DM you about something a little bit later, if I remember. Iron Balls, we will be doing drinks later. Absolutely, we will. So anyways, let's get into, again, thank you, brother. Unreal. Let's get into Forza Horizon 6. Forza Horizon 6. It's awesome. It's great. I'm enjoying the hell out of it. It took me a little while. Now, keep in mind, I used to be way back in the day. See, look, before I get into that, Maverick says it. He goes, facts. I bought Pragmata after watching your stream. There you go. That's how it works. Pistol Pete's in the house. And we got Dallas LeBeau. Dallas LeBeau. What's going on? Pistol Pete, what are you yakking about in the chat there? He goes, how many pony stories did I miss? You missed none, but you get this.
Ponies and
there you go. You get a little bit of that. What's up, Richard? How you doing, Kundo? There you go. Listen, so like I said, as you well know now, for anybody just joining the chat, Grumpy Old Fart has donated Wolverine to the channel. We will be playing that on the PS5 Pro this September 15th, ladies and gentlemen. I can't wait to get my hands on it, or my claws on it, so to speak. But we're going to talk about that right now. We're here to talk about Forza Horizon 6. So, I used to be back in the day. Like, I'm talking like even in the 90s, the PlayStation 1, I played the living hell out of Ridge Racer. You remember Ridge Racer that came with it? And it was very revolutionary at that time, because the thing is, you didn't have to keep the game or the disc in the PlayStation 1. Once it loaded in there, what's up, Aero Nation? Once you play it, or get it in there and load it up or whatever, you could take the disc out and then put your own CD in and then play your own music while you're racing. It was unbelievable. Richard, I loved Ridge Racer. Yeah, the original one on PS1 was just stellar. And then I played some of the other ones that came out after that, but it was awesome, yeah. And I mean, hundreds of hours of Ridge Racer. I mastered everything. I even did the thing at the very beginning of the game. You guys remember? I don't know if you remember this. The very beginning of the game, there was a code that if you killed all the little bugs in Galaxian, because while it was loading, you could play Galaxian, right? And if you shot all the enemies in Galaxian, you unlocked a secret white car. It was a white racing car, like one of those prototype cars or whatever. It was awesome. And then of course I played other iterations of Ridge Racer after that when I went to PS2 and then Xbox 360, and then I didn't play them on the PS3. but Xbox 360 for sure. And then, of course, throughout all that, Need for Speed Underground, Need for Speed, whatever, Hot Pursuit, all those other ones. I played all those days. David Merrifield, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, and I played all the Need for Speeds. Loved that. I mean, that was also, let's also keep in mind, that was at the height, in the early 2000s, that was at the height of the Fast and the Furious movement, right? And then like there was like a huge movement, like all the modded cars were on the streets, people street racing and all kinds of crazy stuff like that. And so like it was like the height of all that. Need for Speed was on top of the world. Underground 1, Underground 2, they were all incredible games. And then moving on from there, let's not forget Rockstar, folks. Rockstar had pole position. Yeah, me too, Devil Dog. What's up, Magnum? How you doing, buddy? So then there was Rockstar had Midnight Club, and then they had Midnight Club 2, Dub Edition, and all kinds of cool stuff like that. And I was like a huge racing fan. And then something just happened. It just fell off. I don't know what it is. It just fell off. I just like stopped playing them, and I was just like, whatever. You know what I mean? You know what the funny thing is, Dallas? I never actually played Project Gotham that much. I did a little bit. What's up, GP Hunter? How you doing, man? And then one day, I just stopped playing racing games. I don't know what happened. It just stopped. And then I was just like, all right, well, I guess no more racing games. So it just kind of like disappeared. And then the Forza series showed up. It would be remiss of me to not mention Gran Turismo. Like Gran Turismo on the PlayStation 1 was just like, again, revolutionary. You had to get like, driver's licenses and stuff like that or whatever, right? And it was crazy. And that was amazing too. I loved the Gran Turismo games because they, like, to me, like, it almost felt like when you got one of those boxes. You guys remember getting the jewel cases of Gran Turismo? It was like an encyclopedia in there. You know what I mean? It was crazy. So, anyways, yeah. So, moving on forward, then the Forza Horizon series kind of brought it back for me a little bit. Forza Horizon 2 specifically. And then 3, I never really liked the motorsports. I wasn't really much of a racing sim guy, even though I did play the Gran Turismo ones. But I think it was more because no one had done it before, so it was kind of a novelty. Like, getting the driver's licenses, doing tests and all that stuff. And I had never done anything like that before, right? So then, but by the time like Forza Motorsport was a thing, I was kind of like, hey, what's up, Chip? But Forza Horizon, on the other hand, I was right back in. So from number 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, here's the thing. Like I said, I only play them periodically. So today, when I played Forza Horizon 6, it is literally the first time I have laid my hands on a racing game since Forza Horizon 5 years ago. That is how long it's been since I touched a racing game. So like I'm playing the first few races today, and I am all over the road, man. I am a complete disaster. I'm smashing into trees. I'm knocking signs over. There's like sushi tables flying everywhere. Samurais getting run over in the rice fields. It was a complete disaster. And anyways, it got better. And then I ended up winning like 5 like races in a row. And then of course, as soon as I do that and I'm having fun, I'm like, yes, I'm figuring this out. Then of course the game is like, you seem to be winning too easily. Would you like it harder? And I'm like, first of all, pause. And second of all, I'm like, no, I don't want it harder. I'm having fun. Like, what the hell? Like, leave me alone. Why do I have to make it harder? Like, you're ruining my fun. I don't understand, listen, man, I don't get it. Like, when people play games that are so friggin' hard, or they put it on a difficulty that's so hard that's no longer fun, I'm like, that's not fun to me. You know what I mean? But, like, it's not fun to me. I'll do it if I have to. Like, for example, Resident Evil. Like, if I have to go do, like, a nightmare difficulty run or whatever. But by that time, I've unlocked, like, an unlimited bazooka or an unlimited magnum or something like that or whatever. You know what I mean? And it's, like, easy street. But other than that, I don't like doing that stuff. So I'm like, no, thank you. I'm enjoying the racing. So anyways, I played it for about just under 2.5 hours today. And I enjoyed the hell out of it. I enjoyed the hell out of the game. I really, really enjoyed it for what I had. And the thing is, as soon as I was done, the funny thing is, I wanted to just kind of keep plugging away at the map. I was just like, oh, I could do one more. But I didn't. I just kind of held off. And I was just like, but I wanted to get back into it. And, I probably at some point on my own time, I'm probably like, maybe do a race or two or something, like maybe like buy some new cars. What's up, Ben Angelo? How you doing? Maybe buy some new cars or stuff like that. From what I saw, okay, so let me tell you the breakdown of what I saw about this game. Yeah, Iron Storm, I have yet to watch your review about that too. I'm gonna watch that too. I saw that the notification pop up on my phone. I'll see what you got to say about that game. Judging by the fact that you said Subnautica 2 has taken up all my time, I think I pretty much answered my own question, but I'm going to watch the video anyway. The characters, like when you start the game and you have to like get your characters, they are atrociously ugly. Like, holy shit. These are like the worst, like these are the worst character graphics I've seen since like Harry Potter on the PS2. Like, I'm like, what is this? And I'm like, I know that's not the focus, but I'm just saying it's like one of the first things you see, right? And I'm just like, oh my God. So I tried to make the dudes, none of them look like dudes, first of all. And none of them look like me at all. So I'm like, okay, no dudes. Let's see how the girls are. All the loops, you played 20 hours, eh? What's up, Boeing? How you doing, man? Hey, ladies and gentlemen, Boeing found the channel after the XNC podcast. Enjoy the commentary. Let's go. Welcome, Boeing, to the community. You're a maggot now, buddy. You can't get out. And let me tell you something, Boeing, not Bowen. Boeing, listen to this. This is just for you.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
There you go. Welcome to hell. Everybody welcome Boeing to the chat. We have a new maggot in the house. Anyhow, so I'm doing this character pick, so I'm like, let me pick a woman. I'm like, this is like, whatever. The women were uglier than the dudes. And they look like dudes. I'm like, what the frig is this? Now, the funny thing is, have you seen what real race car drivers look like? The real women race car drivers? They're smoking hot. Like those F1 drivers and stuff, the female ones. Like, holy shit. They're gorgeous. I play this game. They look like Hagrid from Harry Potter. They're hideous.
Control your emotions. Discipline your mind.
Anyways, so I pick the least ugliest woman I could find. And the hair and everything else, I'm just like, oh God, please stop. I don't want to see you anymore. Anyways, enough of that bullshit. Then you get into the actual game itself, right? So I get in the actual game itself, and I'm like, oh, this is gorgeous. And so, like, obviously, I know I'm just being funny, but, like, I know the focus is not the character creation and all that shit. But the thing, it's the game itself and the world and everything else. Gorgeous. So I played that opening race today, and I'm just, like, driving down the road, and there was one area where I went through the cherry blossoms, right? And I was just like, wow. I mean, like, you hit this like straightaway, and then it goes like eventually goes like into a tunnel or whatever, like after these cherry blossoms, and like you see the cherry blossoms like just fly up from the ground, kind of like Batman Returns when the Batmobile comes out of the Batcave and all like the leaves go flying in the air because it takes place like just in like the fall winter time. And I'm just like, amazing. Shaboogs! What's going on, dude? Hey, we got Dr. Leon. He's coming here. Saludos from Argentina. Let's go. Greetings from Canada, my friend. Dallas, it's about the cars, not the bitches. I know. I'm just saying they're hideous. Hey, Little Evil, how's it going, buddy? Yeah, so here's the thing, right? So, like, anyways, I'm driving, and it's gorgeous. And, like, I'm going through, like, this area, like I said, with the cherry blossoms. There's some on the ground, obviously on the trees. They just fly up in the air. I'm like, wow, that looks great. And then I'm, like, doing the cars look good. The model's fantastic, whatever. And then, you know, now, the funny thing is, and Colt pointed this out, by the way. I just like to point this out. Is that Colt mentioned, because he showed up at the live stream today. By the way, thank you guys for almost 700 people coming to check out my live stream today. Me playing Forza Horizon 6 very badly, you know. So, anyhow, so what ends up happening is, where the hell was I going with this? Right. So Colt mentions to me in the chat, he goes, dude, did you change any of the settings? And I said, no, I didn't do anything. I just like turned on the game and started playing it. I'm like, why? And he goes, you're still in graphics mode. He's like, you're not even in performance mode. I'm like, what in the frig is going on? What do you mean? And he says, its default mode is graphics mode, not performance. So you have to go into the settings and change it to performance. I didn't realize that because my assumption immediately would have been that you, like a racing game, you automatically have it set to performance mode, kind of like Call of Duty. It's always set at the 60 FPS mode or whatever, and you could change it afterwards. And he says, no, the default is actually graphics mode. I'm like, oh, shit. So I did that whole stream today. He says, but the problem is when you change it to performance, you have to reboot it. And I didn't want to do that live on the air with everybody watching. So I was just like, nah, man, I can't do that. So I said I'll do it behind the scenes. So I have yet to do it. I'll do it like tomorrow morning and then whatever, and then I'm going to change the performance, and then it reboots, and then I'll whatever. So that the next time we play, it'll be in performance. So anyways, that being the case, I didn't realize I was playing in graphics mode for like 2+ hours, and I'm like, oh, but it was still running incredibly smooth, gorgeous looking. It was awesome. I'm playing on the Series X. Jay Slayer, what's up? But I'm going to do something different. Thursday, I'm going to be doing a stream with everybody else. What's up, Fuzzy? How you doing, buddy? Yeah. See, that's the thing, Fuzzy. It's not like an adventure game at 30 FPS. You can notice that. You know what I mean? Like when you play like an adventure game, like an open world game, and you're playing at 30 FPS, it looks like that. You know, it's that weird ass like strobe light effect. It's like, you know what I mean? I'm just like, nah, don't look good. But in the racing game, I really didn't even notice. I didn't notice at all. Yeah, so that's the funny part about it. So, like, I didn't realize it's almost the 2-hour mark, and then I'm like, oh, how about that? But anyways, the point is, see, Snow Dragon, I had just assumed it was in like, I just assumed it was already in performance, and it kind of ran like it was in performance, so it didn't look bad. But if I were to play a game like, let's say, Horizon Forbidden West at 30 FPS, I'd probably, like, barf. Because I'd be like, you know what I mean? Like I can't deal with the weird like sort of jankiness of that 30 FPS anymore. I can't do it, man. What's up, Emperor Hound? How are you? So anyhow, I'm changing it to performance. However, I'm going to experiment with something. Tomorrow, I'm not going to be doing a live stream of Forza, but Thursday I will. And the Thursday, I'm opening up to the maggots, of course. So the maggots are now, any maggot that's around here, channel members specifically, top tier maggots get first choice, of course. And then every other maggots, listen, we're all going to jump in there. We're going to play a big multiplayer because I unlocked the multiplayer to end the stream today, right? And so I got my little house and whatever, my little house on the prairie, and then I got the performance. And I've got the multiplayer opened up. So now we're going to do that Thursday. We're going to play with the community. Whoever wants to jump in, probably around 12:30, like around midday, my time, Eastern Standard. Magnum, I didn't notice, man. It's crazy how I didn't notice. So anyhow, we'll do that. However, here's the experiment. The experiment is, I played on the Series X today. Lovely experience. I'm going to play on the Series S on Thursday because I want to see what it looks like. I'd be very curious to see. And I think you guys would probably be curious too, right? Because I would imagine most people who are playing Forza Horizon now most likely have a PC or a Series X, right? So I don't know how many people out there have a Series S, but I'm like, I think it'd be really cool to kind of check it out. You know what I mean? So anyways, that's what I'm going to do Thursday. I'm going to ramp it up on the Series S, and I'm going to stream from there, and I want to see what it's like. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how the Series S can hold up with the game. So pretty wild. It did crash on me, by the way, today, just after about the 2+ hour mark. And I don't know what the hell that was about. It just kind of crashed back to the home screen. So I was like, oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, the Ghostbusters, that's what I figured. Like, anybody playing Forza now probably is an Xbox fan, probably has a Series X or has a PC, and they're playing it on there. So, right? So, yeah. I just... Snow Dragon, he says, you just want to go on Crossfire and bash the Series S. Yeah! Snow Dragon's got jokes today, ladies and gentlemen.
You fucking warrant. Don't ever go over my fucking head again. You motherfucker, you.
Hey, man, I didn't say it. Joe Pesci said it, all right? Joe Pesci said it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, by the way, before we even continue on with this Forza conversation, Emperor Hound comes flying in, and he has joined the magnificent maggots. That's right. Thank you.
But the cream will rise to the top. Oh, yeah.
There we go. Thank you, Emperor Hound, for renewing your membership. Greatly appreciated, my friend. And, of course, as is customary here on the Mag Show.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Hey! Welcome to hell, Emperor Hound. Thank you so much for rejoining the channel, my friend. I appreciate that. And if you're around Thursday, you better get your ass onto the tarmac or whatever, the pavement, the asphalt, whatever you want to call it, and we're going to race. And speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, it has happened. The man of the cloth. He is a man of the Lord. He is a man of the people. He is a real priest in real life. I don't even know how he doesn't get in trouble for listening to this show. I don't know how many Hail Marys he has to do when the show is done, that he has to ask the Lord for forgiveness after listening to the mag going off the way he does. Father Alex is here. Hallelujah. Praise the Lord. Father Alex is here. And ladies and gentlemen, he has re-upped his membership. He is now, once again, a magnificent maggot. And you know what's kind of ironic?
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
What do you think about that, Father Alex? There you go. Father Alex is back in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Dominic, how you doing, buddy? Ricardo! He goes, I played Forza Horizon 6 on Series S. Yes. Ooh. On Series S yesterday on quality mode, and it is fine. Okay. Okay, that's good. But is that it, though? It's just fine? Like, did you try, like, in, like, performance? Or? Oh, so I know you said quality mode, but, like, I mean, you know, I'm very curious. Magnum. He says, did you know that if your avatar in Forza Horizon is female, it defaults to hard difficulty? Well, to be fair, Magnum, there's no parallel parking in the game. Yeah! Now, if there was they should put 100 achievement points. They should put 100 achievement points if you're a female character. You have to parallel park. Where's my Badoon cheat? I should put that in there. Sub-Zero, what's going on, man? It's Forza time. Yeah, it's awesome. It is awesome. You've only tried a Assetto Corsa, but Forza Horizon 6 looks interesting. Boeing, you got to give it a shot, man. Give it a shot, I'm telling you. Oh, my God, ladies and gentlemen, I can't even believe it. RT Reviews is in the house. How are you? Emperor Hound is upgraded. Unbelievable, he's upgraded. He's upgraded to a top-tier maggot. Emperor Hound. You know what, ladies and gentlemen? I have a feeling I know why he did that. First of all, let me tell you right now, Emperor Hound is not to be trusted, okay? I think he's up to something. And I figured out what it is. He upgraded. Dead time, it's coming up, buddy. Not yet. It's a little too early. I'm trying to build up a thirst. Okay? Beer time is coming. You could have beer, but my beer time is a little later. This is what Emperor Hound is doing. He knows the drill. If you actually go through my channel member stuff, when I said, and one of the perks of being a top-tier maggot, I said, when I do multiplayers and stuff like that, and I invite the community in, top-tier maggots get first dibs, essentially, no pun intended, every pun intended, pole position. So what I'm trying to tell you is that Emperor Hound has upgraded to top tier maggot because he wants to be next to me, and the only thing he's going to be looking is at the back of my car. That's right. You can read my license plate that says the mag all day long, Emperor Hound. You ain't winning nothing. Nothing. And if you try to get ahead, I will smash you off the road because I am a dirty racer. Yeah! It's not my fault.
It is unavoidable.
Hey.
It is your destiny.
That's right. It's your destiny. So, yes. Listen, like I said, guys, putting it out there, probably around noon, closer to 12:30 on the Thursday, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be hosting a community Forza Horizon 6 race-a-thon. It will be on YouTube. Unfortunately, when I'm going live, I do not put the voices on, so I cannot hear you guys, but it doesn't matter. You don't have to hear each other. All we have to do is look at the back of my license plate because I'm going to be in first place every race. That's what I'm talking about. So it'll be there. And ladies and gentlemen, 78 comes flying in and gets 5 gifted members. There we go. He unlocks a rare achievement. Let's go. All right. Thank you so much, 78 Inc. Unbelievable. Thank you so much for all the support, buddy. And this man is a one-man membership gifting machine. This guy's been doing it from day one since I got monetized on the channel. And yeah, it's unbelievable. Thank you so much, 78 Inc. And of course, for all the new channel members,
welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Welcome to hell, all you new maggots. And by the way, just so you know, you're in it for life. You cannot unsubscribe. You have to pay until you're dead. And then from there, what happens after you pass away many years from now, then it gets passed on to your children. So yeah, you will have, look at that, Steven Forza Racer, look at your name is in lights, buddy. That means you're next on the list, sucker. I look forward to dusting your ass in the dirt in Forza Horizon. Hopefully you're around Thursday. We will do that. Anyways, I'm talking a lot of shit, but I can tell you this. I will probably be in last place every single game.
What an idiot. Oh, what a loser.
Hey, man, I'm not good. You guys are like ridiculous. I was winning races. Satius, how you doing, buddy? I'm winning races today. Strat, what's up? I'm winning races today, right? The comments section was savage to me today. They were not even nice. Like, oh, Mag, that was nice. Great win. Great victory. Nah. They're all like, you drive like an old man. I'm like, what the fuck? I won. And I'm like thinking to myself, how good are these guys?
Welcome to hell.
If I'm winning the races and I'm coming in first place and these guys are saying I drive like an old man, I'm like, what the hell am I in for with these guys? I'm a little scared about it. Literal table. He goes, joke's on you, Mag. I don't plan on ever having kids. Yeah, that's so funny. So, yeah, like, that's going to be like a situation. I'm going to get dusted, okay? But let me tell you something. Doesn't mean I'm not going down without a fight. Okay? Doesn't mean I'm not going down without a fight. So if, like, you guys are getting, like, we're getting close, or someone's creeping up on me, or I'm creeping up on you, expect to be bashed off the road and into a rice field, because I am very dirty when I race. I mean, I try not to be, but I mean, like, you know, if I get a little vindictive. Hey, No Talent, how's it going, buddy? At which difficulty? I don't know. I guess the regular or whatever. I was just playing on regular, whatever that is. Like, I never changed any settings or anything. I just played it regular, and I won. I think in total, I won like 7 races today. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. You know what, Geppetto? He says in the chat, he goes, "Yo, Mag, what'd you think of the fight Saturday?" Listen, by the time I read that sentence, the fight was over. Right? I was literally in the middle, like, I was on my, I don't know, I think I was on, like, my 8th pint by that point because we were drinking early that night. Listen, man, we went out for sushi. We had Asahi beer, which is kind of funny. It was kind of like a whole Forza Horizon 6 theme. It was me and the boys. They came over to they came over to my house. We all went out for sushi. We didn't overdo it because we wanted to put more drinks in us. We were drinking some Chinese liquor my brother brought back from China. It was fantastic. Drinking Asahi. We're drinking some of this Chinese liquor that he got. Very exclusive stuff. I don't even know the name of it. However, I'm going to show you guys a little something when we get to the after show tonight. Yeah, 78, you drive dirty too? Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Stupid fucking game.
Let's go.
Stupid fucking game.
Let's go.
Stupid fucking game.
Let's go.
Stupid fucking game.
There it is. Hey, Creative Vibes. What do you say, Mets? Mag, let's go Yankees. Are they losing again? Listen, man, yesterday was a close game, 7-6. The fact that the Yankees are in first place and the Jays only lost by 6 and half of our team is injured, not bad. Dallas, don't give it away. Shh. Jay Silver, what's up? Did you see the 3 buckets of blood that poured from Nate's head? Dude, that was crazy. Captain Jack is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being here, brother. Hey, man. Thank you for being here. So, anyways, when we get to the after show, okay, when we get to the end of the show, the program tonight, I got a little special surprise for you guys, okay? I'm going to show it to you later. And no, it's not a dick pic, but I'll tell you about it later. I'm so excited. It's here. So yeah, we'll deal with it later though. It'll be a little bit later. However, anyways, like I said, as it stands right now, Forza Horizon, very nice. It's nice to get my hands on a racer again. Now, listen, like I told you before, I used to be a huge racing gamer back in the day. I kind of dropped off. And like I said, the last time I picked up a racing game from today, like when I turned on the Xbox today, when I held that controller, that was the first time I have played a racing game in 5 years. So, like, I was a little bit, whatever, a little bit rusty on it. But either way, I'm enjoying the hell out of it. A good time. Now, the thing is, at the end of the day, maybe I could probably pump in about 25 to 40 hours, and then I'm probably going to be done. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I would think that, like, that's usually my threshold, like, about 40 hours max I could do that. Because, like I said, it's not really my wheelhouse, every pun intended, you know what I mean, anymore. I'm more of like, I'm into the RPGs, open world, action adventure, shooters, that kind of stuff, right? You know what I mean? So, yeah. But I'll like I said, I'll probably pump in about 25 to 40 hours. That's the window I'm thinking, somewhere in there, and then I'm going to move on because we got so many other games to deal with and play. But I'm going to get my fill because I've got Game Pass until the 3rd week of June, and I'm going to like just destroy the shit out of that game until then, and then just whatever. And then it was a 1 month gift from Grumpy Old Fart, so I'm just going to use it up right to the last minute. I'll squeeze every ounce of juice out of it, and then I always turn off the recurring billing because I just don't do that. And then if there's something like later on down the road, if I want it, I'll just get it for 1 month again and just bang out a bunch of games. Like I already got my 1,000 out of 1,000 on mixtape. I was playing Replaced for a couple hours, didn't really take the way I thought it was going to, and now I'm going to beat the living shit out of Forza Horizon 6. So I'm getting my money's worth out of 1 month, you know what I'm saying? But anyways, as it stands out right now, great game. I highly recommend it. I don't really have to recommend it. Everybody's playing it. You know what I mean? Everybody's got their hands on it, and I'll be very curious to see how it does in the fall with PlayStation. So we'll see how the sales go with that in the fall. But you know what? The thing is with PlayStation this year in the fall, there are so many bloody games that are coming out around the time that we presume that Forza Horizon 6 is coming out. It may be I don't expect it to be a victim, but it may not hit the same heights as like Forza Horizon 5 that came out when there was literally nothing coming out around that game. You know what I mean? But now you look at that situation, look what's going on. They've got, like on the PlayStation side, you've got Phantom Blade 0, Wolverine, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4, GTA 6, all within like 6 weeks, and then somewhere in there is going to be Forza Horizon 6. That's a lot to ask. You know what I'm saying? That's a lot on the wallet, you know? So, I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'll be very curious to see what happens because that is going to dive into our conversation, the main topic that we're going to have tonight about exclusives and things like that. That'll be, like I said, our main topic. However, let's get into the Sony situation real quick. I want to talk about this. Before we do any of that, we got Top Gamer Pro coming in, dropping a $5 super chat. Let's go, Top Gamer Pro. Thank you so much, my friend. Appreciate you, brother. There it is. Thank you so much, Top Gamer Pro. Good friend of mine. Top tier maggot as well. I just like to point that out. And he says, for $5 US. Thank you, Top Gamer Pro. He says, until you roll... Oh, by the way, thank you for the kind words on Twitter today, man. I appreciate that. I did see that. He says, until you roll your car over by its hood or roll it over on the side and someone ends up getting ahead of you, that's so much for playing it dirty. Yeah, no kidding, man. No kidding. Thanks so much for stopping by, Richard. Appreciate you, brother. Picard. Wolf. Maximum warp. Picard is in the chat. He says, I drove 3 cars and they don't turn using keyboard at 100 kilometers an hour. Yeah. So, anyways, let's talk about this Sony situation. Okay. Thank you so much, Top Gamer Pro. Appreciate you, brother, man. Thank you so much. So, let's talk about Sony. What the fuck are these guys doing over there? Jesus Christ. Like first things first, you raise the price. They're so ridiculous, you know, like this generation, they've got the generation. You know what? Actually, I kind of almost answered my own question. Maybe that's why they're doing this shit, because they literally curb stomped everybody this generation, right? I mean, they usually do outside of the Switch 1, you know, was dominant, and then the Wii way back when or whatever. But they in the end, when it comes to the big two, you know, they curb stomp the shit out of everybody this generation. And maybe that's why they're doing that stuff. They're like, well, you know, we kind of crushed everybody's balls. You know, we're almost at 100 million units. But the thing is, you can't just, like, I understand why. Like you know, oh, it's, you know, business reasons, this and that, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Changing market conditions, conditions. You know what I mean? And so, like, there's all that shit. And then the first thing they do when they're about to have a monumental year, which I called last year, I said they're going to sell 25 million consoles in 2026. People laughed at me. Now, they laughed at me because they didn't believe it or whatever. But I'm like, they will sell 25 million consoles. However, then all of a sudden they're like, actually, you know what? We don't want to sell 25 million consoles. We're going to jack the prices so that people can't fucking afford it. And that's the thing that's insane to me. And I'm like, the people who haven't adopted a PS5 at this point, were people who are still in a lot of them, I would say the majority at this point, 6 years into a generation, were the people who are still on a PS4. If they're still on a PS4 6 years into the generation, odds are pretty good they couldn't afford the $500 console when it came out 6 years ago. Otherwise, they would have bought the damn thing. Or they bought it late in the generation, like, because, like, you know, people would buy it in like 2020 when Last of Us 2 came out and Ghost of Tsushima and whatever else, and, you know, Call of Duty, and they're playing all that shit on the PS4. They're like, well, I just bought this. Why would I buy a PS5 11 months later? So they're hanging on to it. And then the thought process is, well, about 4 or 5 years into the gen, when I'm done with this console and they stop supporting it like the way, like in a proper way, well, then I'll just get a PS5 for cheap, you know, because they reduced the prices. Yeah, joke's on you, because not only did they raise the price, not only did the prices not go down, they raised the damn thing to basic unaffordability. And I'm like, this is the madness of this. This is what pisses me off. Muhammad, you're going to love this shit tonight, buddy. How you doing, by the way? What's up, Mad? How you doing? You've got the chance. You've already curb stomped your competition this generation. Okay? There's no denying that. Anybody denying that, listen, man. All right? You just take it on the chin. Pause. It's over. So here's the thing. You had the chance to go to all new levels of profitability, especially this year, because you have a unique situation where you have Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 and GTA 6, both current gen only, which would force a ton of casual gamers, which a lot of them are if they're still on the PS4, but they play Call of Duty and they play GTA, right? Especially GTA Online or whatever else. You had the very unique opportunity to keep them the same price, and if the changing market conditions means that you have to charge an extra $100 or whatever else, swallow it. Pause. A lot of pauses tonight, folks. Swallow the $100, and the reason why, or the $200 in the case of the Pro, right? Swallow it. Why? Because you have the potential of gaining 20 to 25 million new customers that are going to buy shit in your store. That subsidy would pay itself back before the first quarter of 27. It's pretty fucking easy. You don't have to be a business analyst to see that that's exactly what's going to happen. That would have happened. Because if you get an extra 20, 25 million people in the ecosystem, they're going to buy shit on your hardware. Because now the hardware's in their house, they're going to go straight to the store. Right? Right. At the beginning of every generation, except for Microsoft next generation, they subsidize the consoles. Why? They subsidize the hardware. Why? Because they want it in your hands, because they want you in the storefront. Once they get you in the storefront, what happens is they siphon off, even if it's a 0.5% of sales into the store that go into the Sony coffers, they take that 0.5% and they start paying back the subsidy, so that by 3 years into the generation, the hardware becomes profitable. This is the business model. If in case anybody didn't know, that's exactly what they do. Xbox has been doing this. PlayStation does it. Nintendo's been doing it. They all do it. And so that's what they do. So for example, if you buy Series X, okay, and they subsidize $100 off that, maybe even $200 off that. That $200 eventually comes back to them, because every time you, as a new Series X owner, buy a game or get the Game Pass, whatever, they siphon off a 0.5% of all those sales, and it moves back off to the subsidy set, and it pays off the subsidy that they had to take the hit on. And then, like I said, eventually down the road, when the hardware becomes smaller, they're not using as much plastic, not using as much of the smaller, frame consoles. That's what they do. With Modern Warfare 4 and GTA 6, you know people are going to buy the shit out of PS5s. Xbox, we're going to get into that in a minute, because there's a whole other thing I need to clear up with a lot of people right now about the reality. I pay in reality checks, folks. I don't pay cash anymore. I only sign reality checks. Look. There you go. There's your reality check. It's coming. Don't worry. Later in the show. It's not going to be pleasant for some people, but hey, no one ever accused me of being pleasant. So here's the thing. You had that opportunity. So what do? You raise the price. Okay. Is it any surprise that, on the quarter, year over year, the price went, the profits on the hardware went down? Now, overall, Sony, PlayStation, was up 12% in profit, but they lost a shitload of money. We already talked about this last week. We're not going to go back into the whole Bungie bullshit, which I think they should just be gone. I would fire all the heads of Bungie. Just get rid of them and take all the best developers, create another studio with them, and just tell Bungie to fuck off. I mean, I know they can't do that, but you know what I'm saying? I'm simplifying a very complicated business arrangement, but you know what I mean? So anyway, the point is they were up 12% in profit across the board, so that was fine. But they probably could have been up like 26% if it wasn't for all this bullshit. One, raising the prices of the hardware. Two, Bungie. So now you've raised the prices of that situation, right? Okay, so that's misstep number one. Now we get to misstep number two, as I made a video about it the other day. You raise the price of the PS Plus, right? Now, I know it's not a lot. And I know people I made a video about a week and a bit ago about Nintendo raising their prices, and I was pissed off with Nintendo. I'm like, $50 fucking dollars? You can't swallow $50? Like, Jesus Christ. Do you not see what's happening in this world right now? People can't afford groceries. 40% of people are going to food banks. 40% of people are going to food banks. Should I repeat that? And this is not a third world country. We're not talking about, people living in whatever, squalor. We're talking first world countries. 40% of people in first world countries are going to food banks because they can't afford food. They can't pay their rent. They can't afford their bills. They can't afford mortgages. And these clowns are raising these prices so that, they stay pretty. This is why I told you guys a million times, never stop evangelizing these corporations and the people that work for them. They don't give a rat's ass about you. They don't give a rat's ass about you. Stop evangelizing these people. I make jokes, but you know what I mean? And I'm going to meet a lot of these people, and I'm going to be very pleasant with them. They're going to be very pleasant with me. But at the end of the day, when it comes to business, I know how to navigate through a room full of snakes. I know how to do that because I've been doing it for decades. However, let's get back to the subject at hand. So you raise the price of PlayStation Plus, okay? That's misstep number 2. The other thing is, like I said, I made that Nintendo video about the Switch going up $50, right? People freaked out. People were freaking out on me. You should have seen the comment section. Cry harder, bitch. Are you fucking kidding me? You're defending a price increase. I don't give a shit if you bleed red, blue, or green, or whatever color Steam uses. Santa Claus over there at Valve. Okay? You shouldn't support any of that stuff. That's because that hurts you in the end. But people are so, tribalistic and, well, let's face it, stupid. I was going to use another word, but I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? And that they will defend price increases. Insane. I don't give a shit what the reasons are. Stop defending billion and trillion dollar corporations from taking more money from you. This is insane. What's up, Lotus Esprit? How you doing, buddy? You know what I mean? So here's the next thing. You do that, and people are like, it's not a big deal, it's $12. Okay, it's $12 for in the United States. It's around the same, I think 12 pounds or so in the UK. I'm not 100% sure. Someone could clear that up with me in the chat. For me in Canada, it's a $36 increase per year, right? For premium, which, by the way, I canceled premium.
Yeah!
I don't use the monthly games. And all I need it for is for online so that I can... It's going to sound so funny when I say it. I need the online so I can play with my wife. But you know what I mean? Like I play online with the community or something like that. What's up, Samarash? How you doing, buddy? Hey! Hello, chat from Brussels. Let's go, baby! Magnum, don't encourage this horse shit. Magnum is doing it on purpose because he's a ball breaker. I love him. He's not even gonna. You guys can read what he said in the chat, okay? Because I know what he's doing. He's just busting my balls. Hey, Danny Passion, what's up, buddy? I want to read what Danny Passion said. He said, last week I asked a 12-year-old what he was playing, and he said free-to-play games because games are too expensive. Can everyone tell me that 12-year-olds aren't the target audience for gaming? Yeah, I know. They used to be, All right, Little Evil, get to bed, buddy. It's 4 a.m. over there. You got to get to bed. Go get some sleep. Thank you for dropping by. Hit that like button on the way out, scumbag. I love you, buddy. What's up, Beast Mode? How you doing, man? So here's the thing. So people are like, oh, it's only $12. Oh, Nintendo, it's only $50. Oh, Mag Premium, it's only an extra $36 a year. This is the inch they take. Sorry, this is the inch you gave before they take a mile. My issue is the complacency of the consumer, and it pisses me off. Stop being complacent. Fight for your dollar because they should be fighting for your dollar. This complacency is what gives them the open door to do more bullshit. And they're all guilty of it. Look at Xbox this generation. By the way, you think anybody's getting off the hook with me? Not a chance. Xbox royally fucked this generation up. You can't defend you can't defend any of that. You try, it's silly. The best thing to do is just be absolutely honest with yourself and honest with what's happening, because that will give a bet. You know what that's like? let's just take that Xbox situation that I just said, okay? They failed miserably in terms of the public zeitgeist of the company. Are they making billions of dollars? Yes. I never said they weren't making money. They're making money. But in terms of its, the PR, its image, its branding, never mind the hardware sales. I mean, yeah, there are a number of problems too. We all know that. They still making money, but not great. They did very badly this generation. And a lot of people left. That's like going to rehab and lying to the people at rehab. You don't want to lie to them. Tell them the truth. That's the only way that you'll be able to get to the bottom of it. Right? But the problem is, and I saw this entire generation, people defending and defending and defending and defending them. And I'm like, stop. What stake in the game do you have? You're just a consumer. Even if you're just like, let's say you're an Xbox only content creator, whatever, but the defending and the defending and the defend, and I'm like, stop. Show when they're wrong. Tell them when they're wrong. Say, no, this is not right. This sucks. You guys are not doing this right. That's the only way they learn. Because if you keep defending and giving them your money, why would they change? Answer me that, chat. Why would they change? Because they know they got a frontline defense force that are throwing money at them and they don't give a shit. They're going to be like, these guys are still throwing money at us? And they're defending us on like YouTube, social media, whatever, all this other shit. Fuck, why would we do anything different? Let's raise the price even more. Right? And we saw that with Game Pass going up multiple times, 50% in total overall, whatever, all that kind of shit, right? So now it's Sony's turn, okay? Microsoft got their smoke. Asha comes in, doing a great job so far. The way I like, small things, but they're small victories. I said it last night on XNC. What Asha's doing are small victories that build a foundation of positivity towards a better future. Now, is that going to translate to finances? No, that doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying when in terms of the front-facing public image of the brand, it certainly has its, what's the word I'm looking for? It got a little bit of swagger back to it. People feel confident about the brand again. That's how you build it. Like, that's how you start it. Now, I know that's not the end goal. The end goal is to have that solid foundation of positivity so that no one can really shit on it. And then from there, you build up from there. And I think that Asha's doing a great job of that. Right? I think she is. Some people can disagree with me. Totally fine. I mean, everybody has an opinion. But now here comes Sony. Rake number one. Raising that hardware. Biggest mistake they made this entire year. Rake number two. You raise the PlayStation Plus. Okay? That's mistake number two. Now, the one good thing. All of a sudden, they go from the two bad things, now the one good thing, right? And this is a funny one. I know this pisses off the PC guys. But I think that was, of course, Jason Schreier talked about it, 3 months ago? And he said, no, man, Sony first player games or whatever, single player games are no longer going to PC. And I'm like, yeah, there's no point in it. From a business side of it, they're making less than 2% profit off of it. You're just wasting your time and everybody's effort for that. It's not even worth it. 98% of all your tens of billions of dollars are coming from the console. Why not just focus on that and stop diluting your product and having people on PC wait for your product to come to them? If they want something that's really hot, they'll go buy a PlayStation eventually, right? But then PlayStation shoots themselves in the dick by raising the prices of their hardware. So you do it's like one step forward, two steps back, right? So it didn't make any sense. It's so stupid. So anyway, they did a good thing with the Sony with the first player things, taking them off PC. I do the same thing. Fuck it. I'd be like, no, man, why? I'm making all my money here. I'm making a pittance over there in comparison. What's the point? If they really want it, and I know how some PC guys are out there. I see them on podcasts. I see them on the social media. I see them around. I'll never play any of those games. Gabe Newell, Santa Claus is my guy. Fuck, just stop. You know you're going to play it somehow, some way. You won't tell anybody, but you're going to do it behind the scenes. But anyways, that's besides the point. I don't want to go down that road. That's just all silly. But anyways, the thing is, you had that opportunity. Then, with all of this going on, you put the games back onto the console, you make the walled garden saying, listen, man. And the other thing I was thinking about, I was like, well, there's another reason. maybe they have a lineup that's coming that they know is going to be hot and everybody wants to be there for it, right? Okay, cool. That's a possibility too, a distinct one. They have a long history of doing it. Like, you know what I mean? They have 5 generations of doing that. Why would it be any different now, right? And, you know, with the 6th generation. So anyways, on and on. You get to that point where they're, with all of that aside, excuse me, that's what I was trying to say. Then all of a sudden this hacking shit goes on. And then I'm seeing these public service announcements on social media saying, hey, if you on your social media, whatever, page, whatever, your front page of your social media, whatever, remove your PlayStation, gamer tags, whatever, because then people go in there, then they call support and this and that, and they start hacking your account and all this stuff. And I'm like, they're like, take your credit cards off. And I'm like, what in the fuck are you guys doing right now? Like, what is happening? Fix this. This shouldn't have even been a news story. It should have happened to one guy, maybe 2. And then once they figured out that there was a pattern, a little bit of pattern recognition, they should have shut that shit down and said, no, man, get everybody in security, cybersecurity on there and figure it out. Mad Fwaz, I'm going to get to that in a minute, buddy. We're going to talk about that stuff. Is it Neil Adams Superman art on your shirt? It looks like it.
Oh!
Matt Foss says something very interesting, unrelated to the Sony thing, but I'm going to talk about it later. He says, the honeymoon period is running out for Asha with me. Time to bring out the steak dinner. We're going to talk about that a little bit later. That's going to be the main topic of tonight as we talk about the exclusives war rages on. We will talk about that in a little bit. But anyways, I want to continue on with the Sony situation. So now you got this hacking thing going on, right? And then you have what's-his-face over there talking about, well, now, I know the playbook because we've seen this before, folks, so like, hear me out, okay? Just hear me out. Just hear me out. In the PlayStation 4 generation, going into the PlayStation 5, the executives at Sony, at PlayStation specifically, said almost word for word what the executives just said about a week or so ago. Well, we're not really sure what's going to happen with the PlayStation 6. We're not really sure when it's going to come out. We're not sure about a window. We're having some difficulty with parts, this and that, or whatever. They said the same shit in 2019. And you guys remember this? Now, listen, you guys are all old enough. Ambidextrous, what's up? I will be playing Lego Batman. Yes, on the channel, Friday Night Live. DC Stevens, what's up, dude? So here's the thing. They said the same verbiage in 2019. Why? Not because they didn't know what they're doing. They are making the PlayStation 6. It is coming out early fall of 2027. It is not being delayed at all. I know as a fact it's not being delayed at all. Now, the thing is, I could give you one reason. One of the reasons are when they make the deals with companies like, for example, AMD. Once you make those deals, if you break those deals, you have to pay hundreds of millions of dollars in penalties. That's how it works. So therefore, once they make those deals, they have to make the hardware one way or another. Very similar to what Steam does, exactly what Xbox does, exactly what Nintendo does. Now, how they release that and when they release that, that's entirely up to them with their window. However, it doesn't change the fact that it has to be produced because once a deal is made with those companies for the chipsets, they have to follow through. Otherwise, they are heavily penalized, and the heavy penalty that they pay, this is just one reason why, the heavy penalty that they pay far outweighs what any loss they would take on more expensive hardware as a result of the AI situation. All right, there you go. That's one reason. The other reason is they want the customers to continue to buy the PlayStation 5 all the way up until the release of the PlayStation 6. Why is that? Well, as we already know, this year, like for example, you see how Microsoft is peddling the Helix like 17 months before it comes out? They want this generation just like the Xbox One. They did the same thing last generation. They're already talking about the Scorpio. They're talking about the Series X. I can't remember what the code name for that was. They're trying to usher the new gen in like a year or whatever before because they're trying to get everybody to forget. Get everybody off the Xbox One. We're already embarrassed by that thing. Okay, now the Xbox One X. Let's get everybody out of there. Let's get everybody out of the series consoles. 17 months before the launch of the Helix, they're already talking Helix. because they want people they want people to forget the Series X. No, forget that. No, ignore the guy behind the curtain. We want you to look at this thing now, right? And that's what they want you to do because they weren't successful. Therefore, on the PlayStation side, on the end of the PS4 era going into the PS5, do you guys remember the taglines almost all over social media? PS5 not coming. You guys remember that shit? Tell me you remember that. PS5 not happening, not coming. PS5's not coming. Where's the PS5? You guys remember that? I was one of them. Because I didn't understand their game plan. But after 5 years, 6 years now, of 6 years of being in the gaming industry, I've now learned the game. It took me a while, but being in this industry for 6 years and understanding it, I started to understand the rules of the game, and I started understanding how the game works. And I'm like, I know what's happening. I know what Xbox is doing. I know what Microsoft and Xbox. I know what Sony's doing. I know what Nintendo's doing, and I understand the game being played. So the reason why they did that in 2019 is because they wanted people to buy PS4s because, like I said, Last of Us 2 and Ghost of Tsushima hadn't hit yet. Don't forget that those games launched 5 months before the launch of the PS5, and I think 6 months respectively. They wanted the PS4 sales to continue, so they kept hiding it. Once the sale actually went through, then they dropped their commercials for the PS5 with pre-orders and all that other shit after people bought a bunch of PS4s and bought a bunch of copies of Last of Us 2 and Ghost of Tsushima. They're doing the same thing this generation because they want you to buy the games that are going to go all the way into the PS6, including games that come out next year. Now, I don't have a clear picture of what's going on next year. My presumption is that it's going to be, they're going to have Intergalactic next year. There's going to be a couple of other games in there. I don't know which ones, but they're going to have other ones, and they're going to continue to peddle the PS5 and the PS5 Pro, which, by the way, is a great value. I mean, it's not great value, excuse me. It's a great console. It's not a great value. It's very fucking expensive now. It was a great value at $700. But anyways, that's what they're doing. So it's not that they don't know what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. They're doing that because they want to sell the PS5s all the way till August. And then as soon as the third week of August hits, there you go. You're going to drop the big ass trailer, talk about the PS6, show them, show the form of them, and then they're going to have the commercials. Pre-orders start October 11th. Bingo, bango, bongo, out of the park, and then they just carry on. So once you figure out the game plan, it's pretty easy to see through the matrix. You know what I'm saying? So now you can see the forest through the trees. I can see the numbers going down the screen when Neo's looking at Agent Smith. It's all those things. So once you see all that, but the problem is this. You say that right before you step on a couple of rakes, and now it makes you look even worse because people, I know you guys are smart. There's a lot of people out there who are not understanding all this. They're just going, they're not releasing no PS6, and they're doing this and that. No. Just stop the nonsense. But the problem is the public perception is just 3 negatives and 1 positive. Those 3 negatives that Sony had in the last 10 days with the 1 positive, which I think was keeping their exclusives exclusive, is making them look terrible. Now, is it going to affect their bottom line? Probably not. I mean, it's Sony. They just continue to just bash everybody, doing what they do. Nintendo Switch 2 is not doing as great, so there's not much competition there. You know what I mean? And so, they're going to do fine. But the thing is, it's all of that front-facing image that is being hurt right now. And this is not the fucking year to do it! When you've got Phantom Blade Zero, Wolverine, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4, I know it's an Xbox game, but it sells the majority on PlayStation, and GTA 6, which will obviously sell the majority on PlayStation, plus they have marketing rights and bundling rights for that. Why would you do it this year? If you want to start fucking around with things, do it in 27 when all of this is done. So Sony, you got some smoke from me this week for being stupid. All right? Anyways, that's a subject for that tonight. They pissed me off. And listen, does it affect me? No. It doesn't affect me. I got 4 PS5s in this house. You know what I mean?
Ponies and ponies.
I got 4 PS5s in this house, including a Pro. Doesn't affect me one bit. But it affects millions of other people that are trying to get into that ecosystem, and they're just too goddamn ignorant to see it. They're not ignorant, excuse me. They're arrogant. That's the word I'd like to use. There's a difference. There's a difference between ignorance and arrogance, and there is an arrogance there because They don't really have that much competition. Now, some people take the no competition thing too far. They're like, they're going to charge $100 games. Don't be ridiculous. They're not going to do that either, because if they start doing that shit, people won't buy their games and they will no longer be dominant. You understand? They're still going to they still have to toe the line. But the thing is, with a lot of these other things, if they don't have somebody breathing down their neck financially, then they can continue to do whatever the hell they want with impunity. And that's why I've always said, for people who hate PlayStation and hate Xbox and hate Nintendo and hate PC and want them to die, doesn't matter which one, I want Xbox to die. You do not want Xbox to die. You need Xbox to thrive. You need PlayStation to thrive. You need Nintendo to thrive. You need Santa Claus over there at Valve to thrive. You need all those things, because competition will continue to breed excellence, and that competition is better for the consumer's wallet at the end of the day. That's all I got to say about that. All right, now let's catch up with some super chats before we get into the meat and potatoes tonight, folks. And then, of course, I'm going to take a 30-second break, go pee real quick, because y'all know how it is, man. I got my popsicle glass here. This is 2 pints of water I already drank. I got to refill it, and then, of course, after that, y'all know what time it is. But anyways, before we get into any of that stuff, Seth Monsters comes in and drops a $5 super chat. Let's go, Seth Monsters. And he drops, ladies and gentlemen, he drops a code in the chat. He says they must be playing Drug Deal Simulator, and he drops a code in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Go, 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 go. Go get that code, whoever got it, and make sure you tell me what, by the way, tell me what it was. Tell me what the game was, and on top of that, whoever gets it, let me know. And make sure you thank Seth Monsters for it as well. The man gifts stuff to the channel like on a weekly basis. He always gives stuff about here, okay? So anyways, do that and let me know what it was. I missed some of the chat as I was going on and on about my rant. And we got Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat coming in, dropping 5 Australian didgeridoos. Let's go! Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat, thank you so much, my friend. I hope the weather's nice down there. And he says, for $5 Australian dollars, thank you so much, Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat, huge, long-time supporter of the channel. He says, I'm worried about Xbox having AAA first-party software early to support Helix hardware. Same mistakes next gen? Let me read that again. I'm worried about Xbox having AAA first-party software early to support Helix. Oh, I see what you're saying. Same mistakes next gen. Yeah, I mean, I don't see how it would be any different in that respect. Yeah, you're right. Beer Baron, what's going on, buddy? How you doing, man? Nice to see you out here. Pushing Polygons is in the house. I agree with you, Pushing Polygons. Yes, LFL, I do have lots of other hobbies. I'll get into those later. During community talk. But anyways, yeah. Don't get high on your own supply, yeah. Mag is on tonight. Yeah, dude, I'm on fire tonight, man. I'm pissed off. And like I said, everybody's getting it tonight. Everybody's getting it tonight. Microsoft's getting it tonight. For, past discretions. They haven't made any mistakes yet. There's still lots of time, folks. They have lots of time in the future. But we're going to get into that talk in just a moment about the exclusive conversation and how I think it's all going to go down. But at the end of the day, it's not my decision, and it's not one that I have to make. It's one that they're going to have to make. You know what I'm saying? Fuzzy Tomato saying they have like 40 studios. That's got to be enough to have some games ready for launch. Yeah, well, you're not wrong, dude. You're not wrong, bro. But I don't know. I don't think Elder Scrolls 6 is going to launch next year. I mean, it might, but I don't know. I don't think so. Now, I do know somebody who... I probably shouldn't tell you this. I'll tell you anyway. I don't give a shit. What's up, Meat Puppet? How you doing? Glad to see you here, brother. For the second time today. I know somebody who played a test level. That's all I'm saying. Okay? Nothing else. You get no other information. That's it. It was just like a prototype test level where like you just, hey, Sinless, how you doing, buddy? Just kind of did like a little side mission. That's it. it wasn't like a test of a final build. It wasn't even an alpha. It was just something that was put together so that they can, like, you know what I mean? Like, kind of analyze and say, okay, does this look good? How does this feel? Whatever, that kind of thing. And it was that, and it wasn't a general public person. It wasn't like a game tester came in. Like, it's not. It wasn't nowhere near that. So it was pretty interesting. Nate Dogg's in the house. What's going on, man? He's saying Elder Scrolls 6, Fallout 5. I heard Obsidian's Fallout was ready for 2026 before they canned it. What? Magnum, don't cut the bullshit, Magnum. The ice picks in the house. He goes, I like the approach that Xbox is taking with a hybrid console. They're taking a page out of Android's playbook by being open in Android's an open platform. It does come with a lot of options. It does, Ice Pick. There's no question about that. However, I've got questions, and I hope you stick around for those questions. We'll get into those in just a minute. Daniel McCarthy, how you doing, buddy? Listen, what we're going to do is I'm going to take 30 seconds here. I'm going to go refill my water, and we are going to get into the second half of the show. We're going to get into the big topic, the final topic. I can't believe we've already been here an hour and 20 minutes, but it's going to be the final topic, but it's going to take us right to the end of the show because we got a lot to talk about in there, and I want a lot of participation from everybody in the chat. Meet the Cheater, how you doing, buddy? And yeah, I want a lot of participation from the chat because we got a lot to talk about, and I want to see your opinions and all that. And then we're going to dovetail right into community talk later on. So give me just a few moments, and I shall be right back. Gentlemen, I'm back. Here we go. Stitchius. What's up, dude? How you doing, man? All right, so here's the situation. This is what we're going to talk about. This is going to be the big topic of the night. It is going to be the exclusive wars raging on, ladies and gentlemen, raging on, as we know, and we've all seen how that's all going down and whatever else. And, of course, I kind of touched on it in the other subject when we talked about Sony, and we talked about how they're keeping their single-player exclusives. Now, games like Marvel Tokon and whatever else, they're all going to stay multi-platform because those are live service games. They have some other live service games coming out, like that Fair Play games or whatever the hell it's called, and, you know, 4 Loop and all that stuff. And those games will continue to come out, and again, like I said, Marvel Tokon. But all of their big first-party studio games will remain on the console only, right? So, at the same time that this was all going down, Xbox puts out this thing, this little, like, you know, what would you like to see? Like, kind of like a, you know, a community suggestion box. You know, like those suggestion boxes you find, like, in a, you know, they put a little thing inside. And they kind of did that thing, right? Family is doing well, Sinless. Family is doing well. Thank you. Oh, by the way, sorry. I wanted before we get into that topic, Stitchiest just brought something important. He says, anyone know how I could join the Discord? Yes, all the new channel members. I forgot to mention this for the people who got gifted the channel memberships and everybody who renewed their channel memberships. Remember, there is a channel members Discord, which I'm sure one of my mods in the chat will put the link in there. So Stitchiest, keep your eye on the chat there, and then someone will put the link. One of my moderators will put the link in there, and of course, one of my administrators of the actual Discord will put that in it. There it is, Aero Nation, without even a second's hesitation. Bro has put it in there. So there's the link to the members Discord, and it is awesome. There's a huge party over there, man. Huge party over in the Discord. So go check that out. Now, let's get back in this topic. So what ends up happening is PlayStation announces this situation. At the same time, Microsoft, or Xbox, Xbox does this whole, like, you know, community suggestions things, what would you like to see, and that kind of thing. And of course, we all know that Asha, she works on metrics and data. She came from AI, right? It's all about metrics and data and you know, feedback and all that stuff, right? So the number one request, I don't have to go through all the other stuff. We went through that last night on XNC. We talked about it. They weren't as consequential, obviously, as the number one requested thing from the Xbox community, right? The number one requested thing, whatever, feature from the Xbox community was exclusives. I saw that, and I'm like, I wasn't surprised by that. I wasn't surprised by that at all. Now, this whole Sony thing has just lit a whole fire under their ass now, because now they're like, oh, shit. Nintendo's always gonna Nintendo. We all know how they work, right? You ain't seeing Nintendo, like, you know, you're not gonna be playing Mario Odyssey on Steam or anything like that, okay? Nintendo is always gonna Nintendo. But now PlayStation has done their thing, and they're like, nope, walled garden, see you later. You want these games? You want these big first-party single-player games? You gotta play them here. And they also talked about their initiative of how they're kind of, even though they're still coming out with live service games, they're still going to continue to do that even into the future. However, they have already talked about how their main focus will continue to be their strength, which is first-party single-player games. Golden Souk is in the house. Nice to see you, buddy. So here's the thing. Now it's exclusives. That's the number one thing. So now that brought up a whole plethora of thoughts and emotions that came out of me where I'm just like, huh. So I have a question. I have questions that I don't feel are being answered by anybody. Because I keep seeing things. Now this is not like any disrespect to me. I'm literally just saying, this is what I read, this is what I see. Xbox won't survive without exclusives. Okay. You know, I see this. They have to do exclusives. They have to do it because otherwise they won't survive. And I'm like, they did exclusives for 23 years with diminishing returns over the last 12. So like, you know what I mean? Like that. These are some of the things I'm trying to like wrap my mind around. You know what I mean? I'm just like, how does this work? I'm like, and I'm not being an asshole. I'm really like, look at me right in the face, folks. I am literally not being an asshole. I'm asking questions because it doesn't seem like anything is making any logical sense to me, and I'm trying to see if there's an angle I don't know, because I'm not a know-it-all, even though I pretend to be sometimes, but I'm not a know-it-all. I would like to see if there's an angle I'm not getting or I'm missing, and that's why it's important to have open dialogue with human beings, not close the doors because someone thinks differently than you. Go look at the political world right now. Open dialogue, right? So my question is this. Well, not my question, excuse me. I'm going to just kind of pose this here. The beginning of this generation, the first 4 years of the series console, of the series generation, were exclusive. And they did worse than they ever done. Like Halo was exclusive. Starfield was exclusive before any of that Project Latitude talk. Halo was exclusive. Indiana Jones was exclusive. Starfield was exclusive. Forza Horizon 5 was exclusive. All these games were Psychonauts. Well, no, I don't remember if Psychonauts 2. I think that was a multiplat. Never mind. I'll pull that one out. What I'm trying to get at is that all those games that were coming out for them for the first 4 years on the Xbox. I know 2 of the years was basically almost nothing, but like, you know, from 2022 and 2023 were pretty piss poor years, right? But a lot of those games were exclusive, and they didn't do anything. So my question is, and this is just a question, like I said, I'm not trying to be inflammatory. I'm asking a question. If they didn't do anything when they're exclusive, how does it make any sense that going back to that is going to change anything? I don't know. I'm just, like I said, I'm asking. Like, does it make any sense to anybody? Like, can someone answer me that? Yes, you could point to the quality of the games. Absolutely. You can absolutely do that, Mad. You're absolutely right in the chat. Talos, how you doing, buddy? Oh, yeah, Gears. Gears 4 and 5 were exclusive. They didn't do anything. They didn't move the needle. They used those ridiculous numbers. 5 million people tuned in. It's kind of like with Netflix. It's like, if you, like, you know when you sit on a tile on Netflix for like a couple seconds, and then that counts as a view. Did you know that, by the way? And you know, like when the movie starts playing, like while it's in the tile? That counts as a view. Even if you're not even watching it, you skip over to the next box or whatever to look at it. I'm not saying Xbox is doing that. I'm just saying that, like, some of these metrics did not add up to the dollars and cents that it needed for, you know, for it to be successful. So I'm asking these questions. What's up, Pats? How you doing, man? Dark Zone's in the house? That's right. I know the Game Pass thing. Game Pass is a situation. It is a situation. That's another thing that's going to have to be examined at some point, because the things, yeah, they all release on Game Pass, as Pat's is saying. Now, that's the thing. My actual next question is this. If Game Pass was working for them, then why did they go to Project Latitude? Clearly, it wasn't working. It wasn't enough for them. Right? So, like, I'm looking at that, and I'm like, well, why the sudden change? Why the change? I mean, they had the Game Pass model. There's people, they had millions of people in Game Pass, whatever else, blah, 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 blah. We all know that. And it's like, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, yeah, well, now we're going to start putting it everywhere. Well, why? Because if it was enough to keep that going and keep that sustaining for the future of the brand, then why did they start putting them elsewhere? The 30% markup margin, by the way, did not happen until a year after Latitude even started. So, you know, that's not a thing. So can't use that one. It's just, it's showing you without telling you, so to speak. It's showing you without telling you that exactly what's happening is that it wasn't enough. It wasn't working enough. It wasn't bringing in enough revenue. People weren't buying enough games on top of the Game Pass subscription, which should be a supplementary thing, not their main focus. They tried to make it their main focus. Not enough people adopted. We saw their numbers. If you go back to the ABK trial and you look at the documents, I read those documents. I read the documents, so I know that their projections for Game Pass were way higher than what they ended up being. Like 25 million people higher than they is what they had projected. Is what they got. What they got was 25 million less than what they had projected in court. Right? Don't worry, Chad. I'm not ignoring you. I'm going to read what you guys got to say. Atwater, I'll get to your comment in a moment. Actually, I'm going to get to it right now. He says, from my perspective, they should make it exclusive since gamers could just access it on Steam, given Helix otherwise. Keeping it exclusive would force you to at least get into the ecosystem. Yes. And that's going to be something I'm going to bring up in a moment. I'm just trying to set the table here before we start eating. You know what I mean? So you look at that situation. I'm like, okay, so then they did that. They moved it over, and then they started doing this, the Project Latitude, started putting it on the PlayStation, and then whatever. And then now we're seeing how that's working out or not working out in a lot of cases. But the thing is, are you going to blame that? That's the other thing. Like, this opens up a whole other can of worms. Is it because of the PlayStation community not supporting it, or is it because the games weren't to the caliber that everybody wanted to play? Because the thing is, and I pointed this out on XNC, and I pointed this out right here, all you have to do is go to the achievements on some of the games that have been on Game Pass from the first-party studios. I'm not saying the games are bad, but people are not engaging with them. If you look at games like even Hi-Fi Rush and your Outer Worlds 2s and your Avowed, just look at the achievements. 2 hours into the game, and you're popping rare achievements even now because people weren't engaging. They have those numbers. They have that data. So people on Xbox weren't even playing the damn games. So you're expecting the PlayStation guys to go shell out $50, whatever, for some of these games? Why would they? So that's that situation. Then you get into They started raising the prices. They started doing this and that, whatever. We saw how that all went down, right? Okay? And then that started pushing more people away. Now, we look forward to, like, let's say the Helix. Okay? We got this Helix situation going on. Now you got the Helix, and now you got a situation where you might have Steam on there. And this is another question I have. Now, I'm not expecting you guys to answer these questions, by the way. I'm not expecting you guys to answer. I'm putting it out in the universe because I don't, maybe I'll never get these answers until things the actual come to fruition, but they are, these are I would love to eventually know the answers to these questions. My next one is this. I thought about this the other day too. Now, let's say, okay, well, we got the Helix coming and this and that, whatever. It's going to be a hybrid, PC console kind of situation, whatever the hell. And now the thing is, if you look at, like, for example, Steam, let's just say, now, like Colt and I talked about this last night, and I actually brought it up with him, and I said, Colt, the more I'm thinking about it, I'm starting to wonder if Steam is even going to show up in this thing. And he said, and he was nodding his head yes, and he's like, I know. Because he's starting to think the same thing. Now, nobody said Steam. They just said your Xbox ecosystem, your Xbox games, and your PC games. The thing is, if, let's say you put Steam on there, okay? Let's say Steam is available. Steam is considered, by many, if not most, that Steam is the best storefront, period, out of all of them. It's better than PlayStation, better than Xbox, better than Nintendo. Better than Epic Store, better than whatever, right? And it's like the de facto best platform for you to purchase and play, get games on or whatever. The Steam storefront, okay? So now you look at that situation, and you're like, okay. So you put your competitor. This is where I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying not to laugh while I'm doing it because I'm thinking about it. The more I'm thinking about it, I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. So let's say you put your number one competitor in the PC market because you got Windows and you got Steam, right? You got Steam on there. Your number one competitor. They are not exclusive. They are a third-party company taking 30% of your profit, just like PlayStation. We'll get into that in a moment. So you're going to put them on there, and let's just say, for argument's sake, everybody's got their Steam now on the Helix, right? What's going to happen is when they start seeing those Steam sales, the legendary Steam sales, the summer sales, the winter sales of this and that, you could buy Assassin's Creed for like $3 and a bag of peanuts or whatever. You know what I mean? People are going to start buying all this shit on Steam. Now, my question is this. Xbox ain't getting none of that. So every time you get something and access it on Steam, Xbox gets $0. $0. Unless you're buying an Xbox game on Steam. But why would you do that if you've got a Helix that has your Xbox ecosystem on it? You could just get it on Game Pass, or you could buy it on the Xbox Store, in which case, at the Xbox Store, Microsoft gets 100%, right? Because they are the publisher and the storefront, so they get 100%. If you were to buy an Xbox game on Steam, which why would you, if Game Pass exists in its current business model form, then Steam would take 30% and Microsoft would take 70%. But if you're buying games on Steam that has nothing to do with Microsoft, then Microsoft gets nothing. So the thing is, why would you allow that as Xbox, as Microsoft? Why would you be like, why would we do that? And you sure as shit know Santa Claus over at Valve, he has a good working relationship with Microsoft. He used to work there. He's an ex-employee. He has good standing with them. They have good rapport with each other. But business is business. Right? Business is business. You think Gabe is going to be like, yeah, no, you guys could take 15% and I'll take 15, and then you guys could take the 70 for the what? How is that going to work? Magnum is saying it never made sense. No one ever explained how Steam on Xbox made any sense. Yeah, dude, it doesn't make any sense. So, like, if you buy a Helix, all right? You got your Helix and it's sitting there. And I would like a Helix, but I would like a Helix if I can get Steam. So that I have my Xbox ecosystem, which I have, I think I have about 800 digital games. By the way, that's including the fact that I was on Game Pass for 7 years. I still have almost 800 purchased digital games on my Xbox. There you go. Okay? So the thing is, at that point, I got my Xbox, right? It's there right there in the Helix. However, what I would really like is I would love to have access to Steam in my living room with a high-powered piece of hardware like a Helix. I'm not a PC gamer. I have a powerful PC, but I use it only for YouTube, and that's all there is to it. So now that being the case, so I'm looking at this situation, and I'm like, okay, so I want that. So I will buy a Helix if it has that. But here's the caveat, and I've seen a lot of people say that. If Helix does not have Steam, it's lost its allure to me, because then I could just keep my Series X. I'll get rid of my Series S. I'll sell it for like $200 or so. I'll sell it on Facebook Marketplace for a couple $100. No big deal. I will keep the Series X, and that will be supported well into the 2030s. I know that for sure. At least up until 2032. So, and then there's something else, by the way. It's very cool, actually. It's very cool little a bit of tech for anybody who didn't hear me say this before, is that what they also were working on right now. They're testing some technology that they're utilizing cloud through the consoles, so that your console is essentially a node or a beacon for cloud service. So you will be able to play games into the future on an Xbox Series console, but you will be able to get all these great features like, 4K 60 and ray tracing and all that kind of shit, but it'll be done through the cloud, and your console will act basically as just a, as a node to access the cloud. Very cool, right? So for a lot of people who will not be able to afford to buy a Helix, they can keep those series consoles and be able to continue using those well into the future. So that's very, very cool and very, very cost effective and smart for a lot of people who cannot afford a presumably anywhere from $800 to $1,000 console next generation. So I think that's a very positive move, to be quite honest. What's up, Itchy? So here's the thing. If the Helix does not have Steam, I don't see a reason for me personally to buy it, because I can still access my Xbox right now. And if I really wanted to, I still got this PC I'm staring at down over here. It's a 4000 series PC, but I use it to power YouTube, because YouTube takes a lot of horsepower to run, folks. So I've got the PC as a backup if I really want to, and my Xbox is already on PC. It's there. Like I've like registered all my shit there, so like I can get to my PC. I can get to my PC Xbox on PC if I really want to. It's right there. I just made sure it was there, but I never use it. But I got the Series console right there. I got a Series X right there. So the thing is, if it doesn't have Steam, I'll just keep that. But if it does have Steam, it doesn't make sense for Microsoft. It's like, it's never ending. Nothing makes any sense. Oh! You see what I'm getting at, guys? I'm trying to figure this out, and I can't figure it out. None of it makes any logical business sense to me right now. Maybe because I don't know the entire inner workings of what they're doing. That's obvious. I know some of what they're doing. I know somebody who knows exactly what they plan on doing, but he won't tell me because he's a dick. I'm just kidding. It's very sensitive information. That some of that stuff he's not going to tell me, or it is not going to tell me. I'm not going to say whether it's a he or a she, even though I totally said it was a he. But either way, it doesn't matter. The point is that doesn't make sense. Now, there was something else I was going to break down, and I kind of forgot it. And now I got to scroll back up because someone said it in the chat, and it was another question I had. So now with this whole Steam situation, we got to look at that, folks. Steam is it? Oh yes, I remember what it was now. My next question in all of this, and like I said, this is what keeps me up at night. I'm lying in bed staring at the ceiling, and I'm trying to figure this shit out because I'm one of those guys that, like, I can't just sit back and be like, well, let's just see. I can't do that. It's never been my personality. My personality has always been, I need to break this down and figure out exactly what's happening, right? Now, my next question is this. This is a question that I had for the community. I said it last night on XNC, and no one could answer me. I looked in the chat. I was staring at the chat the whole time. I said, can someone actually answer this for me? And I said, when it comes to, like I said, the number one requested feature for Xbox is exclusivity. So my question is, what is the definition of exclusivity? What the hell are we talking about here? Because if the games are available on Epic Store, GeForce Now, Steam, Windows, and Xbox, that's not exclusive. your competitor Steam does not count as exclusivity. Simbrel, what's up, dude? That's a tough name. Is it Simbralinwood? I'm just gonna call you. I don't want to call you Wood. It's gonna seem weird. That's a long ass name. I like it though. Hey, LePedro, what's going on? Do not send me a super chat saying "Let's go Dodgers." You can cut that shit out right now, LePedro. Just say hello in the chat.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Okay. Hey, and Simberlin Wood has just subscribed to the channel. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to hell.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Everybody, welcome in the new maggot, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in. Noisy mofo, whatever pisses the ponies off. Okay, so Maverick is saying basically not PlayStation and Nintendo. Okay, so the thing is, though, my question is this. What's the difference at that point? Because Steam is a third-party competitor that takes 30% of your profit. That is literally no different than Sony. That's a third-party competitor taking 30% of your profit. It is no different than Nintendo. That is a third-party a third-party company taking 30% of your profit. It is the same as Epic Game Store taking 30% of your profit. It's the same fucking thing. Dented Iron, did I say hi to you, by the way? I'm not even sure. So the thing is, to me, and like I said, we're allowed to agree and disagree. So you guys can, do whatever you got to do. Talk in the chat. Talk to me. What's up, Street? How you doing, man? It is not exactly. He says agreed. That's not the definition of exclusivity at all. I'm starting to come up with a new phrase. I thought of this last night. I started laughing about it because, the political world and stuff, right? And so I told it to my wife, and she started giggling. She goes, that's kind of funny. And I said, I think some people have PDS. And she goes, what the hell's PDS? I go, PlayStation Derangement Syndrome. Hey, man, I'm Canadian. I'm not involved in any of the fucking political craziness, right? I just kind of watch it from above. I'm like, I got my own problems up here with, with Commie Carney doing his thing. So, anyway, I'm just joking around. But I thought that was a pretty funny statement. So I was just like, hey, it's PDS. So basically the idea is like, you want it everywhere but PlayStation, but you're going to call that exclusive. What the fuck does that even mean? Steam is literally doing the same thing. Steam is PlayStation. They're taking 30% of your and they're taking your fucking players with them because people are buying PCs and they're fucking off to Steam. It is no different. The chat likes that PDS. I thought it was kind of funny. You can call me Simbre. All right. That's going to be your name from now on. And your stepdad is a gamer too. Excellent. Outstanding. Gaming in the family is a good thing, man. It's a good way. It's a good way to bring the family together, I can tell you that much. Here's my personal definition of what I think exclusivity should be. If Xbox were to do it. Now, here's the funny part. And when I said it last night on XNC, I was watching Colt, right? We laughed about it afterwards. It was kind of funny. But it's true. I said this. I said console exclusivity is not what people want it to be. It's not an a la carte. You don't just pick a la carte. Well, you can have that there, and then you can have this there, but you can't have it there. But you can have it there, and you can have it there, and you can have it there, but you can't have it there. What the fuck is that? If you want exclusivity, then it needs to be on Xbox and Xbox PC Windows. That's the definition of exclusivity. Because if Steam players want to play the next whatever hotness that, like, let's say, I don't know, whatever. Let's just make, Gears of War, okay? I know Gears of War is going everywhere, but, like, let's pretend it wasn't. Okay, Gears of War, okay. No, never mind. Gears of War E-Day 2. Okay, and the Steam players all want to play Gears of War E-Day 2. Guess what? You're going to have to get into the Xbox. You have to buy it on the Xbox store, whatever. You have to get it on Windows, which means you have to get into their ecosystem, which means you're giving Microsoft 100% of the profits. That is how exclusivity works. Not be picky and choosy as to who gets exclusives. If Xbox wants to, listen, man, I've been in this ecosystem for 20 years, 21 years in the Xbox ecosystem. I know what actual exclusivity is. And it sure as shit ain't Steam, Epic, GeForce Now, Xbox, Windows, that's 5 storefronts. 2 of them belong to Xbox, 3 of them don't.
But the cream,
You know what I'm saying?
rise to the top. Oh yeah.
And if you've got what it takes and you have the quality software, people will come to you. That's the way you got to do it. So if you're going to rip the Band-Aid off, rip the goddamn Band-Aid off. And I said this last night on XNC. So anyways, sorry, I wanted to get something else. So when I said that, I'm watching Colt, right? I'm watching Colt's face. And I said, taking him off Steam. And his face, he went like this. He made like a face, right? He's like, oh, shit, kind of face, right? And I said, Colt, you made a face. I go, you made a face. I go, that means that you don't think that's a good idea. And that's fair. That's fine. Everybody's allowed to have their opinion. Colt and I are dear friends. And he has differing opinions. I have differing opinions. But we are friends. And we always will be. Right? But that, I said, dude, you made a face. Which shows you that that's not going to work. Which means that we're not talking about exclusivity. We're talking about keeping it off PlayStation. Oh, I saw the super chat, Andy Hart. I'm going to get to it. My brother. Where is it? Oh, it's right there. And we got Andy Hart coming in, dropping a £5 super chat, ladies and gentlemen. That is British proper money, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. He gets a little bit of a dance, too, because I made him wait a little bit longer. He gets a little bit of and you know what? Because Andy Hart's such a nice guy, he gets a little asha. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Thank you so much, Andy Hart, for the £5 super chat. Ladies and gentlemen, you know when it comes to currency, nothing matters but the British pound. And he says, with Sony now saying that they are double down on first-party exclusives, does that mean no Gears E-Day and PS5? No, Gears of War E-Day is coming to PS5. That is for sure. The last thing I heard, which was about 3 weeks ago, which I've told everybody before on XNC, and I said it here, what's happening is they were having some trouble optimizing for the Series S version, not the X version. And as a result of that, a little bit of their production time went a little bit spilled over. And as a result of the PS5 port is taking longer than expected because they were focusing on making sure that the Xbox experience was optimized first before they start putting it elsewhere. So yeah, there was a little bit of that, but it is still going to the PS5. But it may be delayed. It may not be day one. So, but it doesn't matter. Whatever. I mean, if it's a hot game, that's the thing. If it's a hot game and it's really good, people are going to buy it. People are going to buy it regardless. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Raven Gaming's in the house. What's up? And he says, why can't we all just put differences aside and just share things and learn how to improve it? Fair enough. Welcome to the chat, Raven Gaming. Nice to see you. And we got Street coming in, dropping a $10 super chat. Let's go, Street. Let's go. And Street says, let's see what he says. He says, I say, fuck it. Let Xbox keep every one of their games on their console, but Sony goes and buys Capcom and kicks the console wars back into full swing. Oh, thank you so much, Street, for the $10 super chat and a good laugh there, man. I appreciate that. You unlocked a rare achievement. Thank you very much for that. I could absolutely tell you Sony is not buying Capcom. Capcom is way too valuable and way too expensive. So, yeah, it ain't going nowhere. Raven Gaming getting back. Thank you, Street. I appreciate that. And thank you for the laugh, man. I love that. Raven Gaming, I agree with what you're saying. Now, the problem is companies don't think like that. We could think like that as a community. Be like, hey, man, listen, I don't give a shit about whatever. And you know what I mean? But the problem is companies don't think like that. Companies are just like, how can we slit the other company's throat and then leave them bleeding in the gutter? Right? That's what these guys do, man. They're all fucking savages. They're all savages at the end of the day. They don't care because it's for their benefit. They don't care. Like, the thing is, and I've learned this working in a very, very large corporation over the last couple decades, is that in order to move up the ranks, generally, I never did this because I refused to. And that's why I refused the top job 7 times before I finally took it on the 8th offer. And I'm not kidding. I turned down the top job 7 times. In order for people to move ahead, which I watched everybody else do, they step on everybody else's head and watch them sink and drown them as they're climbing up the ladder because people are fucking assholes. So, hey, Verge, what's going on, buddy? Welcome to the chat, bud. And corporations, well, that's what they do, right? So, unfortunately, kumbaya is not what they do. They may say that, like in a, like I said, in a face forward kind of way, but they definitely are not doing that behind the scenes. So, yeah. It kind of sucks. But anyhow, let me get back to this topic. Thank you guys for the super chats. Appreciate both you, Andy Hart and Street, and of course everybody else tonight, and the gifted members as well from 78 and the renewed memberships. You guys have all been amazing. So here's the thing. I say the definition of exclusivity is Windows PC and Xbox consoles. They did it before. You could do it again. Now, the thing is, at that point, that's what I said last night in the show. And I said, then, you know what? Let's just say they do that. Let's just say they do that. Okay? In this ideal world, we're just having this, we're having this conversation, this big speculative conversation. No one's saying this is happening. I'm just saying, let's just say it is happening in a speculative way. Okay? All right? And then Asha shows up one day and she says, hey, guys, guess what? We did it. It's all exclusive now. Sony's doing their thing. We're doing our thing. Nintendo's always doing their thing. And, and we're doing our thing now. You want it. You got to buy it on a Series console, a Helix, or Windows PC. That's it. That's Xbox ecosystem. That is truly the definition of Xbox exclusivity. Not third-party fucking companies, because that's no different than PlayStation or Nintendo. So you put them all there. Okay? Now, she looks at the community and says, all right, put your money where your mouth is. You wanted it? Start buying shit. Get your friends in here. We need Game Pass to jump to 60 million, not 24 million, not 30 million. By the way, I heard it's under 30 now. Right? And that was from a town hall. That was not public. But anyways, that's besides the point. That's a story for another time. I'm sure it's gone up then since they lowered the price. I'm sure that there's been a bit of an upswing, but we don't know that either. I haven't yet to speak to the whatever. I can't tell you that stuff. But anyways, the point is that they said, all right, we need 60 million in Game Pass now. We need X amount of sales of these games. We need people buying these games. We can't just have everybody just consuming there because we don't have the sheer volume in order to support it by just Game Pass. We need people to buy on top of Game Pass. So get on it. You guys wanted it? Start buying your shit. When I was on the Xbox 360 and the Xbox One and the Xbox One X, up until Game Pass in 2017, and even then, the first-party games weren't going to Game Pass right away, right? I was buying every single game. I bought every single game. I did it for generations, 3 generations, 2.5 generations, on Xbox specifically. I'd be happy to do it again. Now the other thing is we also have to stop with the dilution of that, because I saw even last night on XNC we were talking, people in the chat were like, well, make Elder Scrolls exclusive and Fallout exclusive, but keep this game multiplayer and multi-platform. Keep this multi-platform, but put Forza has to be multi-platform, but this one could be exclusive. I'm like, no. I'm like, this is not a buffet. If you want them, then take them as it is and say no. Shut the door and say, if you want Xbox, go get it. And that is going to show. And I want it to happen. And I want it to happen so badly. And do you know why I want it to happen so badly? Not because I want to see anybody fail or anything like that, or not succeed or not hit numbers, because I want to see them take a shot. And I want to see them take a shot. Xbox take a shot, a real shot at it. And then I want to see the community and see them back it up. Because if they did that, like I said, in a speculative, there's a speculation, speculative situation we're talking about here, okay? If they were to do that and it failed, the only one you can blame is yourself. The community. You can't blame anybody else. If they provide you, mind you, they have to provide you with top quality software that everybody wants. Not just a handful of Xbox gamers, everybody. Because if there's a hardcore PlayStation guy who only plays on PlayStation, okay, but he looks across the pond and he goes, what's that party going on over there? And he looks over the fence and he sees this big old party going on in the Xbox camp, and he's like, shit, what do they got going on over there? And they're like, oh man, this fucking game. Everybody's playing this game. Everybody's talking about this game. Highest rated Metacritic game. Everybody's loving it. It's all over the news. It's on commercials on TV. It's at the halftime at the NBA playoffs and this and that, whatever. Then those people will dip their toes in the pool because they'll be like, listen, I'm not going to move all my shit over there. I got my stuff here. But I really want to play that game. And they will find a way over there because Xbox is going to have a ton of accessibility points. The Series consoles, the Helix, the Windows PC, cloud. I could turn on this monitor right here in front of me. Not this one I'm pointing at, but this other monitor I have in front of me. It's my gaming monitor. I turn it on. I don't need an Xbox. All I need is this. Because it's all right there. I can just access it from there. So a hardcore PlayStation guy can just be like, well, fuck, I'll subscribe to Game Pass for a month, or I'll buy the game for $50 or $60 or whatever, or $70 at full price if it's that hot, and I'll just access it through the TV, so I don't have to buy a console. Right? You're still getting people into your ecosystem, and that's how you do it. And if you continue, here's the thing. This is where consistency comes into play. Consistency comes into play because if you hit them with one banger, then you hit them with another banger, and then you hit them with another banger, guess what happens? All of a sudden, that hardcore PlayStation guy, who's going to remain hardcore PlayStation, don't get fucking twisted, okay? Don't get it all, don't get it all twisted like a linguine in your brain, okay? It's not going to happen. They're going to stay PlayStation, but they're going to be in your ecosystem a hell of a lot more if you have stuff that's going to keep them interested and occupied. And that is the responsibility now of those 40, 36, whatever studios they got over there at Xbox. It is their final responsibility. It's like being the last line of defense. They are the last line of defense. It is up to them to get people to come into that ecosystem and play those games. But if people in their own ecosystem are not even playing those games, and it is backed up by facts that Xbox gamers are not playing those games, go look at the achievements. That's all I got to say. Don't take my word for it. Go look at it. Go look at it for yourself. They're not playing those games. Therefore, they've got to fix that. And then you will get people who will continue to adopt Xbox. You will get PlayStation players who will dip their toes into Xbox once in a while to play their games. That's how you build it. That's how you build it. It takes away narratives. It takes away fighting. It takes away of making fun of them. It takes away all that stuff. But the thing is, you cannot, like a sports team, you cannot have one victory and 12 losses and say, well, the one victory is awesome. No, you have 12 losses. You need 8 or 9 wins and 3 losses, not one win and then a 12 losses and then another win and then 12 losses. That's not how it works. Consistency is king. The number one thing is, people ask me this a lot, by the way, over my career, 30 years in the culinary business, okay? And they asked me this one thing. They said, what's your favorite restaurant? I said, McDonald's. I don't even eat at McDonald's, okay? I don't eat at McDonald's. I think the last Big Mac I had was probably 3 years ago, right? I don't eat fast food unless I have no choice. And again, maybe once every 2 years I eat fast food. All right? I used to eat it all the time, like when I was younger and in my 20s and shit, but yeah. Anyways, I always say at McDonald's, they go, you don't even eat there. I'm like, I know I don't eat there. I said, but you know what the difference is? Consistency. Because the difference between a Big Mac, the way a Big Mac tastes now, tastes 5 years ago, tastes 10 years ago, tastes 15 years ago, tastes 20 years ago, and the fries are the same. The fries always taste great. They're always the same or whatever. Assuming you don't have a shitty McDonald's with shitty staff, that's different. But I'm saying a quality McDonald's, whatever, you're getting consistency in product. That's why they were one of the biggest restaurants on the planet, and they became one of the biggest franchises on the planet simply because of consistency. It is no different in the video game space. If you do not have consistency with your software, with your product, I'm not talking about hardware, because Xbox hardware is outstanding. I have never had a problem. Well, the only problem I had was my Xbox One X melted, and then it was fucked. But my Series X is a beast. My Series S is a beast. My Xbox One was a monster. That thing never went down. That thing was a beast right to the very end, and then I ended up selling it, right? When I get new hardware, I just sell the old one. 360, okay, a little hit and miss with the red ring of death, but that's because they made a deal with China. You know what I mean? But that was a whole different thing.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
There you go. China gave us those wonky parts, and then we got the red ring of death. So that's the thing. So consistency is key. And if you cannot bring that consistency, you cannot expect to hang on to your fan base. They will start wandering off. What happens in a relationship? Besides money, what is the number one reason for divorce? Besides money, besides financial? Infidelity. Why? Because there isn't a consistency to the relationship, whether it's emotional, whether it's physical, and what ends up happening? When the quality of that breaks down, people start wandering off looking for quality. And even if it's not quality, they just start wandering off looking for something else. It's no different. And I'm not even making a joke about that. I'm being serious. But if you're not providing consistent software that everybody wants to play, people start wandering away looking for better things to do, because what ends up happening, it's their fucking money, man. It's their money at the end of the day. And if you're not willing to deal with that, and if you're not willing to address that, people will continue to walk away. And that's exactly what happened this generation to Xbox. Tons of people walked away. I know so many, never mind my circles. How many times have you heard, I was Xbox 360, I was Xbox One, by the series consoles, I just left and went to PlayStation, or I went to PC and now I'm on Steam, or whatever, right? How many times you hear that story? Because people are just like, listen, man, we tried. My wife was one of them. My wife owned every Xbox except for the OG. She owned a 360. She owned a 360 Elite. This is when we were dating. Okay, she owned a 360 and a 360 Elite. She owned an Xbox One. She owned an Xbox One X. She owned an Xbox Series X. And then 3 years into the generation, she literally, I was down here. It was before YouTube. I was on YouTube and other people's channels. I was down here playing games and whatever. And I could hear all this noise going on upstairs. I told you guys a story before. Fucking wires and stuff banging on the floor, on the hardwood floor, because I could hear the wires banging around. I go, what the fuck is she doing up there? And I go up there and I see her carrying a box with all these wires and the Series X in it. And she had it in the original box, but she was trying to put it in proper, right? Because we keep all our boxes. When it comes to hardware, I keep all my boxes, right? So I go, what are you doing? And then she goes, I am so sick and fucking tired of waiting. And she went right to EB Games, which was EB Games. It wasn't called GameStop yet. They hadn't switched it over. And she bought a PS5, and she never looked back. And she's like, and she missed out on a bunch of PS4 games, so she had a ton of games to catch up on, plus the games this generation. She's having a blast. She's gaming 7 days a week. She loves it. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying everybody's doing that, but like this was during the 2022-2023 drought that they had, right? And even 2020 and 2021, the games came out, but they weren't great. The only one that was super great was Psychonauts 2. Fantastic game. I loved Halo Infinite, by the way. I loved Halo Infinite, but it was not a banger. You know. Hivebusters was incredible. That was a 10 out of 10 experience for me, but that was at the end of the last generation, and that was, of course, Coalition. But, you know, anyway, it's besides the point. You see what I'm saying? The consistency in software, after all the shit that we talked about, exclusivity, this, that, where it going, ding, ba-dam, boom, ba-dam, ba-ding, ba-dam, ba-doo, ba-dam, ba-doo. At the end of it all, if you do not back it up with that consistent quality software, people will leave. Now, the thing is, and this is the last thing I'm going to say before I want to get to Andy Hart, Super Chat drops another £5 Super Chat. The man is amazing. Thank you so much, Andy Hart. I appreciate you, brother. The fact that he dropped 2 Super Chats tonight, he has unlocked a rare achievement. There you go. There's the rare achievement. Thank you so much, Andy Hart. Appreciate you, brother. And he says, for £5 British, he says, I'm very excited for the Steam Machine. Maybe time to ditch my Series X, buy Steam Machine, and keep my PS5. Think Steam Machine could be a game changer. Fair enough. Now, here's the thing, Andy Hart. I'm glad you brought that up, brother. Thank you very much for the £5 Super Chat. I appreciate you, my friend. Here's the thing. Get that shit out of my chat, CyberGunter, right fucking now. I'll get the mouths to ban you. He said pineapple pizza. Get that out of that chat right now. Beast mode, do not encourage him with this pineapple pizza nonsense with jalapenos. Hey, Simbre, how you doing, man? He's back in the house. I loved Halo Infinite, man. It was awesome. The grapple in Halo Infinite is the greatest thing that they've added to Halo in the entire series of the game. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. I loved it. And then the punch. You guys remember that? Like you like grapple a dude with the band. The grapple, you grapple an enemy and then bang, and then you just punch him in the face. That was literally my favorite thing to do. Like Master Chief punch in the face was fucking awesome. Anyways, Andy, I want to get back to what you were saying there about the with your super chat in regards to the Steam machine. Now, I was going to buy a Steam machine. Okay, I was going to buy a Steam machine. And I'm like, oh, I want this because I want Steam in my living room. My kids, they watch all these YouTubers that like young kids. They watch these YouTubers that play all these stupid fucking games on Steam. They're like $1 games. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, stay out of the lava or some shit. And then they did. And then of course, by the way, these people get like 100 million views, and they're playing some dumbass 99-cent game that they bought on Steam. And my kids all love that shit. They're like, I want to play that. I want to play that. I'm like, we don't have Steam. Even though I could. I mean, it would take like 5 minutes, but I don't want my kids farting around with my, I don't want my kids farting around with my war station, my battle station. That is not for them to touch. So I would love a Steam machine for the living room so that they could play all these stupid-ass 99-cent games or a bunch of these indie games that you can't get anywhere else, or the fact that, like, my daughter loves both my daughter and my son, they love the Five Nights at Freddy's games. They always come out on Steam first. The Poppy Playtime games, they all come out Steam first. Right? I mean, they would love to have access to all that shit over there. And be able to do it in the living room, right? So I would do that. However, my plan was originally, as I was saying, Andy Hart, this is the thing I was thinking of, is that I was going to get a Steam machine and keep my series consoles and buy a PS6. So I would have a Steam box, a PS6, and keep my series consoles, because I'm like, I ain't paying $1,400 or $1,500 for an Xbox. But then when they said it could come with Steam, it could basically be a high-powered PC in a console form or whatever, I'm like, you know what? That's a lot more interesting. And I'm like, and if it comes with Steam on top of my Xbox library, I'm like, I'm buying a Helix. I'll say, forget the Steam machine. I'll wait for the Helix. I'll buy the Helix, and I'll have the best of both worlds. I'll have the PC, the console, and I'll have access to Steam. I'll have the box in my living room, so I can have Xbox and Steam in one box. And even if I have to pay a little more for it, it's fine because I'm getting those two worlds that I'm interested in. However, without the promise of Steam right now, I'm on the fence. I have to wait. I'm in a hold. I'm not on the fence. I want to buy a Helix, but I'm in a holding pattern until I get confirmation. But if I do not get confirmation and they say it's not coming, it's not going to be on there or whatever, and this all harkens back to the exclusive thing, by the way. If that is indeed the case, then I'll buy a Steam machine. So anyways, I hope that answers the question, Andy Hart. I appreciate your super chat, brother. And LePedro, in classic LePedro style.
You're fired!
You're fired. He sends in a $2 super chat, which I told him not to do. And he says, let's go, Dodgers. Let's go. Are they winning tonight? I'm sure they are. Yeah, Goku, I'm really starting to have doubts about it, dude. I'm really starting to have doubts about Helix having Steam because it doesn't make financial sense. Can you imagine that? Everybody buys not everybody, but like a large group of people buy Helix and they're all on the fucking Steam? What's the point? And then Steam having a Steam machine on top of it? You see what I'm getting at? Everybody keeps forgetting about the Steam machine. So imagine you have a Helix with Steam and then a Steam machine coming out at this, like, around, I don't know, in the same year. The fuck? That would be insane. I mean, at that point, if I were going to spend $1,500, let's say, like Canadian, I have to specify Canadian. Thank you so much, LePedro. I appreciate you, brother, even though you say things about, the Dodgers. But it's all good. You are loved and appreciated here, my friend. You know, if I'm presumably going to spend around $1,400, $1,500 Canadian on a Helix, and let's say it doesn't have Steam for any whatever reason, I would actually just sell all my Xbox hardware and then just buy a PC. Because I can get at least $400 for maybe even $500 traded. Maybe not trade-in, but certainly I could sell them on Facebook Marketplace for like, you know, $200 for a Series S and $300 for a Series X. I can get $500 right off the rip for that easy. I could sell that 5 minutes up the road. Anybody will buy that for those prices, right? That's a good idea. I would actually sell the Series consoles, both of mine, and then put that towards a PC, and then I'll be able to get my Helix experience by having my Xbox and Steam on the same box. It'll cost me a little more, but I mean, I could get that $500, you know, the reduction in price with the $500 by selling those two consoles. That would help with the hit. At least I can do that. I mean, that would be an option, right? I don't think Microsoft would give a shit. I'd still be in their ecosystem. They'll still get money from me. And then, of course, I have access to Steam. But the only difference is that I wouldn't set it up in my living room. You know what I mean? Or maybe I would do that. I don't know. Maybe I'll do that. I know some guys put up their PCs in the living room or whatever, but I don't want to fuck around with that. I don't know. I'm not really sure. Hey, Smelling Wrestling Geek, how you doing, buddy? And he says, I would be like buying a Helix over a PS6. All right. Well, you're going to buy that Helix? Fair enough. My understanding is that the Helix is actually going to be a very, very, very powerful machine. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it does. Now, I'm not worried about the power of the machine. I'm not worried about what Gandalf does with the machine in terms of, what's his name, Jason Ronald. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm not worried about the hardware. I just want to see what services are offered with it. That's what I want to see. But at the end of the day, folks, when it comes down to all of this stuff, I have a lot of questions. And when it comes to some of these things, I think, my personal feeling, I think that a lot of people don't know what they want. They act like they know what they want, but like when you actually ask the questions, like with any form of logic to it, they can't give you an answer. They just kind of stare at you like this. And I'm like, well, what the fuck does that mean? You know what I mean? With everything that I presented to you guys tonight and my thoughts and opinions and feelings about everything. And I was just like, hey, Runaway Dragons in the house. Let's go. Listen, Lemon, I'm so pissed that I'm not going. I mean, listen, man, I got a concert that night, as I already told you. But the night that you're doing that podcast, but that would have been fucking dope, man. I would have really enjoyed being there. Like, everybody, go check out, first of all, go check out Runaway Dragons channel. And next weekend, next Saturday, he's doing a legendary show with all the people that are going to LA to go see the Summer Games Fest and the Xbox Showcase and the Gears Showcase. He's going to be doing a whole show about all those people. Unfortunately, that very night, I also have a concert in the city, so I will be in downtown Toronto that night at a concert, so I will not be able to make the show. So it kind of sucks, but it would have been nice to see everybody there before we actually get together in person, and it'd be awesome to hang out and party with everybody, so it'll be cool. So anyways, as I was saying, to wrap up this whole thing, is that at the end of the day, the only thing I want to see is these companies succeed. And the reason why is that, we will be in the building in LA. Oh, baby. I want to see them all succeed. Now, they all get smoke from me, every single one of them. Nintendo gets their fair share. Sony got about 45 minutes of shit from me tonight from all their rake stepping and all their bullshit that they've been doing over the last 10 days. Fucking unbelievable. You literally have like the console generation in the palm of your hand, and then you start fucking things up. They could have done. Listen, like I said before, they could have started fucking things up in January 2027, and no one would have cared. Because by then they would have sold all the PlayStations and everybody would be playing GTA 6 and Modern Warfare 4, all those PS4 players who haven't adopted a PS5 yet. They would have made all of that. But now they muddy the waters with their bullshit. And then now on top of it, we got this, what's going on. Now, Microsoft has not done anything wrong, in my opinion, since Asha has taken over. That's just me. But there's a lot of things that have to come into play later on, and this is what we talked about, and these are things that they're going to affect the future. I think that 2026 is a slam dunk for them, and I think Asha walked in for a slam dunk. Like, she didn't have to do nothing. She did a bunch of quality of life stuff because she didn't have to do anything else because they got 5 flagship titles. The first of them were released. It's the highest rated game on Metacritic in 2026. That's only part 1. She's still got 4 bangers to go. So 2026 is a lock, right? Her real job is going to start in January 2027 when she's got to look at all the data and figure out, okay, what are we doing here, guys? Right? And that's when business plans are going to have to get made. Decisions are going to have to get made. What games are coming out next year compared to the games that you've had this year? This is a banner year. This is a year that's never happened before. With this many first-party, like especially flagship titles coming out in 1 year, this has never happened before. And it sure is not. It's not going to happen in 27 because you have them all this year. So what are you going to do in 27? You can't just have. It's like watching a movie trilogy. You can't have the first one be an absolute banger and then the second one is just kind of You know what I mean? You got to follow up. You got to follow up greatness with more greatness. This is why I was getting back to what I was saying about consistency. Consistency is the key to all of it. And so Xbox got their fill tonight from me about what I think they need to do for their future. And it's great for all of us because even if you don't even like Xbox, you want them to succeed because it'll make whatever platform you're on even better because they're going to be fighting tooth and nail for your dollar. Meet the cheater, what's up? Did I say hi to you yet? I don't even know if I said hi to you. That's right, Dark Zone. It's the highest rated game on 2026. So Asha has that slam dunk. Johnny's in the house. What's you doing? How you doing, buddy? Nice to see you. So, ladies and gentlemen, officially, that is the show. That is the show, ladies and gentlemen. That is the show. I just hit the gong. That is the final gong for the show. However, does that mean the show is over? No, it doesn't mean the show is over. What we're going to do, and Magnum, I will answer your question as soon as I go grab myself a beer. Because now it is the after party. So if you got beer, you got party stuff, bring out the party favors. Let's go. We're going to have some community talk now. Ask me any question you want. You want to ask me about the bulging discs in my neck or the bulge in my pants? You want to ask me about whatever else you want to ask me? Go ahead and ask away. You want to talk about Marvel movies? You want to talk about more video games? We'll keep doing all that shit. You want to talk about 90s hip-hop? Let's do that. You want to talk about whatever? You want to talk about the Blue Jays? We'll talk about the Blue Jays. We'll talk about how funny it is that the Blue Jays sent over what's his face over to the Mets, and the guy can't even catch a fucking fly ball. Hey man, Bo Bichette, he was fucking awesome on Toronto. The guy gets a $60 million contract. He fucks off to New York, and the guy can't even catch a fly ball. LePedro, you got your weed? All right. Bring it up. Beast Mode drops in a $1 super chat. Thank you so much. And he says nothing. Let's go. Yes, so guys, give me like 1 minute. Oh my God, Ion Storm, you've been up for 23 straight hours. Dude, get to sleep, man. Go get to sleep. Thank you for being here, brother. Thank you for your support, man. Always appreciate it. Beast Mode, thank you very much for the support, man. Appreciate that too. So anyways, give me a minute. Let me go crack a beer. And then I promised you guys a little surprise. So I'll be back with it in just a moment. And then we will have whatever conversation you want to have while we have a couple of drinks and hang out, okay? All right, be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the after show. It's the after party. Now I can kick back and I can just chill, man. Now I can just chill. We can just talk. We can just talk about whatever. The show is over. It will carry on. But like I said, I promised you guys I was going to show you something. So my cousin, as you well know, the doctor, who's been here in the chat several times before. He spent the last couple of months in the Far East. He was all over the place. He was in Laos. He was in Vietnam. He was in Cambodia. He was in Japan. And like he was just basically like, he was in Thailand for a while. I'm sure he got a couple lady boys. I hope he's listening right now. Beer o'clock, bitches. Let's go. Oh. I've had a very long day, so it's great wah. It certainly is. So, through all the trials and tribulations and everything that he had to get through to get this goddamn thing into the country, ladies and gentlemen, it is right here. He got it back for me. The doctor, the legend, has got me my Cobra liquor. Ha ha! Look at that shit! Look at that. There it is. By the way, those little, like these little veiny things that you see here, those are not veiny things. Those are like herbs. They're like the stems from herbs. There it is. That is a cobra in there, as you can see. The fins are fanned out. And you know how much hassle he had to go to get this into the country, because they had to check to make sure it was not an endangered species and all that shit or whatever. I am not going to drink this fucking thing. I can tell you that right now. The reason why is because when they're not 100% sure, sometimes what happens is you can get ethanol poisoning from it because the alcohol is supposed to neutralize the venom, right? But the thing is, sometimes it doesn't really work out. So some people like don't make it. It's like, yeah, it's just going to be on display. That's all there is to it. So there it is, folks. It's got it. It's in the house. Oh, fuzzy tomato, that'll no problem with it. It's not illegal. It's legal, and it came here legally in the country, and customs looked at it, and they're like, yeah, that's fine. You can bring it in. But they had to inspect it first, and they had to make sure it wasn't an endangered species. It is not. So it is there right now. Yeah. Yeah, Jay Silver headline. Xbox Insider, middle-aged game guy flashes his snake on stream. Yeah. So yeah, it is not an illegal product. You can buy it. It's just they have to just check it at customs to make sure that it's like it's legit and good to go. And it was looked at by customs, and they said, yeah, you can bring it in. It's fine. And they brought it in. So there it is. So I got the snake. So it just sits on the bar, and I just kind of stare at it. I named him Charlie, and that's it going forward. That's right. Yeah, there it is. Got any other questions in the chat from the community? Let's see what's going on in here tonight. Someone asked me about 007. I just saw it. SJM, how you doing, man? Nice to see you in the chat. Yeah, Chaba, that's badass. It is badass, but I would never drink it. Hey, the one I drank in Vietnam wasn't a Cobra. Oh, so you did do it in Vietnam, eh, Grandpa Barbecue? That's dope, man. Asha Sharma will be watching me in LA. You're damn right she will. She's gonna be watching me sing karaoke. That's what she's gonna watch. Someone in the chat asked me if I'm going to be playing 007. I am. Oh, there it is. It's LFL. He says, will you stream 007 day one, or if pre-ordered, one day early? I will be playing it on Monday next week, folks. CDB, I'm not opening up that damn box, man, because sometimes those fucking things are still alive. I don't want to deal with it. And the last thing I want to deal with is like a cobra from like Vietnam jumping out of a bottle, and then I have to like fight it with my kung fu styles right here in the arcade for all of you to watch, as amazing as that would be. He goes, that is cool. Where'd you get it again? You can get them in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. They sell snake wine, and viper wine is very common there. So it's pretty cool, eh? Yeah, pretty neat. So there it is once again. Everybody wants to check it out. Pretty cool, eh? Yeah. So, anyways, that's that.
Welcome to hell.
And Andy Hart, a member of 7 months, has renewed his membership. Thank you so much, Andy Hart, on top of his 2 super chats tonight. And he says, thank you so much, Andy Hart. Appreciate all your support, brother. And he says, new He-Man movie is looking good. You excited, Mag? I am excited for He-Man. I'm all in, baby. I'm all in. I like He-Man. I've always loved He-Man. Like one of the when I was in the 80s, when they had the He-Man toys, the really dope ones. I could only at that time. I mean, I used to get them like a little bit. Like I'd get one at Christmas, one during the summer, one on my birthday. I would get a different toy, right? And so like the very first one I had. Sorry, I'll get back to that 007 question in a minute. I was just gonna answer Andy Hart's question here. I bought Skeletor, but I only had Skeletor. So I would just have Skeletor like floating around in my hand, be like, I'll get you, He-Man. And I never even had He-Man. I just had Skeletor. And then my brother got He-Man and Battle Cat. You remember that shit came together? So you had Battle Cat and He-Man, and we would have battles of obviously with Battle Cat and He-Man fighting Battle Cat and He-Man versus Skeletor. And then eventually, I think it was my brother's. I got the other characters like one at a time. Man-at-Arms, which I believe in the movie is being played by Idris Elba, if I'm not mistaken. That's pretty cool. And so there's that, and then I ended up getting like Man-E-Faces, and then the lizard guy, Beastor, and Tila, and all those other characters. I loved that shit, man. He-Man was awesome. And I'm really looking forward to the movie. Yes, I'm looking forward to the movie. And then my brother for Christmas, it wasn't Christmas, it was his birthday. And my brother for his birthday got, if you can believe it, he got Castle fucking Grayskull. Yes. And so now when he got Castle Grayskull, there was another thing that got. No, let me tell you, Trapjaw. I never owned Trapjaw Devil Dog, but my neighbor across the street had Trapjaw. We used to like trade figures and borrow them here, borrow them back and forth and play together. It was awesome. You guys remember this? It was also in the 80s. You remember when they had the He-Man slime? Mossman and Skunk. Yes, the skunk guy, and he stunk really bad. He was dope. You guys remember the He-Man slime? It was the green slime that came in the little like the little tub. It almost looked like Play-Doh. And then like you could do it in Castle Grayskull. So when the guys like you could get a guy behind bars, and then you could pour the slime on top of him, and he would just like go down on the character and stuff. It was so cool. Skeletor is being played by what the hell's his name? He played Joker in the Suicide Squad. Jared Leto. Jared Leto is playing Skeletor, and he looks fucking great. I mean, he's basically CGI'd, but I mean, and his voice sounds pretty cool, man. Anyways, yes, thank you so much, Andy Hart, for the question, and of course the He-Man talk. Yes, to answer your question, LFL, I will be streaming because I already pre-ordered 007, courtesy of Grumpy Old Fart. I will be playing it the one day early, so I will be playing it on Monday afternoon, probably around noon or 12:30. Same thing as last time. And same thing as I did today with Forza Horizon. I will be playing it on the Monday before XNC. So I will be doing a stream in the midday and then going into XNC. And then I will continue the stream on Tuesday before getting into... Oh, no, sorry. Tuesday I cannot do that. Tuesday I'm going to be away. And then Wednesday and whatever else. And then I'm going to alternate between those games and Forza Horizon with community game nights or game days with Forza Horizon. Lego Batman. Yes, Alex. Lego Batman will be played on this Friday. So I'll be juggling those 3 games and probably doing a whole lot of that all the way up until the release of Halo sometime in July. So there's a whole bunch of things that we already have that we're doing. So, yeah. Grumpy Old Fart comes and drops another $10 super chat after the man has dropped, ladies and gentlemen, the man has dropped $185 in super chats tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Grumpy Old Fart is an absolute savage. And he says, almost forgot. It's time for me to pay the MAGGCAST extended editions tax. Life is life. La 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 la. Bop. Life. Brian Adams. Let's go. Thank you, Grumpy Old Fart. You are the best, my friend. You are amazing. And of course, courtesy of Grumpy Old Fart, with all the other stuff he's already donated to the channel, He also donated Wolverine to the channel as well tonight. So we're going to be playing a whole lot of that come September 15th right here.
The cream will rise to the top. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Other hobbies that I have, LFL, I play sports, tons of sports. I work out a lot. I cook. You know, all that kind of jazz, you know. I know. JC, what's up? And nice to see you in the chat tonight. He says, too many games, so little time. Dude, it's ridiculous. I'm going to be cycling through 4 games, basically, because some people are asking me to finish Pragmata, which I will. I could do that. I will do like a final, like a 2.5 hour stream on that to finish that game off. We'll do all kinds of stuff like that, man. Yeah, and then, of course, we got those other 4 games. Dino Saucers, Bionic 6, I do not remember. Dino Saucers, yes. Yeah. Thundercats was supposed to get a movie, Dallas, but it's no longer coming, man. By the way, yes, Jay Silver is 100% correct, ladies and gentlemen. On my free time, I also fight cobras. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I fight cobras with my bare hands. That's what happens here in this house.
Oh,
yeah.
no. Gringe.
Yep, and then I do a little dance afterwards. That's how we do it over here. All right, folks. Anybody got any questions? Let's go, man. Hit me up with some questions. Let's go. Hit me up. I'm right here. What else you guys want to talk about, man? It's been a great show, by the way. Great week so far. Like I said, had over 700 people, if not more by now. Checked out the Forza Horizon 6 stream I did today. XNC was great last night. My videos, I dropped 2 videos yesterday. Both of them are doing well. All new subs coming in to the channel. MAGGCAST going well tonight. Yeah, it's been awesome, man. And we'll continue that trend. Tomorrow I'm off. Tomorrow's an off day. I always take Wednesday off unless some like news hits or something. And then Thursday back at it. We will be doing community Forza Horizon 6 midday on Thursday. And then, of course, Friday Night Live, we will be dedicating that entirely to Lego Batman. So, yeah, it's Sergeant Essential. Did I even say hi to you yet, my friend? I will do a final stream on Saros as well. But let me tell you something about Saros. I finished the game privately. As you guys know, I don't just stream the games. I also play them behind the scenes, and I keep a separate save file for, like, the streaming. So, you know, we always continue where we left off kind of jazz. But here's the thing. Saros' story is so fucking ridiculous. I almost said the other R word. We don't want to say that live on the air. I know some people do it. I won't. But I'll tell you this. The Saros is a fantastic video game, okay? As a video game, it is fantastic. Its gameplay, the graphics, the mechanics, the movement, the art direction, the color schemes, the everything is just the gunplay, all top notch. 9 out of 10, if not 10 out of fucking 10. Fantastic. The only thing that drops it down is, my God, the story is so bad. I give the story I'd say a 1 out of 10. No joke. The story in Saros is a 1 out of 10 for me. What's up, Steve? How's it going, man? It is terrible. Terrible. I don't even know what the fuck happened. I played it like, I got to the end of the game twice. I even got like the secret ending, and I still don't even know what the fuck is going on. And I'm just like, you know what, man? Whatever. Your gameplay is so dope, but I cannot fathom this story. But the gameplay, 9 or 10 out of 10. And of course, everything else I mentioned, the art direction, the music, the graphics, the sound design, the gunplay, you know, the important shit. Those were all like 9 out of 10s or 10 out of 10s across the board. The game is a stellar game. However, the story is just atrocious. Grumpy Old Fart comes in, drops another $5 super chat. The man is out of control. Somebody stop him. Call the police. We gotta get him apprehended. We gotta stop him. Put him in a straitjacket. And he says, Grumpy Old Fart, thank you so much, man. Unbelievable tonight, dude. And he says, might be out of the subject question. Nothing's out of subject, dude. This is community talk. We talk about whatever the hell we want. He goes, but what's your thought on ETs, aliens, UFO, Bigfoot, Dogman, etc.? Excellent question, my friend. Excellent question. Excellent question. SJM, I did play the new Resident Evil, and I got the Platinum Trophy on it. I ran through the game 8 times, and then I did a 2-hour speed run right here on this channel. So if you actually go to my channel, go to the homepage, you can go to live, And when you go to live, scroll down and you'll find it. It's eventually there somewhere. And it's me doing a speed run of Resident Evil 9 Requiem. I finished it in under 2 hours. Yeah. Grumpy old fart. Aliens are 100% real. 100%. The thing is, when you look at Andy Hart, I kind of put Crimson Desert on the side for now, yeah. There's just too many other things to play. In a vast universe that continues to expand and grow, how could we be so ignorant by thinking that we are literally the only thing out there? Or the fact that our galaxy ends and another galaxy begins, and that goes on for basically infinity? How could we be so ignorant to think that we're alone? The other thing is, my personal thought is I think that we're not from here. Now, this doesn't get into the religion aspect of it. I'm just talking about, hey, let's not get into the religion stuff because Father Alex is still here. Father Alex is still here, ladies and gentlemen. Hallelujah. This doesn't get into the religious aspect. I don't think we were originally from here. I think we came here from somewhere else and ended up colonizing this place. And that's why the carbon dating and all that other stuff doesn't match up. It doesn't match up. It doesn't match up with our history. Because if you look at some of our history, they're like, oh yeah, this was 10,000 years ago, this was 5,000 years ago, this was 15,000 years ago, and then you look at the carbon dating of the stuff. It's hundreds. Some of the things that they have found are hundreds of thousands of years old, and I'm like, how does that make any sense? None of it makes any sense. We are alien, CDB. 100%. I believe we came from somewhere else, and I think that we came here for whatever the hell happened somewhere else. Some catastrophic event happened on another planet. They ended up coming over here, colonizing, and all that kind of shit. And that's what happened. And that's why we're here. Now, as for aliens, I believe aliens have been here for a very long time. I think that they're under, my personal guess, I would think that they might be under the ocean. Because the ocean is not, has not been mapped out. There's a lot of it has not been mapped out, and there's all kinds of shit going on under there that we don't know about, and they just seem to be ignoring, and they have the technology to do so, and they seem to be walking away from it. They do a little bit of mapping, but a lot of it they just kind of leave alone. I have a sneaking suspicion that whatever's going on is down under that water. Now, the other thing is, there's another interesting one, is the Antarctic wall. You know the giant wall, kind of like the Game of Thrones wall? It's up there, and no one's allowed to fly there. Can someone please explain to me why we're not allowed to fly there? No fly zone for anybody on the planet. It is literally forbidden for any country on Earth to fly over that wall in the Arctic. What the fuck are they hiding over that wall? That's another question I have. Because they're hiding something over that damn wall. Bigfoot and stuff like that, it could just be like a, could be a misstep in evolution. It could be just like a, could have been a misstep in evolution. UFOs, for sure real. They have all that stuff. They have all that stuff. They have all of that stuff. How do you think we got all this propulsion technology? Isn't it remarkable that the humans have been here for hundreds of thousands of years? And for hundreds of thousands of years, we couldn't do anything better than a fucking wheel. And then all of a sudden, in the last 100 years, we go from a horse and buggy to flying to other planets. Give me a fucking break. Tell me that they just magically came up with that within 100 years, but for thousands and hundreds of thousands of years before that, the best we could do was a wheel. And then all of a sudden we have, within a 100-year gap, we literally go from a horse and buggy to spaceships flying to other planets. We took their technology and reverse engineered it. There's your answer, grumpy old fart. I hope that answered your question, my friend. That's what I think, anyway. And Seth Monsters comes in. The guy drops a monster. Speaking of monsters, a monster $20 super chat. Let's go. Seth Monsters, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. And he says, here is grumpy old fart's C7F bail money for when you have him locked up. We take care of our own. You're goddamn right. The maggots take care of our own, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we do over here.
Rise to the top, oh yeah.
That's right, we are the cream of the crop, man. We are the cream of the crop. The Anunnaki, yes. You're wicked odd. How you doing, buddy? Yes, thank you so much, Seth Monsters. Thank you for the bail money for Grumpy Old Fart, because, we're going to have to keep him out of jail, man. We take care of our own over here. That's how we do. And we got Maverick coming in, dropping another $20 super chat. He gets a little Asha. There you go. He gets a little Asha. Thank you so much, Maverick, for a monster $20 super chat, my friend. Thank you so much. And he says, $420 US. He says, so Xbox loses with Steam on Helix. You really think they ship without it? They'd lose people to Steam Machine at that point. What if they hold on, this is interesting. What if they incentivize people to buy on Xbox Store by charging less for games, $5 to $10 less? I don't know. Maverick, that is a very good point. Now that is what you call thinking outside the box, no pun intended. I like that idea, Maverick. And you know the thing is, you need radical ideas. The fact that you're called Maverick is even funnier. You need radical ideas like that. Because you are right. That's why I said earlier in the show, and everybody else listening, sorry, we're back on we went from aliens and now we're going back into the game talk. What I said earlier in the show, they're releasing a Steam Machine and a Helix with possibly Steam on it. Where the fuck is the incentive for Microsoft here? It makes no sense to me. And that's why I'm starting to truly believe that at that point, with that, I can't see Steam on Helix. And it's starting to, like, even Colt is starting to come around on that. He's like, I'm not sure it's coming out on Helix either anymore, the more he thinks about it. So now, let's say they do that, Maverick. You're right. What if they can incentivize buying on the Xbox Store by charging for less money? Then that is a great idea. That is a very smart idea. I like that. You're going to be in LA, aren't you? Tell Asha when you see her. If not, I'm going to tell her it was my idea. I'm trying to get to everybody's questions. I missed some of them here and there. So if you want to, if I didn't answer your question, hit me up again with it and I'll probably see it. Yeah, exactly. Devil Dog. He goes, did we not see John Carpenter's The Thing? Exactly. Anonymous is in the house. Anonymous, we're in community talk. We could talk about whatever the hell we want. You want to talk about video games? You want to talk about Fuzzy Tomato? I know electricity makes a pretty huge difference, but electricity and reverse engineering propulsion technology. I'm going with reverse engineering propulsion technology. That's what I'm saying. One of my favorite shows, Grumpy Old Fart. I don't know if you ever watched it, but and I'm sure some of you guys in the chat have. I was a huge fan. I still am, but I was a huge fan of Coast to Coast. Y'all listen to Coast to Coast? There was George Norrie, and damn it, who was the other guy? He was hold on, Coast to Coast hosts. George Norrie. I love George Norrie. Who's the other one? George Knapp is good too. And Art Bell. There it is, Art Bell. 1947 Roswell. 100% that happened. Grumpy Old Fart. 100%, buddy. What's going on at Blizzard, Boeing? Any StarCraft news? Nothing. I have not heard a damn thing. The person that you would ask for that. Yes, there you are. Grumpy Old Fart nailed it. Coast to Coast, Art Bell, man. The legend. Boeing, I haven't heard any StarCraft news. And I heard that Colt maybe it was Colt. I don't know. Maybe I'm getting it mixed up with someone else. I thought it was Colt. Heard some news about it, but I haven't heard anything. If you're going to hit up anybody with a question like that, and I would honestly go to... I would honestly go check out the Xbox 2 podcast with Jez and Rand. And Jez will have information on that because I know he follows that a little bit more closely. And he may have more information than I do, but I've heard nothing about StarCraft. Nothing. I unfortunately, sorry, I couldn't answer that for you, brother. Dova's asking, any plans to pick up Yoshi in the Mysterious Book this week? What the hell is that? What the hell is Yoshi in the Mysterious Book? Let's look it up. I'm not going to pull up on the screen because I got music playing. It's going to start screwing around with my audio. Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. There it is. Okay, what the fuck is this? Let's see. 1 hour ago. There's a trailer from 1 hour ago. Let's take a look at this thing. Okay, it's a trailer. It's not showing any gameplay. Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. Now you're going to have to maybe type in gameplay. Gameplay. There it is. Okay, let's take a look at this thing. Gameplay. Is it like a platformer? Because if it's a platformer, I'll buy it for myself. I'll play it on the way to LA. Because I'm taking the Switch 2 with me to LA. The Switch 2 is mine. So, oh, it looks like a platformer. Oh, it looks pretty dope. It looks like a pretty, like, old school... Like an old school platformer, like a Rayman and that kind of shit. It looks dope, man. Looks dope. Thank you for that. Thank you for bringing that up. Dova, yes. Thank you, Dova, for bringing that up, man. I'm going to check that out because I might pick that up on the way to... Because I'm taking the Switch 2 with me to LA because I'm going to be in the plane for like 5.5 hours, right? So... Beast mode, what flavor you vaping? It's peach ice. Yes. Andy Hart comes in, drops another £5 super chat. That's British proper money, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Andy Hart. Appreciate you, brother. My goodness. Man's on fire tonight. And he says, if Helix is going to be PC hybrid, how do they get round online payment, which is on Xbox? Fuck. I see, dude, good question. You see, okay, you guys see what's happening right now? We're literally creating more questions than answers. If you have that different storefront on there, would you have to open up a whole separate account and put your... Is that what you were asking about? Online payment, which is on Xbox. Well, you would have to have it completely separate. So you would have to access the Steam app, launch that, and then your credit card would be on there, assuming you have a credit card on Steam. And then you have to go back to Xbox, launch the Xbox app to go back to there, and then you got your then you got your credit card on there. I'm assuming that's what you're getting at. If that's not what you're getting at, then write it in the chat. Do not super chat me again. Just write it in the chat. I will read it. Hey, Z-Bird Man, how's it going, buddy? We're having a great night, man. We're having some drinks. We're just shooting the breeze. Having a good time. Anybody joining us late, you guys know what the drill is. MAGGCAST usually runs about 2.5 hours, and then after that, we're just community talk, having a couple drinks, having a good time. We're talking about whatever the hell we want. So, Andy Hart, let me know if that's what you were getting at. I like the different storefronts and like payment methods. So that'd be very interesting. And we got Maverick coming in, dropping another $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Maverick. Let's go. Thank you, Maverick. Appreciate you, brother. My goodness. And he says, I'm playing Forza while listening to the stream. Mag, your drivatar keeps... He says, your drivatar keeps kicking my ass. It's driving better than you did on the stream earlier. What?
Yeah! Fire!
You're fucking warned. Don't ever go over my fucking head again. You motherfucker, you.
That's right. Don't ever go to my head again, Maverick. Thank you for the $5 super chat, brother. I appreciate you, man. And I'm so glad that my drivatar is beating the shit out of you. That's fantastic. That makes me laugh. Because, yes, I have a feeling I would not be able to do that if you and I played head-to-head. Okay, Magnum with the smart-ass comments. Look at this. He goes, you can't die in the Yoshi game, so it's perfect for you, Mag. Thanks, Magnum. I appreciate it. Yo, ladies and gentlemen, we have the man.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Falcon's in the house. Let's go, Falcon. What's up? How you doing, man? Everybody say hi to Falcon in the chat, man. I haven't seen you in the chat in a minute. I hope everything is well. We're just having community talk. We're just shooting the breeze. Whatever you guys want. You want to hear the song Pistol Pete? Here's the song, buddy. There you go. And the biggest pony here is me. Y'all know that. Oh, Z-Birdman is kind of answering the question in the chat. Here's an idea. It goes, no, online is free on PC. Xbox is charging. Oh, I'm walking away from the mic. Hold on. Oh, I needed to walk away from the mic, man. You realize that if they put Steam on Xbox Helix, they're going to have to they're going to have to stop charging for online. And then that means they're going to have to reduce the price of Game Pass. Because as Game Pass stands right now, Game Pass, what's it called? Xbox Live Gold is built into the price. Holy shit. That's a bombshell right there, man. I never thought of that. You see, this is why, folks. This is why, listen, here on this channel, I don't give a fuck what you're into, okay? If you're a hardcore pony, cool. If you're a hardcore Xbot, cool. You're a Nintendo dork or whatever they call themselves these days, they're cool too, man. PC guys, you're cool too. Everybody's cool here. And you know why? And we have to have open dialogue with everybody. And the reason why is because when you have open dialogue, you hear about shit that you would never, like things cross your plate, you're like, oh, and then revelations come forward. And this is what makes us more informed as human beings and of course, gamers in the gaming community. It makes us more informed. Of course, we're going to have to, of course, we're going to shoot the breeze. Of course, we're going to talk shit. Of course, we're going to, bring the smoke to certain people, or not people, but like the companies and all that shit. Whatever. Okay? Whatever. But the thing is, when we all talk like this, you see what happens? You see what he just brought up? You see what he just brought up there? The fact that Steam Online is free and Xbox is still charging.
You're fired!
That means that Xbox is going to have to get rid of multiplayer. Online. They're going to have to get rid of it. They're going to have to drop it, and they're going to have to drop it for next generation. They're going to have to drop it. Period. At the end of this year, after Call of Duty, and you know what the funny thing is? It's going to bite them in the ass so fucking hard. Because when GTA Online drops in December, because it ain't coming out, by the way, it ain't coming out day one. I got confirmation from someone who worked at Rockstar. Told me that it's not coming out day one, but we all knew that. It's not like it was some revelation. We all knew it was going to be later down the road, just like all the other ones. But the thing is, that's going to fucking eat them alive. Because you know GTA Online 2, or whatever the hell they're going to call it, that shit's going to run for 13 years. Microsoft's going to look at that as 13 years of lost revenue. Because they had all of us suckers paying for online for the last 20-something friggin' years. Since the 360 generation, I've been paying for online. Right? I never missed a year. And I'm still paying for that shit today. 21 years later. I'm still paying for this shit. They're going to hate that. Because as soon as GTA Online 2 comes out, my son, okay, not now, he's sleeping now. My son has been playing GTA Online with all his buddies as of late because now they're all excited about GTA 6, right? And so they all got back onto GTA Online, the original, and they're loving it. They're all playing it 7 days a week, every day after school. My boy is in there, and he's playing with his friends and all that shit. They're all playing online, and they're all back in there. That game is 13 fucking years old, and they're still playing it. Microsoft's going to look at that and go, God damn it! We're going to lose 13 years of online for GTA Online 2. They're going to be like, man, we could have been charging these. We're going to be charging these fools up until 2040, and then you know what the best part is? Once they do that, and they're going to be forced to drop online fees, and then that's, by the way, that's going to affect Game Pass because you will not be able. Maybe that's why. Oh, holy shit, guys! You see what happens when you have a drink? Your mind opens up. Your mind opens up. Pistol Pete, we're going to talk about trilogies after. The mind opens up. It's kind of like 70s rock musicians. They all take LSD and all of a sudden they come up with the best album like ever recorded. I just thought of something. Maybe that's why Microsoft or Xbox... Okay, maybe that's why Asha's talking about this a la carte Game Pass thing. Because they realize they can't fucking charge for online anymore, which has been built into their prices. Can you believe that? Think about that. I think maybe she knows. And they realize they're kind of in a corner. They're like, fuck. They're like, we got a situation. We got a situation here. They're like, we can't charge for online. People aren't stupid. They're going to see, well, $22.99 for Game Pass Ultimate includes Xbox Live Gold in it. And then as soon as, let's say Steam goes on the Helix and Steam is free online, well, then you get to the point where Xbox will be like, well, we have to get rid of that. And they're like, excuse me, hi, me in the front? Yeah, hello. Yeah, you're going to have to reduce the price of Game Pass now because you were charging me for Xbox Live Gold. That's bundled in with the price, right? So you have to drop the price even further now. So that's why Asha Sharma, I'm telling you right now, that's why she's looking into this a la carte Game Pass. Because they know they can't charge for it anymore. There it is. There it is. I think we cracked the Matrix. I swear to God, I think we cracked the Matrix tonight. Wow. That just blew my fucking balls off. Now, the other thing is this. Hold on, we're not done here. We're not done with that conversation. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. We're not done with that conversation. Dominic, what's up? What's he saying? I think the next GTA should be GTA America, and each state could be released over time as DLC with new story missions. That'd be dope. I'd be all over that shit. Just keep it on. Just keep it going. You know what I mean? Just keep online going for like 50 years. Just keep adding shit. I mean, they've been doing it with World of Warcraft for how long? How many decades now, right? Here's the other thing in regards to what we were talking about that. Of course, Colin Prime, of course. I always accept friend requests on Xbox. Yes. Why? Colin Prime, are you not a friend of me on Xbox? You should be by now. I got like 7,500 friends on Xbox. No joke. I have well over 7,000 friends on there. So add me. I mean, if you haven't added me already, I'll do it. I'll do it on my phone. But I'll be online at some point tomorrow, just kind of tooling around a little bit with Forza. Here's the thing. So now let's say that all happens, okay? Let's say that all goes down. And Xbox has no choice but to get rid of multiplayer. Or online Xbox Live Gold. What's Sony going to do? Sony can't come around and just turn it into... and be like, oh, well, they're not charging anymore? Ah, fuck it. We'll just keep charging. But they're going to have to walk away from it too, man. They're going to have to walk away from it too. Colin Prime and anybody else in the chat that wants to know, on Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo Switch 2, my online gaming handle is I am the Mag. All one word, all capitals. I am the Mag. So just add me. I am the Mag. All one word, all capitals. On any system. And Colin Prime, if you play Forza 6, man, join us on Thursday. We'll be playing with the community. It'll be awesome. Everybody will be playing there. Jay Slayer, Jay Slayer, I know you're with me on PlayStation. Yeah. No, I remember adding you on PlayStation. Dallas, listen, Asha's not going to have a restraining order waiting on me. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to bother her. I'm not a fucking psycho. You know what I'm going to tell her? I'm actually going to make a joke. I'm actually going to tell her right to her face when I meet her. Because I am going to meet her at the, after the showcase is done and during the fan fest. And then there's going to be like a gathering after, like a cocktail hour with like hors d'oeuvres and like drinks and shit like that. We get to meet and greet with everybody. Yeah, I am the Meg. That's it. Beast mode. That's it. It's right there in the chat. If anybody wants to add me, man. I'm always there. And I may not always be online. Now, the thing is, sometimes people are like, oh, Meg, you haven't been online for 67 days. I'm like, well, the reason why is because when I put myself in offline mode is because I'm reviewing a game. Or if I get early access to something, I have to show myself as offline. And you guys can't see that I'm playing like something like that. So we have to go shadow. Like Colt does the same thing. A lot of other people that review games do the same thing. They have to go shadow. They have to kind of shadow ban themselves and kind of like go dark, so to speak. So like if you see that, if you see it for lengthy periods of time, is because, that's the reason why. What I'm going to ask, when I'm going to tell Asha, I'm going to walk up to her and I'll be like, hey, Asha, she'll know who I am because she watches XNC. And she came, by the way, I heard a rumor, and I'm not 100% sure, but I heard a rumor that she actually came to watch this show right here, MAGGCAST. She came to check me out because she does know about me, obviously. Raven, I do use a VR headset. I have a Meta 3. Meta 3 is great, man. I love it. Truth Serum, how you doing, man? I'm going to tell Asha right to her face when I see her. I'm going to say, Asha, hi. It's nice to finally actually meet you. I know you heard me on shows and whatever else. I know you watch us here and there. I said, but I'd like to say that I broke a world record. And she'll be like, what's that? And I'm like, I'm the only person in this room who's never tagged you in a Twitter post. She'll get a good laugh out of that. I guarantee she'll get a good laugh out of that because I literally have never tagged her in anything on Twitter. And I'm like, I am the only man in this room who's never tagged you in a Twitter post. She'll get a good laugh at that. Dova, she watches for me. Yeah. Anyway, she does watch XNC, and she's been here before, but I don't know which. I don't know what episode. And hopefully I wasn't saying something horrible, which I probably was. I mean, it's the MAGGCAST. What the hell are we talking about here?
There is a great disturbance in the Force.
I have felt it.
Yes, I have felt it. I'm going to have to rechange the music back. I'm going to go put it back to the beginning here. I'm going to go bring it back to the beginning, and I'm going to put some tunes back on here. There we go. I had to change it. But hey, KL, what's up, man? You're joining us at the 3-hour mark. We're just shooting the breeze now, man. The show's over, but we're just talking shit and having some drinks. Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat asks me, top 5 guitarists, any order. Okay. Oh, you want that, Maverick? I'll give you a little bit. You want a little bit of Snape? Anybody want some Professor Snape? Here we go.
Control your emotions. Discipline your mind.
There you go. You know, there's one I haven't played in a long time.
Why do you say this to me? When you know I will kill you for it.
There it is. That's for Magnum whenever he busts my balls. Top 5 guitarists of all time in any order. Jimi Hendrix. Eric Clapton.
Welcome to hell.
Damn it. I don't want to say a wrong answer here, so I'm kind of like a little fucked up. Because I'm going to any genre. Are we talking just rock, or are you talking about any guitarist, period? I would still go with, okay. Let's stick with rock for now. Let's go Eric Clapton, Jimi Hendrix, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Eddie Van Halen, Prince. Prince is actually way better than a lot of people give credit for. But if you go like in under genres, I mean, you can go to jazz. John Pizzarelli is one of the greatest jazz guitarists of all time. There's Jimmy Page. I mean, Jimmy Page has got to be there too. I'd probably put Jimmy Page over Prince. But the thing is, we didn't get to see the full. We didn't get to see. Oh, Carlos Santana. Like, how the fuck can you pick 5, right? How could you pick 5? It's impossible. I see other ones in the chat. Angus Young. I've seen AC/DC 4 times in concert. The Thunder from Down Under. By the way, a fun fact. When my dad was growing up in Melbourne, Australia, for any of my Aussie friends out there, hey, what's up, Rambo? How you doing, man? When my dad was growing up in Melbourne, Australia, Angus Young and his brother, they used to play out front. My grandfather owned a dry cleaning business, or like a... You know, like those businesses, like a dry cleaning, and then they also like do, what the fuck is it called? Like hemming your pants and shit like that or whatever. And people used to bring their dry cleaning and stuff there once a week. And Angus and Malcolm Young were little kids, and they used to play out front. And guess who they used to play? In those days, remember, folks, before it was like, before it was politically correct, they used to play Cowboys and Indians, right? Because it was the 50s. It was the early 50s. And Malcolm Young and Angus Young used to play Cowboys and Indians with my dad. How fucking cool is that? Spare eyebrows. I don't remember. I have to ask my dad. He'll tell me. How cool is that? Oh my God, how the hell can you forget B.B. King? Jesus Christ, Andy Hart, you're right. One of my favorite albums of all time, by the way, is B.B. King. If you guys want to check this out, B.B. King, Blues on the Bayou. One of the best B.B. King's album I've ever heard. Every song is a 10 out of 10 from the first album to the last album. Andres Segovia. Paco de Lucia. Yes, Ricardo, you're getting it. Andres Segovia. I listened to Andres Segovia all through my childhood. My dad, because my dad is a guitarist as well, and he used to be a guitar teacher. That's what put him through medical school. And he has like flamenco guitars. He has acoustic guitars. He's got electric guitars. He's got the exact guitar that what's his name, Chuck Berry used to use. The red one. I can't remember. It's not a Stratocaster. I can't remember what it is. Anyway, my brother took it now because my brother's a music producer, and he has a whole wall of guitars. He's got everything you can imagine: Fenders and Strats and all kinds of fucking like guitars that I could never afford. It's wild. One of these days, I'll post you a picture. I'll post a picture on the Discord of my brother's music studio. It's fucking amazing, man. I met Ace Frehley, Andy Hart. I met Ace Frehley. It was in one of the bars. Yeah, Joe Satriani. Yeah, Joe Satriani is great too. I met Ace Frehley in one of the restaurants I worked in back in the 90s. It was 99 and between 99 and 2000, and Kiss had a concert in Toronto, and we were north of Toronto, and the restaurant that I was in was like a kind of bar and grill and like a really like great like after, kind of jam place. It was a fucking awesome place and huge. It could fit like 600 people in it. It was 3 stories. It was wild. And anyways, Ace Frehley showed up with like his whole posse. Not Kiss. It was like his like security team, and he went in the bar, and I met Ace Frehley there. And what I found out afterwards, I left. I went home, and I'm like, all right, I gotta go or whatever. And I left, and guess what happened? A bunch of guys, drunk guys in the corner, started a fucking fight with Ace Frehley, and a huge bar brawl broke out in the restaurant that I was working at. And I wasn't there. I missed it. So I heard about it the next day, and they're like, dude, why did you leave? I'm like, well, I went home. I was fucking exhausted. It was like, middle of the night. I'm like, why? What happened? And they're like, Ace Frehley got in a huge bar brawl with him and his security team and a bunch of drunk assholes in the corner, and it turned into a whole fucking thing. The cops came and everything. It was wild. Yeah. It was wild. And I'm like, I missed the fight, but I did get to see Ace Frehley. But the cool thing is he signed, he always used to carry playing cards of Aces, and he used to sign his name, Ace Frehley, on the playing cards, and the bartenders put it up on the wall behind the bar, so you can actually see it up there. It would have like the playing cards of the Ace playing cards, and it would say Ace Frehley on it. It's pretty fucking dope. Nice, Dallas. That's wild. Dave Mustaine was hungry. That's awesome. That's hilarious. His bus broke down. My God, that would suck. Can you imagine being on a fucking tour bus and it breaks down? Mind you, it's not like they have to worry about anything. What do they got to worry about? They got a tour buses full of women, cocaine, and booze. But of course, if he was hungry, he's hungry. Yeah. Ace, those were during his really bad alcohol and drug days. Yes, Grandpa Barbecue. Yeah. Yeah, he was bad. Zachary Bro, I have not, Falcon. I will look it up. What kind of music is it? What genre? I listen to everything, man. I listen to jazz. I listen to blues. I listen to hard rock, metal, speed metal. I listen to classic rock. I listen to R&B. I listen to hip hop. I listen to fucking anything. I listen to opera. I listen to anything you could possibly imagine. Albert Collins, the master of the Stratocaster. That's what, Ricardo. That's what I'm talking about. That's some blues right there, baby. I love the blues. Anyways, go check out B.B. King, Blues on the Bayou. One of the best albums, one of the best blues albums I've ever heard in my life. B.B. King, Blues on the Bayou. You will love it. I listened to it like literally start to finish. Albert Collins, the master of the Stratocaster. One of the best performances I ever seen him do was the Madison Blues with, of course, George Thorogood and the Destroyers live, 1985. What a fucking show that was. Family-friendly hotels in Ontario, in Toronto? Downtown? Anything, man. Anything. Toronto's a safe city. There's always going to be assholes everywhere. Like, there's nothing you can do about it, Father Alex, but you're fine. Toronto is like, it's as safe as it gets. Just stay away from the homeless people. You know, they're all fucked up. They're all in fentanyl and shit. Yeah, stay away from those people. But other than, it's not like LA where there's like, entire fucking neighborhoods full of homeless people. You'll be fine. Yeah, I know who Juice WRLD is. Yeah, my kids listen to some of that stuff. Yeah, I listen to it too, like the top 40 stuff. Like when I have a party at my house and it's like, some of the younger people, more casual people, I'll put on like the top 40 on like Spotify. Juice WRLD shows up once in a while. Let me go grab another beer. Be right back. I'm not even going to turn the camera off. Boeing, you've never flown to Toronto? That's wild. I mean, Toronto's Pearson International Airport is one of the 3 largest airports on the planet. That's quite surprising. Boeing, let me tell you something. I have to confide in you this. I'm scared shitless of flying. Like, I'm always scared shitless of flying. Just scared shitless the entire time. I'm practically in tears the entire time I'm flying. I mean, if the plane is totally chill and you're just like kind of doing your thing, whatever, I'm okay. But as soon as there's like one little bump or any kind of fucking, any kind of turbulence, I'm fucking in tears. I'm in tears. Now, mind you, the last flight I was on was back from Nashville, Tennessee. I was coming, because I go to Nashville every year. And I love Nashville. I love Tennessee. Prince, what's up, man? Oh, what, you miss anything good? You missed 3 hours and 13 minutes of amazingness. Now we're just talking shit. We're having a couple drinks. We're just doing some community talk. We're talking about whatever, man. Whether it's video games or flying, or we're talking about music. We can talk about whatever you want, man. Prince, you can hit us up with any question you want. Want to talk about whatever. Anyways, I'm scared shitless of flying. Okay, so, but I'll tell you this, Prince. The show was fire tonight. Fucking fire. Anyways, as soon as there's a little bit of turbulence, I'm like in tears. Anyways, I was coming back from from Nashville, and I got caught up in that fucking hurricane that happened somewhere around, I don't know, what was it, October or whatever the hell it was. And they canceled the, hey, Deceiver, what's up, dude? What ended up happening is all the flights around us got canceled, but this one back to Toronto, they're like, no, we're good because we're going to miss the hurricane. Well, we didn't miss anything. We landed right in the middle of this goddamn hurricane, and it was the middle of the day, and you look out the windows, and it was literally pitch black. We were right stuck in the middle of this thing. So what ended up happening is the pilot comes on, he's like, listen, man. I mean, he said it like, in the pilot talk, he's like, this is the pilot speaking, and just want to let you know that we're not going to be, you know what I mean? And he's doing all this talk. There was no service. The flight crew were not allowed to get up. They had to stay strapped in, like with the shoulder straps, the entire flight. No food, no drink, no bathroom, no nothing. We were sitting on there, and this fucking plane was just going left, right, up, down. It was like people dancing at a fucking Calypso show, you know? It was ridiculous. Jumping around. Jump, 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 jump. Right? It was ridiculous. And the plane was going all over the place. And I thought I was crying. I was fucking crying. I'm like, we're gonna fucking die in this thing. And anyway, we got back to Toronto and finally landed, and it was rough, right? All the way up till we got back to Toronto. And the stewardess comes on and says, they're like, hi, welcome to Toronto. Are you allowed to call them stewardesses anymore? I don't even fucking know. And so she grabs the thing and she goes, hi, welcome to Toronto. The temperature is 13 degrees. And we thank you for flying at Air Canada. You know what she said? She picks up the thing and she goes, well, that was something. They were scared shitless. And they're the flight crew. They do this every day. And they were scared shitless. So imagine me. I have to take Ativan. I have to take drugs. And that's the only way you'll get me on the fucking plane. I almost caused a scene in Chicago because I was flying from Chicago's O'Hare back to Toronto it's only like an hour and it's not an hour and 20-minute flight or something. So it's a quick flight, right? And I found out it was a propeller plane. not like an Indiana Jones propeller plane. Like, it was a big plane, but it had propellers on it. And I go, I'm not getting on that fucking plane. And I started causing a scene, right? They had to call security. Because my wife, my friends were trying to drag me on the plane, and I said, I will fucking die. I was screaming this, eh? I'm like, I will fucking die in this airport. I am not getting on that goddamn plane. Propellers. I'm like, what is this, 1932? I'm like freaking the fuck out, right? Security finally comes over and talks to my wife and says, is he going to be good? Or are we going to have to... And she goes, it's fine. We'll deal with it. They finally got me on the plane. You ready for this? It was the smoothest flight. It was the smoothest flight I've ever been on in my entire life. It was like I was like just gliding on, I mean, I was gliding on air, but you know what I mean? I was just like, it was so magical. It was like they flew me home on a king-size mattress, and I was just, it was amazing. The propeller plane was the best plane I've ever been on, the smoothest flight I've ever been on. Yeah, it was a whole thing. Anyways, I'm flying to LA, and LA's 5.5 hours. Yeah, beast mode. I wasn't fucking around. I wasn't messing around. I was like, I caused a scene in Chicago. Because I'm about to get on the plane, right? Because, like, like you get in like the little terminal, you give the lady your little fucking boarding pass, whatever, and you could see the plane, right? Like, you can see the plane like right there. And I looked and I go, fuck that, no, and I backed up. Because when I saw the plane, then I backed right up, and then I got out of the line, and it became a whole situation. I freaked out. Yeah. I know, Deceiver. It doesn't make it any easier, man. Prince, he goes, you passed out, it was dreaming. Oh my god. Yeah, AKL Warrior. Yeah, I wasn't worried about the pilots like leaving me, and I had to jump out on a raft, like Indiana Jones and Temple of Doom. Yeah. I don't like being up there. Listen, if flying was like 100 feet off the ground, I'd be like, all right. But because you're way up there, some shit goes on. Where are you going? Straight to the fucking ground, you're done. You're too far up. If you're 100 feet off the ground, it'd be all right. You know. Matt Collin, welcome to the show, buddy. He says, did you see that Darksiders War Mastered Edition got updated? No. What the hell is that all about? How is it, you guys? Like, this is what I do. I know it's the safest way to travel, Maverick. I know. It just doesn't make me any more comfortable, man. Like, when I go to LA, I'm gonna have to put Ativan under my tongue, man. Like, cause it's Ativan is the anti-anxiety drug, and I get 2 of them. One for the flight there, one for the flight home. And as you're boarding, my dad, who's a pharmacist, he says to me, he goes, they take about 30 minutes to kick in. He goes, put the pill under your tongue, and it'll dissolve in about 10 seconds. When you're boarding. Because when you're boarding, it's not like you get on there and you just fucking take off. Like, it takes like 30 minutes or so before it's whatever, right? Oh, no, Deceiver, I've played Darksiders. I didn't realize that they're like remastering or remaking, remastering anything. That's fucking wild. I love playing I played Darksiders 3 on Xbox Game Pass, as a matter of fact. Colin Prime, you like flying? If you get a window seat? Yeah, see, listen, I don't really mind. I just don't like... Dallas, you're not helping me here. He goes, you won't even feel it if it goes down. I know, Magnum, I know. Statistically, I know. It doesn't make it any easier because at least in a car, I'm on the fucking ground. I got more of a fighting chance. 26,000 feet in the air. Where the fuck am I going? You know when they say put your head between your knees? Yeah, put your head between your knees, kiss your ass goodbye. It's fucking over. Ain't no coming back from that. Only Denzel Washington can save us when a plane's gonna go down, you know? With that, what was that movie he did where he was like the drunk pilot? And how did they prosecute that guy? The guy fucking saved everybody by doing the most radical shit ever, and he was like totally chill the whole time, and still he got prosecuted. I mean, he shouldn't have been drunk, but I mean, shit worked out, man. I'd be pretty happy. You know what I mean? Yeah, smoke him if you got him. Oh, CDB, what happened to the GTA 6 pre-order? What a fucking disaster that was, eh? Did you guys see that did you guys see the Take-Two stock plummeted again? It plummeted again. So it fell. The stock dropped 2 days in a row now. And now the investor call is this Thursday. So if you don't open this goddamn thing up by tomorrow, what are you telling investors? Grumpy Old Fart, you leaving, man? He goes, bye, everyone. I'm going to bed. I'll check my DM tomorrow morning around 8 a.m. Meg. I probably won't DM you that early because I'm going to be... Oh, no, I'll be up because I got to take the kids to school and shit. But I will definitely... I got to hit you up about something. I just want to... We'll talk about it privately. But thank you so much, dude, for all the support and the monster super chats tonight. Everybody say goodnight to Grumpy Old Fart, man. The man is a fucking legend. Let's go. Hey, Hero Down Under's in the house. How you doing, man? I saw you in Jez's show the other night on Gaming Grindhouse. Yeah. You're a grinder. Hero Down Under, yeah. Yeah, we're all good, man. We're just having community talk. We're talking about whatever. We were talking about flying just a couple of minutes ago, but now we're talking about the GTA 6 pre-orders. So, yes, Hero Down Under was brought up earlier today. Arsenal has won the Premier League. Unbelievable. Your mind has been on football all day, yes. I should go get my Arsenal hat. It's upstairs. No. Frog Boy was not trolling, man. Deceiver. He was not trolling. What happened is he actually did. That's amazing, Boeing. I have nothing but respect for pilots, man. You guys are fucking amazing. I don't know how you do it, man. The balls. You guys must have balls the size of basketballs in your pants, man. I don't know how you guys do it, but man, God bless you, because I tell you, man, we wouldn't be able to get anywhere without any of you. So it's pretty amazing. Anyway, no, Frogboy wasn't fucking around. He got an email because he's an affiliate of Best Buy, and he read it while he was live on the air. And he's like, "Oh, this saying that the pre-orders are coming on May, whatever it was supposed to be that on the Monday." And he did a couple of follow-up videos. I'm like, "Hey, man, guys, I'm sorry about that." He goes, "I didn't mean that to be a thing or whatever." He goes, "But it just showed up, and then all of a sudden it blew up all over social media, and it became a whole fucking thing, and all that kind of jazz, right?" So it was a whole situation, but. Maybe they pulled it, Maverick. You're right. Maybe they pulled No. They didn't. I'll tell you why. They would never pull a pre-order like that because they would have to contact every single distributor on the planet and say, "By the way, everybody stop." Like, you know what I mean? Collaborate and listen. ICE is back with a brand new invention. So they're not going to be able to do that. There's no way they'd be able to control that. Because then Best Buy would not be the only ones that would know that a pre-order was happening. Everybody would know that a pre-order was happening, and the fact that nobody else said anything about it means it was an internal fuck up from the advertising department, not from Best Buy. It was from the advertising affiliate. Which, by the way, that's another thing I'd like to bring up. That's starting to piss me off. Is that every time you give your information to one of these companies, they give it to one of these third-party advertising affiliate assholes who take advantage and start fucking victimizing people. That's ridiculous. They gotta stop that shit immediately. And that's why I don't want this whole bullshit about like how PlayStation is talking about doing this whole thing about age verification. Go fuck yourself. It's none of your fucking business. And on top of that, you're going to give all our shit to third-party marketing affiliates. Fuck off. Same thing with Discord. Discord can go fuck off too. And anybody else who wants that stuff. I know they're already doing that in Europe. Fuck that shit too, Europe. What are you bending the knee for? Europe. You guys are the ones that if your king pissed you off, you brought him over to the town square and you cut his head off with a guillotine. And now you're bending over and taking it in the ass. No way, man. Yeah, they sell the information, CDB. Exactly. These affiliates should not be allowed. Deceiver, they won't believe how old Mag is. They'll be like, "You're totally lying." Oh my God! If Tommy Vercetti comes back as an old man, it'll be the greatest. It'll be the greatest Grand Theft Auto ever made. And for the record, I'm 51 years old. I'm hit and miss on looks. When I'm really pale, like I've been getting a lot of sun, right? So I've been getting a lot of sun the last couple days, like over the weekend and shit. So like I start to look more youthful when I get a little darker. As you can see, my arms are burnt. I know all my Aussie friends know, not, they're like, that's regular life for us. But yeah, I'm getting all sunburnt and stuff. But I don't really get sunburnt because I'm Italian. What happens is my skin goes from ghost white to like tanned. You know what I mean? So like that's kind of how it goes. So what ends up happening is when I get tanned, I start looking younger. It's really weird. But what's wild is, I mean, hey man, listen, working out and shit like that and all that kind of stuff, that'll keep you looking young. Thank you, Beast Mode. Appreciate that. He says he says I look like I'm 40 something. Yeah, I'll take that. I know they can't do the voice. Yeah, you're right, Maverick. They can't do the voice without Ray Liotta. That's a bit of a situation, man. That's a bit of a situation. That alcohol is kicking in. Fucking right it is, yeah. Anyway, Saturday, my brother brought all this cool shit from China. He brought these, this like, you can't get it anywhere else in the world. It's not sold. It's not anything. It's made in China, and it's for like the upper echelons, whatever. My brother does a lot of, well, I can't tell you what he does. But anyways, the point is he gets, every time he goes, they give him a bottle of this stuff. It's very elite, very expensive as a thank you for whatever, right? And so he brought this shit to my house, and we were drinking some of this stuff. It's a hard liquor. It's like a 50, I think it's like 53 proof or something like that, whatever. It's like a hard liquor, clear liquid. And man, that shit was tight. Prince is asking in the chat. He says, when do you think Forza 6 is coming to PS5? That's a very good question, Prince, and I'll tell you why it's a very good question. Because where do you release it? Considering September is a shit show already for PlayStation fans. You've got Phantom Blade Zero, not a shit show, but like within 6 days of each other, you got Phantom Blade Zero and you've got Wolverine. So you kind of want to avoid September, right? Because people are going to be buying one or two of those games or both. I'm not expecting Phantom Blade Zero to do huge over here. I expect Phantom Blade Zero to actually do really well in, like, for example, China, in Japan, South Korea, places like that. The Eastern countries, very much like Black Myth Wukong. Like, Black Myth Wukong, don't forget, folks, sold 24 million copies, right? The majority of those copies were not sold here, not in the Western world, and not in Europe, and not in Australia. They were sold in China, right? And in Japan. And South Korea. So Phantom Blade Zero will do really well over there, whatever. It'll do okay over here. Not great, but I think it'll do okay. Wolverine, gangbusters. I think it's going to be a fucking huge game. It's going to be a huge game. I think at least 10 mil right off the... Like, not right off the rip. I'm thinking like within the first... I think it'll be 10 million plus copies of that game being sold. It's going to be a big, big selling game. It's our first Marvel game that's actually bloody and violent and shit. People are going to eat that up. So September's kind of out of the question. October seems to be the best bet. Now, I know that Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 is coming out in October. I know that because they're not releasing in November during the time of GTA 6. If anything changes, then we'll find out. But I don't think it is. From what I last heard, it's coming out October to avoid GTA 6 because look at the demographics. The people that play Grand Theft Auto and the people that play Call of Duty are the same fucking people. When we're talking about the casual market, I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about the casual market. The casual market are the same people. They play Call of Duty. They play one sports game, fill in the blank, whatever it is, whether it's a football club, FIFA. Whether it's Madden or whether it's NHL, depending on what country you're in, right? And so like that, and then Grand Theft Auto, right? So it's the same. That's the demographics. So they're avoiding that. So now you've got October, Prince. So if you think about that, I would think that October would be the best bet. You release Call of Duty and Forza in the same month. I think that's a good mix. You want to avoid November at all costs, regardless. No, Dallas. Jean Grey is in the game, is in Wolverine, but she's not the focus. Wolverine is going to be the focus. So you'll be all right there, brother. So, yeah. Jesus Christ, Fuzzy Tomato. I think you need to play something else, dude. He goes, I have 900 hours in Madden. Jesus, Lord in heaven. Hey, Dead Meat, what's up, man? How you doing, man? And he goes, at 6 a.m. in Sweden. Well, greetings from Sweden, my friend. Well, greetings from Canada. We're just having a good time. Listen, man, we're not even, well, we're talking games, but we're just shooting the breeze now. It's just community talk right now. You know how it goes. This is the end of this, the end of the show. We just have community time, community talk, ask whatever the hell you want. Tell me what you're having for breakfast, Dead Meat. Tell me what you're having for breakfast. Put it in the chat. We'll talk about it. You having bagels? You having some fresh fruit? You having a coffee and a cigarette? What are you having for breakfast? You let us know. No, Prince. They would never do that. They would never do that. They wouldn't sabotage their own game to justify exclusives. I can tell you this: Microsoft does not want exclusives. Xbox, 50-50. The fans, okay. We talked about that tonight. We talked about that for like an hour earlier in the show. That was the biggest topic of the night, brother. So that was a thing that we talked about. But Microsoft does not want exclusives. Xbox is 50-50. They're waiting on, a couple of things. A lot of metrics. They're looking at performance numbers. They're going to be looking at justification. And, of course, the fan feedback, which they've already asked for. And the fan feedback is not going to be the final answer. The fan feedback is going to be a portion of what eventually makes the final decision. You know what I'm saying? Nate Dogg is talking about Clockwork's budget. Clockwork's budget, I don't know exactly. I know some people who've been playing it, not like regular gamers. I'm talking about people internally at the studio who've been playing it, and some interesting things coming out of there. But I don't know what I don't know what that's going to be. Beast mode. Anybody play Hogwarts? Fuck yeah, man. I'm a huge Harry Potter fan. Huge Harry Potter fan. My wife, get this, right? She got 1,000 out of 1,000 achievements on Xbox, and then she got the platinum on the PlayStation. Same game. Can you imagine that? She finished it 100% twice. Yeah, she's a wild woman. Top 5 favorite Mexican foods, eh? All right. Shit, that's tough, dude. Because, there's a lot of derivations when it comes to that kind of food, right? You could say, like, enchilada, but there's different kinds of enchilada. You could say burrito, but there's, like, an infinite amount of burrito. You could say taco, but there's an infinite amount of taco, right? So, like, you look at, like, the main items, and then you could literally break it down into, like, 1,000 different things, right? But then when you get into, like, traditional Mexican dishes... Shit, that's a little tougher, man. I don't know, man. You can get into like a birria, quesadilla. Those are incredible too, right? And quesadilla, then the same thing. Quesadilla, you could do 1,000 different ways, not just what I was saying, not with just birria. You could do birria quesadilla, which is my favorite, but then there's like a million different ones. Pico de gallo, other dishes like that. You know what I mean? So, like, there's a million different things that you could do there as well, right? But I mean, that kind of goes with like anything. Like, you could take like Italian food, right? And you could say pasta, and there's like 8 million different, derivations of pasta dishes. Many I've done here on the channel for my, for some of the cooking shows I've done, right? Mario Heat. He goes, Mag eats taco every night. Wink, wink. Let's fucking go. Oh my God. What is it got? Oh, you're having for breakfast. Dead Meat is having this is the Swedish guy, ladies and gentlemen. He is having a Kalles caviar, a Swedish delicacy, very specific taste. Well, I'm going to look that up. As a 30-year executive chef, Dead Meat, I will check it out. Churros. I like churros too. I know how to make churros from scratch. I know how to make the batter, and I know how to put it in the piping bag, and then you put it right in the deep fryer, and beautiful, beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Magnum. One of my cars is in well, I don't know if it's in Forza Horizon 6, but I have it in Forza Horizon 5. Mario Heat. I'm not gonna say that out loud. I'm gonna meet her, LFL, I did go to Harry Potter. I did go to Harry Potter at Universal Studios in Florida. I've been there. It is fucking magical. To use probably the most cringe, description of all time by saying it's magical. That's about as cringe as it gets. But let me tell you something. It is fucking amazing. I've been the Wizarding World of Harry Potter at Universal Studios is just breathtaking, incredible. Yes, Forza Horizon 5. I don't know about 6, but I'll check it out, Magnum. Forza Horizon 5 has one of my cars. Yes, it's a 1979 Fiat Spider convertible. It is absolutely amazing. Spare eyebrows. Have I ever tried the carnivore diet? Variations of the carnivore diet. Like, for example, what I've been doing to lose weight, because Colt and I told Colt, I'm like, listen, dude, we're going to LA. We're gonna lose a little weight. I want to lose 15 pounds and be absolutely fucking shredded. Like, I'm talking like 6-pack shredded. I was in shape before, but I'm like, I want 6-pack shredded. So I'm like, we're gonna do that. So what I do in the morning, yogurt with some strawberry yogurt with some crumblings of like granola on top and bee pollen. And I mix the bee pollen in. Emperor Hound, you know where I am. You can come over, visit anytime. You mix that shit in, that'd be my breakfast. Then for lunch, I would eat vegetables, whatever vegetables I have, whether it's frozen vegetables, fresh vegetables, and then a protein. Pork tenderloin, that's cheap and very good for you, by the way. Pork tenderloin is considered white meat, so it's actually way, way better for you. Pork tenderloin, vegetables, maybe like a cup of rice or some shit like that, and do that. That would be like my main meal of the day. I might even make it into a burrito. So I would sometimes do that. I would take the vegetables, I take the rice, I take the pork, put some on my. I make my own hot sauce at home. I make Carolina Reaper hot sauce. I eat really fucking hot sauce, like really hot. I grew up eating Indian food. I grew up eating West Indian food, and most of the people that I work with in the industry are either Jamaican or West Indies or Indian and Sri Lankan. And so I've been eating spicy food my whole life. So Carolina Reapers barely even like registers for me. Like it's crazy. So I'll like put that on there, make a burrito out of it, eat that for lunch, have the leftovers, all that kind of shit. And then at nighttime, when I start getting hungry, after I work out and shit like that, like I'll go work out. I take a big glass of Metamucil, the laxative stuff, but it also fills you up, kind of like a protein powder. Then when I work out, I finish working out, water, lots of water. That's why I always go piss every hour. Drink a lot of water, and then if I get hungry, like later on, I'll eat 3 or 4 hard-boiled eggs. And then I just go to bed, man. And then of course tons of vitamins and shit. I crush that and go to bed. That's it. So essentially, most of that is protein. So it's almost like a carnivore diet, in a way. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, Mario. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly. Pork tenderloin is fantastic, and it's cheap. Like I said, it's really cheap. So you can get it, but you can get it like in bulk. And what I do is I freeze them. I freeze them in 2s, and then I pull them out, put some marinade on them. No salt, because salt makes you retain water, right? Which turns to fat. I put no salt, but the rubs and shit I make my own rubs and my own herbs and all kinds of stuff. And I put some paprika on there and some oil and some red wine vinegar and make dude, when I put that shit on the grill and then when you cook it, it comes out nice and dark or whatever, it literally looks and tastes like steak. It's amazing. But it all, it's all about that. So it's pretty amazing. But yeah, I do that. And then, of course, you have to, listen, man, beast mode, you're not wrong. You have to have cheat days. You have to have cheat days. Like, I'll have cheat day where I'm like, I'll pick one. I'll be like, you know what? Fuck it. Today's the cheat day. I'll eat fucking big bowls of pasta. I'll eat carbs till I'm like, I want to throw up. I'll eat 7 slices of pizza. I don't give a shit. My cheat day is my cheat day. And I just eat whatever the hell I want until I'm like a fucking bloated whale on the couch. I don't care. But then by the next day, tummy's flat, do whatever. So far, I lost 11 pounds out of the 15 that I wanted to for LA. And when I work out and I do my shit and I'm like, whatever, I look at myself, sometimes take my shirt off, and yeah, I got a 6-pack, man. It's there. So it's a lot of fucking work, man. When you're 51 years old, and you got a 6-pack. It's fucking tough, man. It is tough. No, dead meat, it does not. No, hot food does not destroy your palate. It will numb it. However, the thing is, for someone like myself who doesn't use salt, and salt is, like I said, I avoid salt for multiple reasons. One of them is blood pressure. The other one is, of course, the water retention and bloating and all that other shit, which again turns to fat. Sugar is another nightmare. Although sugar, I will have, like, for example, like if if there's chocolate chip cookies hanging around, like, I'm not gonna say no. I'm not fucking gonna, I'm not gonna torture myself. I'll eat a chocolate chip cookie and then I'll put a huge pile of Jif peanut butter on top of it, and I'll just hammer down a cookie, and obviously, But if you do that shit like all the time, you watch how fast you pack those pounds on. Drinks, that's another thing, and I'm not talking about alcohol. I drink Michelob Ultra. It's basically got nothing in it, almost no carbs, no sugar, whatever. It's fine. But like if you get into like Gatorade and like fucking Mountain Dew and all that shit, dude, that's how people get fat. I got a friend of mine who's like 380 pounds and he doesn't even eat bad. All he does is drink fucking Gatorade all day. I'm like, dude, you're literally piling on just sugar from all the fucking Gatorade you're drinking. Stop it. But he won't stop it. Oh no, don't worry, Dove. I got a 6-pack in the fridge as well. Hey, Crispy One, how you doing, man? How you doing? Yes, you see what happens, ladies and gentlemen? Only on the MAGGCAST can we go from video games to He-Man to flying to my MRI results, all the way down back to video games, and then on to healthy food talk. That's right, Soil Tech. Hit the like and subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. You can't get this anywhere else. Beast Mode, get away from energy drinks, man. Those things will fucking kill you, man. It'll kill you. I know, sugar drink, dude. Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat said in the chat, sugar is nature's heroin. It's exactly what it is. Of course, Music 72, you're right. He says, yep, and people think of Gatorade as healthy. Yes, they do. Because you see the commercials of like athletes and like they're like, oh, when you're in the middle of a basketball playoff, what happens? And then they show like the fucking whoever it is. In the old days, it was Michael Jordan. Now it's and they got everybody out there. They're pounding Gatorade, and you see the NFL stars pounding Gatorade. Dude, that shit is like really fucking bad for you. You know what I mean? Not just bad for you, like whatever. Everything is bad for you. I mean, it's bad for your weight. So if you're trying to lose weight, that won't do it. But anyways, I'm down 11 out of 15. That's all I wanted to drop. I wanted to drop down. I wanted to drop down to 185. Like I'm at 200 pounds right now. Oh, sorry. It was 200 pounds. Now I'm at 189 pounds. And then I just wanted to drop 4 more pounds. So I'm 4 off from the mark, which I will get. I will get that. I will get that. So it's no problem. Papusa LePage. So no, I'm not a strictly carnivore diet. It's probably not good for your digestive system, would be my guess. But like, you do what I just did, like what I told you guys, that like be my average day. Now I don't eat the same thing every day. I change it up a little bit here and there, but like, if you're going for something very specific, then yes, you have to be extremely disciplined. DJ Marshman is in the house. What's up? He goes, playing Forza through GeForce Now might be better than actual console. The Mag, mind blown. Wow, that's awesome, man. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad you're enjoying the game as well. That's it, Itchy. Revenge Body. Here we go. Get it on, man. Get it on. Too much Colt Eastwood is bad for you. Colt has been losing weight too, man. He's been losing weight. He's been exercising. He's been eating better. He stopped drinking Mountain Dew and shit like that. And the funny thing is, Colt doesn't have any vices. Like, he doesn't drink alcohol. He doesn't smoke. He doesn't do any of that shit. He don't do drugs. He doesn't do anything. So, like, all his vices are literally just bad food choices or drink choices. And I don't mean alcoholic drink choices. I mean just, like, sugary drink choices. And that shit fucking balloons you, man. People don't realize it. I'm 5'8 3/4, Falcon. So about 5'8 1/2, whatever. But and I'm 189 right now, but mostly in muscle. So I'm not like a super tall guy, obviously, but like I'm built out of steel, man. Like everything is, Yeah, like I said, I exercise a lot. I exercise 5 days a week, and I usually go for about an hour and a half, if not more. And like before I do the shows, I usually exercise for about 90 minutes before the show. I do my cardio, and then I do my chin-ups, and after I'm done my chin-ups, I do my weights, and I do ab training, I do core training. I even started doing a new core training exercise, which is really great for the abs, is that you pull yourself up on the chin-up bar, and then once you pull yourself all the way up, lift your feet up so that they're at a 90-degree angle. So like you're basically a giant L, and just hold it there, and just hold your legs straight out in front of you on a 90-degree angle like this, so you look like an L, and hold it there for about however long you can hold it for, and then gently let yourself down. So it's pretty wild, man. Need some diabetic recipes. The people will pay for a cookbook. Dude, there's tons of diabetic recipes, man. There's tons. I could probably make I could probably make 100 recipes off the top of my head. Beast Mode says, I'm going to join you and Colt. I love your content and how you talk to us as your audience. Most don't know how to do any of that. You know, Beast Mode, you're absolutely right. And that's why at the end of my shows, I open it up to the community. You could super chat me, or you could just chat me. Like, whatever you want, man. Whatever you're comfortable with. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you're comfortable with, that's what we're here for. Because the thing is, at the end of the day, okay, Falcon, you and I are basically the same. All right, cool. The thing is, at the end of the day, what people don't understand is you don't have a show without you guys. I don't have a show without you. You know what I'm saying? I don't have a show without you. And that's why it's important to constantly stay in communication with everybody. And we're not like, I'm the host, you're just the audience, and then fuck off. It's not like that. It will never be like that. People could DM me anytime. You want to hit me up, talk to me about something, then talk to me about something. You know what I'm saying? Like the lines of communication always stay open. And that's why I say at the end of the show, when I'm done my show, and even when I'm doing the show, I still interact with you guys. But I'm saying at the end of the show, I open it up to whatever you guys want to talk about. And the reason for that is because if you don't have open communication with everybody that's either watching your show or being part of your show, they're not feeling like they're being part of it. Yes, you're watching something. I understand that. Like when you go to a movie, you're not interacting with the people on the screen. You're just watching the shit, and then when you're done, you throw out your popcorn bag and you go home, right? That's a different story. But when this is an interactive experience, and this is what we do here, it's interactive, but we take it to another level so that everybody in this community has a voice. And the reason for that is so that people don't get fucking angry and bitter and say stupid shit in the comments section after the videos go live. Some people do that. I banned a guy last week, by the way. I think it's one of the first, maybe, I don't know. I think I've banned maybe 2 or 3 people from the channel. And I banned this guy last week because he was a fucking asshole. He came in here. I won't even say his name, but he was here in the live chat a couple of times, a couple of MAGGCASTs, and he was a prick then. And I'm like, yeah, you could stay. Don't worry about it. And I let him stay. And then he said some nasty shit in the comments section of one of my videos. And I'm like, you know what, dude? Fuck off. I gave you a fucking chance and you're a piece of shit. So I banned him forever. And I said, you're banned from the channel forever. Like, fuck off. And the point is that we have open communication so that we don't get to that point. You know what I'm saying? So that everybody has a voice. And I don't give a shit what you do. You can make love to your PlayStation 5 Pro. You can make love to your Xbox Series X. You can make love to your PC. You know what I mean? You can stick your Nintendo Switch 2 down your pants and turn the vibration on full. I don't care what you do. You can do all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, as long as we're all open, we have open dialogue with each other, we have a good time, who gives a fuck? Because I can tell you this, fanboy shit doesn't last very long. It lasts for a bit until the next guy comes along. And then everybody leaves you and goes to the next guy. Those guys don't last. You see who the biggest YouTubers in the world are? They're not fanboys. You see what I'm getting at? Longevity is a different story. And that's why it's important to have all that stuff. And that's why I fucking give everybody smoke. I don't give a shit. I'll shit all over Xbox all fucking day long. And then in the next breath, I will shit all over PlayStation. Like I did in the first half of the show. PlayStation got all the smoke tonight. I know people call me a pony and shit, but yeah, no, they got it all over it. You know? It's ridiculous. Wait, the Switch one was very specific. Does it work? Mario Heat is coming in with the heat tonight, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. The man is coming in with all the jokes tonight. The man is coming in with all the jokes. He's hitting it.
But the cream.
That's right.
Rise to the top. Oh, yeah.
That's right, Macho Man. You know what I'm talking about. And we've got Q-Max coming in, dropping a $5 super chat. Let's go, Q-Max. Thank you so much, Q-Max. Appreciate you, brother. And for $5 he says, I finally beat Pragmata. Excellent. Game of the year so far. And he says, I finally beat Pragmata. Man, what a tearjerker. As a girl dad, me too. I'm a girl dad as well. It hit me right in the feels. Makes me miss when they were kids, but they're now adults. Oh, dude, that's amazing. That's amazing. My daughter's still young, so she's turning 11 this year. So, like, she's in the vicinity of the same age as the girl. I mean, she's not quite as young as that. But yeah, I get what you're saying, brother. I get what you're saying. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. And congratulations on beating the game of the year. So far. Dude, Mario Heat, you're not wrong. He goes, Capcom's Redemption arc needs a documentary. They fucking do, because they were literally on the verge of selling, by the way, to Sony in 2016. And then 2017 changed everything when they released Biohazard. And they have been kicking ass for 9 straight years. And not only kicking ass, depending on how Microsoft does this year, with the other 4 games, not with Forza Horizon. Forza Horizon is now the highest rated game of 2026 so far. But with the other 4 games, if they hit as well, it's going to be a neck and neck race for Publisher of the Year. And I called this back in January, by the way. I'd just like to point that out. Capcom and Microsoft or an Xbox will be up for Publishers of the Year, and it's going to be between the two of them. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's a whole thing, man. It's a whole thing. That's going to be wild. All right, let me go pee. Let me go grab another beer. If you guys got any other questions, load them up, okay? So when I get back, we're going to talk. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Yes, Nate Dogg, you're not wrong. He said that Special Nick said that Xbox was close to buying Capcom. They were as well. They were in the running. There's no question about that. If you actually go back, they were in the running for purchasing Capcom as well. And but Sony was closer, and Sony was much closer. Like, it was very close. Like, we're talking like within like weeks of final negotiations of them buying them. Hey, El Nini's in the house. What's going on? So yeah, they were very close from purchasing them as well. But like, look at that redemption arc once again. Books should be written, documentaries should be made about what Capcom did, because whatever the hell they did, they are just on fire. They are on fire right now. And I will tell you one thing about Capcom, which I can't say because I'm under NDA, but I can tell you this: I will be. I can actually say this part. I will be meeting up with Capcom in LA. So I can tell you that much. That's all I can say. Beyond that, I'm under NDA for a lot of stuff. So there's a ton of stuff that, with all the correspondence and everything I've done with the trip to LA, mostly through Summer Games Fest and obviously through Xbox and certain people from Xbox that I've been in direct contact with. I'm under NDA for all of it. Now, when we get there, it'll be a little bit different. LFL, I'm going to answer that question momentarily. That's a great question. As well as you, Boeing, I'm going to answer that question as well. Yeah, anyways, either way, when I get there, it's going to be a little bit different because they said a lot of the conversations I've had with people, they said that when I'm there, they're gonna let us know when we can lift embargoes with stuff. LePedro, I didn't say that. I'll just leave it up to your implications. How about that? You're having a nice glass of something, Shaboogs. That kind of looks like a whiskey glass. I'm gonna say that. Oh, you want to play the Devil May Cry? I would, you know what, Devil May Cry is awesome. I mean, so is Onimusha, but, Onimusha is coming out later this year, so, I don't know, maybe chill on that and just play the new one. I would wait for that. So I don't really know. So we'll see. To answer the question, what console system do you have as the most fondest memories of playing? Fondest memories, eh? I got quite a few. But I'll name the ones. The first console we owned in the house was a Nintendo Entertainment System. That's right, the NES, the original NES. We owned that. My brother got it for his birthday, and we played that thing. Oh, Jesus. It got to the point where like my parents were going to take it away from us because all we wanted to do was play like that. And I remember even back in those days, my brother and I, you guys remember this game from any of the graybeards out there who played the games back in the 80s, not the arcade games, like the ones I got behind me. But I mean like the actual, the consoles. Anyone remember the basketball game Double Dribble? It's whiskey. All right, Shaboogs, I was pretty dead on. All right, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, a little whiskey. Grandma Barbecue, Asha does not have me under NDA, but her friends do. I don't deal with her directly. Fondest console memories. The NES with my brother, playing Mario, obviously. Mario 2 being my favorite Mario game of all time. Double Dribble. You remember Double Dribble? Double Dribble. And then my brother and I used to play basketball for hours and hours. Blades of Steel. The hockey game. Double Dribble. We played for, oh my God, endless hours and all those games. Another one of my friends, Marco, way back in the day. I used to go over to his house when I was a kid. I used to ride my bike over there. My mom would drive me over there. And we would play his Sega Master System. And we would play Wonder Boy and Alex Kidd in Miracle World. You remember that? The NES Double Dribble voice. That's right. Double Dribble. Wonder Boy and Alex Kidd in Miracle World on the Sega Master System. We used to play that for like 8 hours straight, man. We wouldn't even like play like as kids. We would just be there playing that game. It was just fucking locked in. You know what I'm saying? As for my personal favorite console experiences of stuff that I owned, the PlayStation 1. The PlayStation 1 changed everything for home consoles for me. That is when everything changed in terms of these machines that you see behind you. And actually right here, I got the Mortal Kombat right there. When Mortal Kombat 3 came as a launch title, or within the launch, yeah, it was the launch title, I believe. The launch title game for the PlayStation 1, and it was a direct arcade translation from like the original motherboard, and it was like I was playing Mortal Kombat 3 at home, and it wasn't compromised like a Sega Genesis version of like MK2 or like the Super Nintendo version of MK2, which had no blood, by the way. It was fucking bullshit and whatever, right? Fucking incredible. And PlayStation 1 just changed everything. Ridge Racer, Mortal Kombat 3, Rayman. And then, of course, the games that literally are still shaping my gaming habits now. The original Resident Evil on PlayStation 1. The original Tomb Raider on PlayStation 1. Changed my life, man. And then the next one that had the biggest effect on me beyond PlayStation 1, yes, I own a PlayStation 2, yes, I own a PlayStation 3, but the next game that, the next console that actually had the biggest impact on me was the Xbox 360. The Xbox 360 brought in a whole new element of stunning graphics, incredible gameplay, just blew my fucking mind, man. And then when my first achievement popped, I was like, what the hell is this? I got like 20 points for God knows what. I'd love to know what my very first achievement was. And I saw that and I'm like, what's an achievement? And I went in there and I looked at it and it's like, oh, you can get all these like cool things and you can get like 1,000 points out of 1,000 to show everybody that you did the game perfect, right? Reptile. That's right, Boeing. And so then the achievement thing took over on the 360. And then, of course, the incredible games on the Xbox 360. My God. Halo 3, the original Gears, Mass Effect, BioShock. Like, Jesus Christ. It was just the most, I would think to me, the most influential consoles for me overall were the PlayStation 1 and the Xbox 360. Those are, I think, the two most influential consoles of all time for me. And then, like I said, tastes change. The next generation, I went straight to Xbox One. I never bought a PS4 right away. I was neck deep in Xbox at that point. I'm like, right now, I'm creeping up. I mean, I stopped collecting achievements a while ago, but like I started up again a little bit, and I'm almost at 400,000 achievement points. Not the best, but like pretty good. And I started getting more achievement. I got like 3,000 achievement points last week, right? So like I'm kind of getting there and whatever. But yeah, nothing will ever beat the Xbox 360, man. It was fucking incredible. But in terms of like innovation and like changing the landscape of gaming, the PS1 did all that. Because next year we're playing Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider started on the PlayStation 1. I just got a platinum on Resident Evil Requiem, as well as platinums and 1,000 out of 1,000s on all of the games on Xbox and PlayStation for all the Resident Evils. And I'm doing that now, and Resident Evil came out 30 years ago on the PlayStation 1. So, like, in that respect, it had more of an impact on the gaming industry. But 360 was just out of this world, man, in terms of its quality, its exclusives, its third-party exclusives. Let's not forget that. God damn it, man. You know what I mean? Call of Duty. Remember the Call of Duty games? The Call of Duty games having all the map packs and everything was all Xbox 360 exclusive. They were crushing the shit out of things. And they almost beat PlayStation. They didn't. But they almost beat PlayStation that gen. And that was the closest Xbox ever got. After that, it's been downhill. But, like, either way. You know, Xbox One, I was all into that generation. I ended up picking up the PS4 near the end of the generation. You know what I mean? And then now this generation, I started Xbox Series X. I got both day one. I got the PS5 and I got the Series X day one. But I gravitated, for two reasons. Xbox wasn't, I was playing the games and I played the games. I was there. I'm still there now. I was playing Xbox today. You know what I mean? But the majority of my attention this generation has been the PS5. The PS5 was the better system, in my opinion. And the PS5 Pro is the better system. And, of course, my wife gave up on the Xbox, and she got a PlayStation. So from when she gave up on the Xbox, all third-party games from 2023 and on, I've been buying on PlayStation so that we game share. That was financial prudency. That was a little bit different. It wasn't about really, preference at that point. It's preference now because of the PS5 Pro. So, when I play games like, for example, Assassin's Creed Shadows or like all these other games or whatever, Resident Evil 9, I'm getting all the... On the console level, not PC level, on the console level, I'm getting the better experience. So now, not only do I game share with my wife, but my preference is buying third party on PlayStation because I'm getting a better performance. And for example, this fall, I'm getting Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 on PlayStation because she loves Call of Duty as well. And GTA 6 because presumably I'm going to get a better performance experience on the console. So, it is what it is. That's why I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. And I did give a shit for a very long time. I'll tell you that much. And I was just like, listen, man, this is the way I am. This is the way I do. And I don't cut any consoles out. I'm not like, you can't categorize me. How the fuck can you categorize me? One day I'm playing Sorrows. The next day I'm playing Forza Horizon 6 on an Xbox. You know what I mean? Like, there's no point in doing that. And categorizing people is stupid. So I just avoid it. So I'm like, and the thing is, for a long time, I did give a shit because I have, you guys know this by now, I have some severe anxiety issues. Even though I don't really display it, I fight it every day and I know how to deal with it, whatever else. And I have a lot of confidence and all that kind of shit, but it eats away at your brain, right? And it used to get to me. And now I got to the point where I'm just like, you know what? I don't give a fuck. I'm me, and I'm going to be me. I'm almost giving the Trains, Planes, and Automobile line. I like me. The speech from that movie with John Candy, rest in peace to one of the greatest actors of all time, one of the greatest comedic actors of all time. And now I just don't give a fuck. I'm just like, listen, man, I'm here. You want to talk gaming? You want to talk whatever? You want to talk, whatever platforms? You want to talk about gaming itself, not this tribalistic bullshit? Then we'll talk. Then come to this channel. That's what we're doing here. You can find fanboy shit. It's out there. Where people talk shit about each other and all that kind of stuff. That's nonsense. That's silly. I don't do that shit. If you come after me, motherfucker, you better come. You better. Don't be bringing a knife to a gun battle. Because, you know what I mean? I'm coming in with a bazooka. But people don't. People don't come after me. They don't. Someone actually said to me, which is funny because Alex is a friend. Oh no, it's Alex. And they're like, oh man, you better watch out. Alex, you're going to get clipped on Alex's show. And I'm like, Alex is a friend. And he has his shtick. He does his thing. I call him Banana Boy and I just bust his chops. I call him Pepperoni Nipples and all that kind of stuff, whatever. And I make jokes or whatever. But at the end of the day, nobody goes after each other. It's crazy. You know what I mean? God damn it, Keith. I'm going to call you Keith in the chat. He goes, he still has both his 360 and his Sega Master System. Dude, that is fucking awesome. Bro, that is amazing. Hey, Greg, what's going on, buddy? He says, the Nova Studios that got bought out and moved the games over to the PS3. Yes. Yes, they did. 360 had massive engagement. Yes, they did. Hey, we got Shaboogs coming and dropping a $10 super chat. Let's go, Shaboogs. What's up? And Shaboog says for $10 US. Thank you so much, Shaboog. He says, this show rocks, man. Fuck, I hope so. He goes, this show makes it makes me feel like we're all just chilling in a room drinking and just talking good shit. Haha. Keep up the great work, Mag, for real. Dude, thank you so much, man. And that was the point. That was the point, brother. That was the point, Shaboogs. That's the point. The point is that not only is this to engage with everybody and all that kind of stuff or whatever, it's also to just feel relaxed. Talk about whatever you want to talk about. Those aren't pillows, Nate Dogg. So you know what I mean? Thank you, Shaboogs. I appreciate that, brother. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what we're here to do. And that's why I do community talk, because I think community talk is important. The very first time I did it, by the way, I did it by accident. Because what happened was we were doing the show. We were doing a MAGGCAST. I was doing regular MAGGCAST, and then I would just be like, all right, everybody, good night, and just piss off and go, whatever. And there was one magical night. I'll never forget it. It was in the... Yo, Cornercade, what's going on? Welcome to the chat. Everybody say hi to him. Give him a little Asha music. There you go. There you go. Get a little Asha. So there was one MAGGCAST. It happened in the fall. And I kind of got the... I kind of got the itch. You know what I'm saying? We were sitting here doing the show, talking, whatever. And I got the itch. I'm like, fuck, I need a drink, man. And so I went to go grab myself a beer, whatever. And then it turned into 2 beers. Then it turned into 3 beers. Then it turned into 4 beers. And then it was just like, all of a sudden it came to the thing and it's just like, and then we just kind of abandoned like the show at that point. Like, cause we were already on the show. We were on the air for like 2-3 hours, whatever. And we just kind of abandoned the show. We just started talking. And then I thought to myself, I'm like, wait a minute. That was one of the best MAGGCASTs I've ever done. I felt so comfortable. And it felt so right. And I was just like, God damn it, that felt so good, man. Just talking. And now, we could still talk about video games for 6 hours. I don't give a shit what we talk about. Or we could talk about He-Man, or we could talk about flying, or we could talk about anxiety. We could talk about whatever. I don't care. But then it turned into something, and I realized, but then the thing is, I noticed that you guys reacted and was like, this is awesome. Let's just do that. So yes, obviously I do the show. Like tonight, we did the show. 2 hours, 20 minutes. Pure video game talk, man. We crushed the fuck out of that tonight. Right? Great topics, great conversation. And then I just open it up and I'm like, nah, man. Go grab yourself a drink, chill out, kick your feet up. Me included. Even though I'm still doing a show. I'm still running a show. I mean, I know it seems like kind of chill, but like at the same time, I got monitor 1, monitor 2, monitor 3, cameras, lights. I got audio. I got this. Like I'm watching like 100 things at once, and we're doing all this, but we're doing it casual, having a good time. You know what I'm saying? We're having a good time and having just talking. And then I realized that this has become one of, outside of like doing my actual show, it has become the most integral part of the show, because that is how we stay connected as a community together, because you know what I mean? We're all talking. Like I said, keep that open dialogue, and that's what we do. So keep hitting me with questions, man. Whatever the hell you want to talk about. I mean, within reason. I mean, some of the insider shit I can't say. And that's why I don't really do insider videos anymore. I did a couple of those when I first started the channel, and I thought that that's where I wanted to go. And I'm like, nah, this ain't worth it, man. Because at the end of the day, if something even goes like a little bit off-road, then I get shit on. Not them for changing business plans or whatever. I get shit on. And I'm like, forget it. But if you ask me questions, I'll tell you what I know. But I won't be making videos about it. You know what I mean? What's Cornercade saying? He goes, you got home arcades behind you like I do on the show, on my show. Cornercade, it's the only way. And Cornercade, if you got a show, you want to talk about it in the chat right now? Put it out there, man. Come on. Fucking advertise your shit, brother. Get people to come check it out. Am I sub to you? I'm going to check right now. What's the name of your show? Let's see if I'm sub to you. Oops, I put the Corner Cafe. That's definitely not you. Oh, the Cornercade. I am sub to you. You're right there, yeah. I just checked it out. I am sub to you. Although, I don't see... Like, the notifications are turned on with the bell. But, YouTube has been, like, listen. YouTube's been acting a goddamn fool lately, okay? I've been subbed to, like a lot of channels, and I don't get, like, notifications. Although I haven't seen anything... hold on a second. Let me go to your channel. Like, your actual channel. Yeah, you just put something up, like, 1 day ago. No notifications. 2 weeks ago. Live unboxing? What did you unbox? Street Fighter Alpha 2? Dude, what the fuck? Go sub to his channel right away, folks. He's ahead of me by quite a bit, but I mean, Oh, Itchy in the chat. He says Cornercade has a great show. Yeah. Nice. Thanks, man. Yeah. Yeah, go check it out, folks. The Cornercade. Go check it out. It's right there. We promote everybody over here, okay? We all lift each other up, man. I'm not to sound like really kumbaya and shit, but I'm being dead serious. We all do that kind of stuff. A Cornicade, 100% I'll come on the show. You kidding me? Just listen, hit me up. You got me on Twitter? Twitter DMs and all that shit? Just look me up on Twitter. I'm always there. I don't know what your twiddle... twiddle. I said twiddle. See what happens when you're 3 pints in, folks? Cornercade. Let's see if you're on Twitter. No, I got Corner's code. Dude, I don't understand how we're not... Well, okay, well, whatever. Either way. There you go. See, you're getting subs right now. You're getting subs right now. There you go. You got people in the chat subbing to your channel. That's how it works. We all start from 0 subs. Yes, we do. We all do. Yes, we do.
Oh!
But anyways, hit me up on Twitter, or at least give me your Twitter handle, whatever. I'm Middle-Aged Game Guy. It's Middle-Aged Game Guy with a GY at the end, not GUY, because I couldn't fit the whole damn name in. And that was before I changed my name to the Mag, of course, because I found it much easier. Itchy is like, Mag on Cornercade's show. Is the world ready for that much awesome? Let's fucking do it, man. I'm totally in. And by the way, I'm totally safe for work. Or family friendly. So if you keep the swearing down or whatever, that's totally fine. MAGGCAST is a whole different story. That's where I completely let loose. But like, I do XNC with Colt Eastwood, obviously, right? And I do my shit, whatever. We've been doing that for 3 years. I have not, well, I think I've sworn once in 3 years. And we got Seth Monsters coming in, dropping at $25 super chat. Let's go. Let's go, Seth Monsters. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you, brother. And I'm glad you're doing very well, my friend. I'm glad you're doing very well. Let's send this out. Let's send this out to Seth Monsters. For Gondor, we got to do it for the realm, ladies and gentlemen. And he says, for $25 US. He says, at Emperor Hound, dude, what are you tagging other people in your super chats? I'm just kidding. And he says, Emperor Hound suggested I play more Dune Awakening, and he was nice enough to offer to help me, so I am passing on the Dune Awakening vibe to entice someone else to take the journey. Ladies and gentlemen, he has dropped a code in the chat. Go get that code, ladies and gentlemen. Go get that code. Let's go. Go get that code. There it is. And let me tell you something, folks. Do yourself a favor. Whoever gets it, please tell me in the chat who got it, and then after who got it, make sure you thank Seth Monsters, being one of the biggest contributors to this channel ever. Let's go. No talent. He usually drops Steam codes. So my guess is that it's going to be a Steam code. So yeah, Steam. There you go. So whoever gets it, gets it. Cornercade, I'm not kidding around. Hey, come hit me up. Just send me a DM or whatever today, tomorrow. I don't care. I'm on there. Or if you can't find me on Twitter for whatever reason, I am the Mag. Xbox, PlayStation, Switch 2, Steam. Same name across the board, and you can DM me there. I am the Mag. All capital words, all one. So all capital letters, all one word. Sorry, excuse me. You know what I'm saying. So yeah, hit me up. I love to do the show. Fuck yeah, let's do it. Been gaming 47 years, man. I know what I'm talking about. Occasionally. I don't see any. Thank you so much, Seth Monsters. I appreciate you, brother. Anybody else got questions? Come on, man. Hit me up. We're at the 4-hour, 20-minute mark. I can go on for a little bit more. I could probably have another beer. Or two. Depends on how many questions you guys got for me. I'm just going to stare at the screen and say nothing. Look. I am the pony. Thank you, Deceiver.
Ponies and 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 ponies.
There you go, Deceiver. You got the pony song. You wanted the pony song. Listen, man, deep down inside, you know you... There we go. CQ Max says, play the pony song, Mag. You know what? I'll play it for you once again.
Ponies and ponies.
I love it. It's a great song. So there you go. Anyways, I don't really have much else to say unless you guys have other questions for me. You just wanted the song. Of course you just wanted the song. I know what you wanted. Yes, how can we play Forza with you guys? Thursday, QMax, what we're doing. Fuck off, Seth Monsters. Don't start. Let's drink it at 2 straight wins for the Yanks. Boo!
Yeah! Fire!
There you go. Shaboogs, you want another drink? Go grab another drink, man. Let's do it. I mean, I still got half a beer here, so I'm still good for this one. But yeah, definitely gonna grab another one. We're gonna be playing Forza this Thursday with the community, somewhere around midday, unfortunately. So QMax, I don't know if that works out for you, but around 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we were gonna be doing a community game, whatever you want to call it, community game day, where we're all going to be playing Forza Horizon together. I will be streaming it live on the channel, and it's going to be a bonus stream. It's not going to be part of Friday Night Live, so we'll be doing that. Yeah. You want Usher? There you go. You got a little Usher. You get a little Usher for you. Yeah. There you go, Greg. The man finally has said something. The guy has actually asked a question.
But the cream
there it is.
Rise to the top. Oh, yeah.
That's right.
All part of the plan.
That's right. It's all part of the plan. Greg asked in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. So anyway, sorry. Let me answer the first question. Forza Horizon 6 this Thursday, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you can make it, that'd be fantastic. We're going to be playing with the community. I will be broadcasting it live on the channel. Again, I want to thank the... How many people now? Let's take a look. Let's take a look very quickly. And we're going to go over here. We're going to go over there. We're going to go over here and over there. And we're going to check it out. And yeah, we had 724 people come check out the show today where we played Forza Horizon. That was wonderful. I enjoyed that. Oh, you don't work till 3:30? You can make it. All right, well, QMax, you're in, buddy. So that's what we're going to do. And, of course, yeah, we'll be doing all that jazz. And so we will be playing Forza Horizon 6 with the community. I will be streaming it on the channel. I will not have voice chat enabled. It is too much of a hassle dealing with multiple people, and I don't mean multiple people like you guys. Like that's a hassle. It's the voice chat that's a pain in the ass. Yes, I have the Pro Link and all that kind of shit to do that. I can get your voices in there, but the problem is I can't control who comes into your chats and all that stuff, and it's not worth the hassle. Trust me, I've seen bad things happen before. So yeah, I'll doing all that stuff. Emperor Hound, we'll get into that in just a second. We'll talk about some Doom. The soundboard. The soundboard is fantastic, Corticade.
Lottie frickin' da!
That's right, Lottie frickin' da, baby. Let's go. That's right.
There is a great disturbance in the Force.
I have felt it.
Yes. Venom game, Maverick. The Venom game is on its way. It's not canceled. It was never canceled. It was never stopped. Any of that bullshit that came out, they were saying like, oh, because Tony Todd died, they canceled the game. No. They recorded all of his footage. They recorded all his voice work before he passed. Hey, Ghost Fixer, what's up, dude? How you doing, man? They recorded all his voice work before he passed. He wanted to do it before he passed. The game is still coming. Do Usher and you're fired.
Yeah!
There you go. There it is. A little bit of all that. Sub-Zero Assassin, how's it going, man? Good morning from the UK. Well. How you doing? He goes, even better. Arsenal and Premier Champions. That's right. I've heard about it multiple times. That's it. The Gondor. Let's do it. And Ghost Fixer has become a magnificent maggot. Let me tell you something. Ghost Fixer, you know how it goes.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Welcome to hell. You can't escape. You're here now. You're here now, and you know what that means.
It is unavoidable. It is your destiny.
It is your destiny to become a maggot, and you're never going to be able to leave. Okay, so now. Greg is like, this is fun. Anyways, back to the questions. Venom is not canceled. The game is still coming. Tony Todd, all of his voice work was already recorded. It's done. The game is actually working on something very interesting I'd like to point out, by the way. Now, it's a technology that they're going to be utilizing for Spider-Man 3. And it's a new, you get this, it's a new propulsion technology for when for maneuverability around the maps. And I'm very excited to hear, I've heard about it from a couple of Insomniac employees I've spoken to, and they said some really cool stuff about it. They're like, yeah, man, we're working on this new propulsion technology, so it actually makes the movement and traversal through the maps way more organic feeling. Even though, Spider-Man 2 was, all the Spider-Mans and even Miles Morales, they were incredible. but it's going to feel even more realistic and, like I said, again, more maneuverability as you're traversing through the maps. And they're working on this new tech. It's going to be featured in Venom. However, it's going to be utilized even more so in Spider-Man 3, which is going to be coming out in the PlayStation 6 gen. So yeah, it's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. QMax, just be like online around that time. If you're like on my Xbox friends list, just look out for me, and then we'll all join a party first. We'll all get to talking and all that shit, and then once we go live, unfortunately, I have to cut you guys off from the talking, and then I'll go live, and then I have to change my audio. But either then, we'll do that. It's gonna be awesome. Yeah. Magnum, you asshole. Why do you have to say that? Oh, dear Lord. Okay, what were the questions? I had a couple of questions. There were a couple of things. Oh, okay, Nate Dogg, I'm gonna talk about that in just a moment. I did not ignore that. There was something else that someone says. It was the Venom thing, and there was something else. There was something else somebody asked me. Oh, Dr. Doom. No, the reshoots are, from what I understand, the reshoots are still happening in the UK right now. They actually had planned for 3 months of reshoots for Doomsday, which is kind of crazy because that's why we haven't gotten an official trailer. Now, I have friends who went to CinemaCon in Vegas, and they saw the trailer there, and of course they described it to me in every single detail, so I know what happens in that trailer. However, the funny thing is that the CinemaCon trailer may no longer be canon as they're doing 90 days of reshoots right now in the UK. It may actually completely change different trajectories and story points in the film. So that actual trailer, that's why it was never released to the public. There was a very specific reason why the Doomsday trailer that was shown at CinemaCon has not been shown to the public. That reason alone, because the 90 days of reshoots are actually going to change a lot of what they saw in that original trailer. So it's very interesting. QMax, I will be watching Spider-Noir in black and white, and there's nothing better than a little bit of Nicolas Cage, 1930s film noir, and Spider-Man all mixed together. And that trailer where he's like, I don't even remember what happened. I went to the bar, and then I got wasted. And I was just like, dude, you fucking rock. Like, I mean, are you kidding me? Nick Cage as Spider-Man. God damn it. And of course, I'm watching it in black and white. I'm a huge fan of film noir. So I love film noir. Always have. I've been a big fan of it since the early days. Like, even when I was a kid, I used to listen to Theater of the Mind on the radio, like the old 1930s and 1940s, like radio shows. I love that. I went to the bar and got wasted. I haven't seen such abuse of a soundboard since I sublisted. Do you, what, you want another one? I'll give you some more.
It's all part of the plan.
That's right.
But the cream will rise to the top. Oh yeah.
Here's one for you, here's one for you, Magnum, because you've been a ball breaker tonight.
What an idiot! Oh, what a loser!
Here's another one for you, Magnum.
Why do you say this to me when you know I will kill you for it?
There you go, Magnum.
Do not come.
Do not come.
Do not come.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come. Oh.
It's probably one of the funniest sound bites I've ever heard in my life. Ghost Fixer, I'm doing very well, my friend. We're having a good time, man. We're just shooting the breeze, having a good time. Yeah, talking. Now, there was another question in there. Nate Dogg, there it is. This is what I wanted to address. He says, Mag, what have you heard? I'm putting a have in there because I'm assuming that's what you wanted to say. Part of reading chats and super chats is like a superpower. You have to take what people say and then interpret, because sometimes people type really fast or they can't get it all in, and so you have to interpret what they're saying. So I know what he's talking about. It's a superpower. It's my mutant power, as a matter of fact. Like Magneto can like control metal. I can read chats. There you go. That's my superpower. Matt, What have you heard about Obsidian? Tim Dog said that they're getting folded into Bethesda. Essentially, BGS West Coast Xbox viewed them as redundant. Shit. I can't talk about that. That's not a confirmation. That's not a confirmation. All I'm saying is that I can't talk about that because I need to... Okay, do me a favor, Nate Dogg. Let me dig in. Let me dig in. Let me dig into that. Let me find out what I can. I know a lot of people at Microsoft, obviously. Let me see if I can find out some information on that. That is something that I've never heard before. Literally what you wrote in the chat tonight, I have never heard that. I have never even heard a rumor of that. The fact that he's saying that, let me dig in a little bit deeper and send out a few of my feelers and see what I can find out. Like I said, I got people all over Microsoft, so I know Phil Spencer fucking hated me sometimes. I know it came up a few times. I'm like, how the and I'm not even kidding. It's just like, he's like, how the fuck does he find out all this stuff? Because a lot of that stuff, like Project Latitude and everything else, I knew that like 6 months before it was even like discussed and whatever. And I know he was pissed that I got the information and I said it on XNC. It was before I even had the channel. It was before I even had MAGGCAST and the Mag Show. It was really funny because it was not like, you know what I mean? And I know he was pissed. So I know, like I said, I know some, whatever. I'm not going to say anymore. Let me dig into it, Nate Dogg, and do me a favor, dude. Write it on a sticky note, and I'm not being a prick. I'm being serious. Write it on a sticky note and ask me the same question next week on MAGGCAST when we have community talk. Ask me again, and I will have more information for you, I promise. But I'm definitely going to look into it. Ghost Fixer, did I say congratulations on being a maggot? I'm not sure, but if I didn't, I'm doing it again.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
I'm doing it again, Ghost Fixer, just in case. I wanted to make sure that I did not miss you, my friend. And we got Official Wave. He's saying, looking like Stone Cold, bro. You just gained a new follower. Let's fucking go. I am Stone Cold Steve Austin. How do you know I'm not? That's right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Official Wave, welcome him to the chat. He is now a maggot. And you know what? Even if he's... Listen, here you go.
Welcome to hell!
There you go, Official Wave. There you go. There you go. Welcome to hell. Welcome to hell. Let's do it for Gondor. For Gondor. Let's do it for Gondor. And let's do it for the channel. That's it. Not on the record, Mag. Told me in private. Dude, he told you in private and then you put it here in the chat? You put it here in the chat? It just became very unprivate. You know, like 2,000+ people watch this show, right? Now everybody knows. Everybody knows.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
There it is. Nate Dogg, it's out of the bag. Okay, so you're saying it'd still be Obsidian, but just under the Bethesda is how you took it. Okay. All right, cool. Official Wave. Chat, maggots, you want to say hi to the guy? Say hi to the guy, man. I don't see any hellos in the chat. Go say hi to the man. He's now part of the posse, man. You can't get out. You can't get out, by the way, Official Wave. You can't leave. You leave, the maggots will hunt you down.
For Gondor!
Because only the best of the best are here.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
Okay, now, folks. I just finished pint number 3. Let's go get another pint. I gotta get another beer. You know, Official Wave, if you actually sub to the channel, your name comes up right over here. Look. See this right here? See where my finger is? If you sub to the channel right now, look, it'll show up right there, and it'll say you have a new subscriber, and it'll show up right there. It's kind of fun. Dude, I've been doing the show for 4 hours and 36 minutes. Now, Wave, if you're new here, what we do here on the channel, MAGGCAST, what we do is that for the first 2 to 2.5 hours, we do an actual gaming podcast. And I do the whole show and whatever else and all that jazz. And then once we're done, which we are done, what we do is we crack ourselves a couple of drinks, have a couple beers, whatever. Even if you don't drink, whatever. Have a Kool-Aid. I don't give a shit. Have a tea. Have a coffee. Have a glass of water. Have whatever the hell you want. And then what we do from there, Official Wave, is that we just talk about whatever the hell we want to talk about. You want to talk about movies? We'll talk about movies. You want to talk about video games and continue to talk about video games? We'll do all that too. But I open it up to the community because I want to have a weekly situation here that what we do is after the podcast is over, like I said, which ended about 2 hours ago. But what we do is now we just shoot the breeze, have a couple drinks, talk, and then we all communicate with each other so that there's no ill will, there's no weirdness, there's no console war bullshit over here. It's all just whatever. You want to talk about Xbox? Talk about Xbox. You want to talk about PlayStation? We'll do that. We'll talk about Nintendo, Steam, Santa Claus over at Valve or whatever, fucking Gandalf over at, Xbox making the new Helix or whatever. We'll talk about all that jazz, man. That's what we do here. Yes, LFL, I'm definitely an MLB fan. I'm a Toronto Blue Jays fan. Obviously, I'm from Toronto, so that's my team. Always has been my team, always will be my team. Oh, Dominic is asking a very, very technical question. Meg, do you think Helix will have proprietary memory cards like Series X? I would imagine so. Dominic. And the reason why I would imagine so, because it's going to be more like it's going to be more PC-like, so it's going to have memory card components. It's going to have I don't think you're going to be able to operate on the system like you're going to be able to upgrade it. But yes, I believe it will have the memory cards like Series X. I think that that's a no-brainer these days, especially considering that the games are getting so much bigger in size and scope that it's almost impossible to be able to have enough, storage space to put it. You know what I mean? Like to have the storage space and everything. It's just too much. It's too much. Now, I know that, for example, I did hear there was a little rumor out there that Sony was working on something to be able to compress the files, very much like the zip files in the late 90s and early 2000s. You remember those? It'd be like the same idea that it would be able to have like, take up less storage and all that kind of shit. So I don't know. I really don't know, man. We're going to have to wait and see, brother. Sub-Zero Assassin. I gotta read this out loud, folks. He says, I was walking in the British countryside, which, by the way, is gorgeous. I've been in the UK. I was there for a rugby tour back in the 90s when I used to play competitive rugby. And he says in the British countryside, he goes, this weekend, and we saw a pony in the field, and we were all walking, and I had your pony song in my head all weekend. And you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Just for Sub-Zero Assassin.
Ponies and ponies.
There it is. There it is. Official Wave, what are you playing on right now, man? You playing on PlayStation then, or are you on PC, or what are you doing? Yes, Hero Down Under, you're absolutely right, brother. He goes, zip files were revolutionary when they came out. Exactly. So apparently this new tech that Sony's working on is going to be able to essentially zip file games so that games that are like, 150 gigs or whatever, they can reduce it down to like 70 or 80. I don't know how they're going to do it. Listen, you guys know this, okay? And I've never bullshitted you guys before. I'm not the tech guy. You want the tech guy? Go talk to Colt Eastwood. He's the tech guy, okay? He's the tech guy, not me. He's my friend, and we talk. We do the show together, whatever, for the last 3 years. And whenever the tech questions come up, I shove them right over to Colt. I'm like, dude, you fucking take this one. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But apparently they're doing that. So yes, you're not wrong, Fuzzy Tomato. Goes, Sony's already using it. PS5 games are always smaller than Xbox and PC games. Now, that is also true. You're on the PS5, all right. Welcome to the show, my friend. Here, I'll give it right for you, Official.
PlayStation.
There you go. You got a whole bunch of PlayStations in there. So the thing is, I did notice that. Now, my question is, I didn't really notice this, and I have never compared them. I've got a PS5 Pro, And I've never actually compared file sizes between like the PS5 Pro and like the Series consoles, for example. Like I've got the Series X and I've got the PS5 Pro. However, I've also not bought the same game on the two different consoles, so I'd be curious to see what the install size would be for like the PS5 Pro, because it's got the PSSR2 enhancements. Does that add more to it? Like, does it make the download file larger? I'm not really sure. Springfield Chaser, what's up? Without streaming assets? Apparently not. I don't know. Again, we're going to have to wait and see. But Colt is like I said, Colt is more of like the tech guy. So he'll be able to, you know. Springfield, welcome to the chat, by the way.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
I don't know how long you've been here, but you're talking in the chat now. Anyways, I'd be very curious to see how, like, if there were any file size differences between, like, a PS5 Pro. Of course, Springfield, of course you get that. You get something else, too. Here you go.
Maganda!
That's for you. That's for you, Springfield.
Maganda!
There you go. You get an applause. You get everything. And you got to welcome to hell as well. You got to welcome to hell. That's where we are right now. Mag, thoughts on Kevin Hart's roast? Jesus Christ. He goes, I thought it was unfunny and cringe. I saw snippets of it. I have not sat down to watch the whole thing. I've been so busy with gaming and so busy with the channel this week. And I heard a lot about it. I heard a lot of fucking, there's some pretty brutal joke. Like, I mean, I've heard roast before, but man, some of those roasts were pretty brutal. But it's wild, man. It's wild. I'm going to have to check it out. I'm going to have to sit down there and talk about that. Rompasos, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Rompasos! Cheers from Dublin. With a name like that and you live in Dublin, I think you sound like you're from here, my friend. Rompasos! Rompasses, I'm just busting your balls. Cheers from Dublin, and of course, cheers from Canada, my friend. We are essentially brother countries. Gamer JJ90P, welcome. And he's got a question for me. He says, "Hello. Do you think exclusives are a good thing?" Yes, I do. And I'll tell you why. And I've told this story before. I know the maggot's gonna be so pissed off because it'll be like, "Oh my God." Mag's an old man. He's telling the same stories. Well, he asked the question. I'm going to answer it. It was back in 2006. You ready for this? Here's the old man. The old man story. It was way back in 1947 when I was walking to school one day. Okay. I'm going to tell you this right now. It was 2006. I was sitting down watching the superior Buffalo Bills on the TV, as I usually do on Sundays, and I'm watching the NFL game, whatever, right? And this commercial comes on. Now, I'm a huge fan of... See, CDB, already busting my balls, all right? Busting my balls.
Yeah! Your fucking words don't ever go over my fucking head again, you motherfucker, you.
He asked a question. I have to answer it. You're from Brazil originally, but you live in Ireland for 10 years. Oh, well, that's lovely. I hope you're enjoying the land of green. My wife is Irish. Imagine my kids, by the way. My kids are Italian-Irish. Can you imagine that combination? Jeez Christ in heaven. Can you imagine the poor guy that has to date my daughter? Oh, you know, like most fathers are worried for their daughters. Like, oh my God, I hope this guy's not a creep and he tries anything on my daughter. I'll fucking kill him. Like, I'll throw him in a wood chipper, whatever, right? I'm literally, the very first day that a guy comes to my door and comes to take my daughter out for a date, I'm going to bring him outside. I'm going to push him out the front door. I'll be like, hey, whatever your name is, Jimmy. I'm going to push it. All right, Jimmy, go outside the door. I'm going to talk outside the door. I'm going to listen, man. I'm not going to warn you about, like, if you put your hands on my daughter, shit like that. You know what I'm going to tell him? I'm going to say, listen, dude, I'm warning you now. She's going to fucking kill you. And I'm like, get away while you can. She's Italian Irish. I'm like, she's going to kill you if she's not happy with you. I think for your own personal safety, it's actually, I'm more concerned about the boy on a date with her. I'm not concerned about her. She's going to take care of her own. My wife, when she's like out, you think I sit around pining, worrying about my wife? I'm scared about what she's going to do to other people when she gets a couple of pints in her. And I'm like, my wife is a hard Irish, man. She's scary. And she will fuck your shit up. And she'll beat me up too. I tried fucking with her a few times. Not fucking with her, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, jabbing her and I'd be like, hey, honey, what are you doing? Hey, like kick her in the leg or something, like trying to be like, MMA or something. And then all of a sudden she'll turn around and beat the crap out of me. Anyhow, back to what we were talking about. 2006, I'm sitting there watching the Buffalo Bills game, right? And this commercial comes on TV, and I'm watching this commercial, and I go, what the hell is this? I see like a shopping mall. I see zombies. And I'm a huge fan of George A. Romero. First of all, I'm a huge horror fan. I love horror movies. It's my number one thing. I've always loved the horror movies. Outside of, like, of course, the video game realm, horror movies is like my second love, right? I have like 30 plus shirts of like every single horror movie you can think of and all that kind of shit, right? And so, exactly, Falcon, love the Bills, baby. So I'm watching the Bills game, I'm watching this, and I'm a huge George A. Romero fan of all the zombie movies, right? And Dawn of the Dead is one of my favorite zombie movies. So I'm seeing this like video game scene playing out in front of me, and I'm sitting there watching this, and it's in a mall, there's zombies, the dude's killing a bunch of zombies, the graphics are ridiculous, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I'm watching, and it says, Capcom presents Dead Rising. And I'm like, wow, what the hell kind of video game was that? I'm like, look at the graphics on that. I've never seen anything like this. And it says, available only on the Xbox 360. I wish I could lie to you guys, and I'm not going to. I never have, never will. I literally, as soon as the game was over, I drove to, in those days, ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't GameStop, it was EB Games. In Canada, anyway. I drove to the EB Games and I bought an Xbox 360 and I bought Dead Rising. That was the first game I owned on the Xbox 360. And at that time, the only game I owned because I could only afford the one game in the console. And I bought it. I bought that Xbox 360 and I bought Dead Rising because it was exclusive to that console because there was no other way. And I'm like, I have to play this game. And I bought it, and I played it. I loved it. I don't know how many hours I put in that game, endless hours in that game. And guess what? Guess what they got from that? Think about this for 1 second, folks. Xbox got 20 years of me as a customer because of that one commercial on television. PlayStation, back in 1996, released the PS1, which we talked about 30 minutes ago. They were releasing a straight-to-home motherboard version of MK3, as I already said. Never seen anything like it. I saw the pictures in magazines, and I'm like going, God damn it, are they actually doing this? Because I was playing Mortal Kombat, as you can see right there. I was playing Mortal Kombat in the arcades, right? And to see an actual exact translation from the arcade to home, unheard of. Unheard of. It was unheard of. It was never done before. Not to the extent that PlayStation was doing it with PlayStation 1. And then, of course, from there, it was a cascade of, like, just quality. Ridge Racer, Rayman, Resident Evil 1, Tomb Raider, and then the rest was history. And for 30 years, as a result of that PlayStation 1, where that was the only place you could play those games, PlayStation has earned my money for 30 years because of the ever-evolving exclusivities that they have on the platform. And as of now... And now he's a pony. Thank you so much. Who the fuck said that in the chat? CDB. Let's go. Yes, let's not downplay Splinter Cell. Splinter Cell was incredible. By the way, Splinter Cell is still on track. Still on track as it stands for next year. No, my wife is not a redhead. She has dark hair and brown eyes. Oh, shit. Hold on, my wife's calling me. Should I answer it on the phone? Or sorry, I answer it live in the air? Hello?
Hello?
Hi, where are you?
At the front door.
I thought you were working till 2 a.m.
No, I said 1:30, 2 a.m.
Don't say anything bad because you're live on the air.
Hi.
Tell me I'm an asshole.
No, I would just like to come in the house now, please.
Okay, folks, I got to go unlock the front door because I put the child safety lock on the door so she couldn't get in the house. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I got to go let my wife in the house. Although I should leave her outside with the coyotes for like 30 minutes, see if she can battle them for a minute. All right, I'll be right back. And we're going to continue this conversation about exclusivity. All right, I let her in the house. I felt guilty. I let her in the house. Anyways, let's get back to that conversation. So, PlayStation earned 30 years of loyalty out of me for providing me with a product that I couldn't get anywhere else, right? And I enjoy their products. I enjoy their games. I enjoy their single-player experiences. I always have. I always will. Xbox got me in 2006, and I've been a loyal customer ever since. Oh, my wife is a sweetheart, yeah. 30 years of ponydom. That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
Ponies and ponies
30 years of ponydom.
ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies.
You know what I mean?
And ponies and ponies.
So, anyways, it is important. To me, it makes sense. Because, you know, I understand the argument of like, well, I want to buy one product to be able to, you know, utilize it everywhere else. But the thing is, when you get to that, it's not like that in anything. Like, really, Unless you want to talk about like a DVD player. Okay, like a DVD player. You buy a DVD, well, Blu-ray player, excuse me, not DVD. Jesus Christ. Talk about aging myself. Even a Blu-ray player is aging yourself. But like, yeah, you could buy movies from any company and just play them all on the one thing. That is one way of looking at it. But if you look at it, like, besides all that, everything else is, like, you can't go to Burger King and get a Big Mac. You know what I mean? You can't go to McDonald's and get a Whopper. You can't go to Wendy's and get a taco from Taco Bell. Like, it doesn't work like that. Like, each different company offers different products, and then you go there, right? Otherwise, you go to a car dealership, and they would have every single car variety there. No, you go to a Ford dealership. You go to a BMW dealership. You go to a Mercedes dealership. You go to, you know what I mean? Otherwise, you just go to one, I mean, no, excluding, of course, used cars. That's a different story. But, like, you go to these different things, and, like, they all sell different products and different things. PS Vet is in the house! Let's go! I believe it's important. Now, we also saw that Sony has doubled down on their exclusives, as we have seen. Right? They just announced it a couple of days ago. Herman Hulse comes out there and is like, yep, fuck that PC, you're out! You're out of here.
You're fucking warned. Don't ever go over my fucking head again.
You know?
You motherfucker, you.
That's right. Joe Pesci said it. I didn't say it, okay? I didn't say it. Joe Pesci said it. But, like, that's it. You're out. And so that now everything is going to be on PlayStation only. Period. Except for, of course, live service games. That's a whole different story. So now, that, again, what happened? Over the last little while, the Xbox community has been reignited, right? Everybody's all excited. And Rompasos has just subscribed to the channel. Look at it. His name's in lights. Look at that, Rompasos. Your name is in lights, buddy. There you go. Just for you. So now, the thing is, a fire has been lit under the Xbox community. Asha's been making great moves. She's been doing wonderful. I'm liking everything she's doing. I'm liking it. Right? I'm liking what she's doing so far. Little W's, right? Little W's. They're not huge things. Like, change the logo. Some people are like, oh! Like, okay, just calm the fuck down. It's a logo. Okay? But, like, and then it's like, oh, the startup screen. Okay. Like, it's just like little things. But they're little W's. No one's saying they're negative. Some of the reactions from, like, clearly overreactive people on social media are, like, taking it way too far. But, like, they're little W's. But there's no negatives right there in that, right? Little W's, little W's, little. And what are you doing? You're building that foundation, right? You're building that foundation of positivity. You build it up from there. Now everybody's talking about this and that, whatever. Now, are exclusives going to happen on Xbox? Unlikely, considering that they've had exclusives for 23 years. And the lack of, God damn it, this is going to come out bad no matter which way I say it. So I'm just going to say it. So, like, whatever. The lack of quality of some, not quality, the lack of, like, the general appeal of those games. I don't want to say quality. That's not fair. That's not fair. I'll say the lack of general appeal of their first party software has had diminishing effects over several years. And we've started seeing that in the Xbox One generation. Xbox Game Pass got introduced. And then the software that is just not generally compelling is also an issue. Right? And as a result of that, we're here now. Now you're getting all these games on PlayStation. There's a reason why that happened. That was not an accident. That was not an experiment. That happened for a reason. Right? And so anyway, we talked about that earlier in the show. If you want to go check that out, you can rewind the show way back, like 4 hours ago. I talked about all of that stuff, right? Ad nauseum. But either way, if they were to do it, then there is a huge responsibility on two groups of people, not Xbox. The huge responsibilities are on the developers to make compelling software that everybody wants to play. Not 5%, as the achievements will show you, by the way. As I say once again, go to the achievements on Xbox and you'll see how many people actually even finish a fucking game. Or even get through 2 hours of a game on Game Pass. Barely any. Right? Not that. Everybody wants to play. So if you release a game, not this year. This year they got all the bangers, right? They got Gears, Halo, Forza. Forza, the highest rated game in 2026, right? Gears is going to be fucking amazing, by the way. I can tell you that right now. Shh, you never heard that. Modern Warfare 4, I've spoken to a few developers that work over there. They said the game is going to be fucking amazing. So Call of Duty is going to be amazing. Great for PlayStation, by the way, because last year 84% bought them on PlayStation. Not Xbox. PlayStation. So that being the case. And let's just say, for argument's sake, in a perfect, like, in a speculative world, let's just say they decide to make everything exclusive. All right, cool. Now we have to get, like I said, once again, we already talked about that earlier. I don't have to rehash it or everything. What is exactly is exclusive? Because not PlayStation does not mean exclusive at all. That's bullshit. That's a bullshit thing to say. That's what I call PDS. PlayStation Derangement Syndrome. PDS. PlayStation Derangement Syndrome.
Do not come.
Should I have a Guinness?
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Ion, ladies and gentlemen, Ion Storm is awake and back in the chat. This guy slept 2.5 hours and he's back in the show. Oh my God, Ion Storm, you are a savage. Deceiver, you want a little bit? There you go. Yeah! Maverick, you want a Guinness? I'll have a Guinness. Let's do a Guinness. For my friend Rompasos, who is actually in Ireland right now. David Merrifield is out there somewhere. I know he's from... I know he's in Ireland. Watch the magic happen, folks. Watch the magic. Watch the magic. Look at that. Look at that pint. Look at that. Oh, it's a fucking pint, ain't it, mate? Hey, Ace, what's going on, man? You saw that Peter Moore interview. He makes a good point. Let me know what that point was, because I can't remember offhand. Anyways, the point is, my point is, sorry, not, of course not Peter Moore's point. Put that in the chat, Ace. I want to hear about that. Where the hell was I? Jesus, I lost my spot for a moment. At least up here in my noodle. What is exclusive, right? The thing is, when of course, Magnum, I'm trying to make PDS a thing. I think it's funny. I think it's funny. But anyways, the thing is at the end of the day, when it's offered on 5 different systems and that's considered exclusive, it's not exclusive. You know what I'm saying? That's what's so silly. You know, Steam, Epic, GeForce Now, Windows, and Xbox. That's 5 platforms. That's not exclusive at all. 3 out of those 5 are literally third-party companies that make 30% off your sales, which means that's the same as PlayStation. That would be the same as Nintendo. It's not fucking exclusive. If you want actual exclusivity on Xbox, it has to be on Xbox console or Windows, period. No Steam, no nothing. Oh! Now, if the actual Xbox community have the balls to do that, then I say go for it. And then put your money where your mouth is. I said it last night on XNC. I said, take your wallets out and spend the money. Show them that you mean business. You want exclusivity? Then you better show them you mean business. Take those wallets out. Not Game Pass. Take those wallets out. Not Game Pass stacked for 3 years that you paid half price for. No. That ain't going to cut shit. You know why it's not going to cut anything? Because Game Pass has been doing that for several years, and they had to go to Project Latitude to sell copies on the PlayStation because Game Pass wasn't cutting it. I'm sorry. The only thing I write here is reality checks. Okay? If you could prove it otherwise, I'd be more than happy to hear it out. But I don't see that. I said it on XNC last night, and no one was able to say anything. Not a goddamn word. I said, tell me in the chat. I'm not being an asshole. I'm not even being combative. I really am not. I'm not being combative. I'm saying I want, like, give me some insight, because I'm asking questions. I want to know. I'm trying to learn just as everybody else does. Like, I'm constantly learning, constantly improving, constantly trying to better myself as not only a content creator, but someone who's in the video game space. By the way, cheers to that Guinness. Cheers to Guinness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's a healthy pint, isn't it? So if you're willing to do that, now that's the funny part, because then we talked about it last night, and then you see those numbers, by the way, the pre-orders for like Forza Horizon 6, right? And the pre-orders for like what the hell is it called? The premium edition and all that shit. A lot of them were on Steam. So I'm like, huh, but you want exclusivity. But Steam carried a lot of that. Not all of it. But they carried a large majority of it. So I'm like, you sure you want exclusivity? You sure about that? You sure about that? You know that meme from fucking Instagram? You sure about that? Right. Exactly, Maverick. That's what I'm saying. Exclusive actually means Xbox and Microsoft PC Store. No Steam, no Epic, no GeForce Now, no nothing. No PlayStation. Do it.
It is unavoidable. It is your destiny.
But when I proposed that last night, the chat recoiled. They were like, "Ooh, man, you can't do that." Oh, then you don't want exclusives. Then you have to do what is that song that Banana Man sings? Exposed, 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 exposed. What is it at the end of the day? You just don't want it on PlayStation. Just fucking admit it. Just fucking admit it. Just admit it.
Ponies and ponies.
Just
and
admit it.
ponies and ponies and ponies.
You just don't want it on
Ponies
PlayStation.
and ponies.
And that's fine. That's fine. That's totally fine. If you don't, you can do whatever the hell you want. You can say whatever you want. You can be tribal. It's totally cool. Be like, I don't want it on PlayStation. That's totally cool. Just say it out loud. But you won't. Not you. I'm not talking about you guys. Of course, you guys rock. You know what I mean? I'm talking about like other people out there, like the ridiculous Twitter wars and all that bullshit. I don't get involved in any of that. You guys notice how little I tweet? And by the way, people tag me every minute of the day. I'm getting tagged into something. I never respond. Never respond. There's a reason for that. I don't get dragged into that bullshit. It's so stupid. You know what I mean? And so, like, at the end of the day, just admit it. You just don't want it on PlayStation. So what actually, like, if you want exclusivity, and I know like some hardcore guys out there, some hardcore Xbox guys are like, yeah, fuck it. Xbox consoles and PC, and Xbox, Windows PC. That's it. That's what Xbox exclusivity means. Because Steam is a third-party company taking 30% of your cut. And it's your direct competition, by the way. I'd like to point that out. Very similar to, I don't know, another company from Japan called Sony. Same thing. The only difference is that Sony's owned by the Japanese. Valve is owned by Santa Claus. Right? And Santa Claus does his own thing. He has a good relationship with Microsoft. But at the same time, it's his business. He's not there to make friends. It ain't show friends. It's show business. You know what I mean? Man, these fucking Guinnesses go down too easy, man. They go down too easy. Like, look at this. Spare eyebrows. This stream makes me want to drink. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to promote that. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, at the end of the day, long story longer, yes, Nate Dogg, you know what? You know what's funny? You know what's funny that you're saying, he goes, so you're saying Game Pass has to do away, Meg. Honestly, you want to know my honest opinion? God, some people are going to hate the shit out of me. But you know what the thing is? Most people won't, most people watching the replay will not get to the 5 hours and 10-minute mark. Let's face it. But I don't give a shit if they do. I hope they do. I think they need to remove day and date off of Game Pass. I think they do. I think they do. I'm just from a business perspective, and I said this last night on XNC, and we talked about this, and I said, I said this last night on XNC. I said, dude, when they say that Game Pass is sustainable, it is. It is. Let's not get that twisted. Game Pass as a business model within itself is sustainable. Colin Prime says if they do that, then I'm out. That's fair too, brother. That's fair too. But they're asking me a question, so I'm trying to answer it like the best I can. Game Pass itself is sustainable. The problem is this. They built an entire model that Game Pass was supposed to sustain the company. And I don't mean Microsoft, I mean Xbox. And I think that a lot of people don't appreciate how big of a department Xbox actually is. Xbox is one of the largest divisions of Microsoft. It's huge. Game Pass is not sustaining Xbox. Game Pass is sustaining Game Pass. But that was never the goal. Okay? The goal is that Game Pass was supposed to be the catalyst that would support the company. Very much like Netflix, very much like Amazon Prime, very much like Hulu and Disney Plus, which Disney Plus is kind of falling apart, but whatever. They're still doing their thing. You know what I'm saying? And Crave and all that kind of shit. So, like, the point is that the company was supposed to be carried by their main catalyst, which would have been Game Pass. The problem is they fell 53 to 55% short of their projections of subscribers. Therefore, Game Pass is sustainable within its own model, but it cannot sustain Xbox. Does that make any sense to you guys? You guys understand what I'm trying to say? You guys are like what I'm trying to say here? I'm trying to say that they're, hey, Pelopeptides, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, no one's saying that we're not going to, Game Pass is going to go away. I'm just telling you the realities of the financial situation, the business model. Their projections were 53 to 55% higher than what they actually have. Right? And like I said before, earlier in the show, I've read the ABK files. I actually read them in detail. And they actually show the projections of what they should be and where they need to be in order for it to carry the business. And what I mean by the business, I don't mean Game Pass. Everybody thinks that it's about Game Pass. That's not how it works. If that was going to be the driving force of their business, it needs to carry everything, which means it needs to pay for Activision, all their employees, benefits, holidays, whatever, salaries, the bills, mortgages, electrical bills, whatever the fuck, right? Hardware, PCs, all the shit that they need to run the business. That's what Game Pass was supposed to sustain. Then you go to the next studio. Game Pass is supposed to sustain the coalition, their bills, their mortgages, their monthly rent, the staff, you know what I mean? All that kind of shit, the wages, all that kind of stuff. It was all supposed to be covered by that. But Game Pass is sustainable for Game Pass. But it was supposed to be much bigger than that because it was supposed to carry the rest of the company and be able to pay their bills. It's not doing that. It did not do that. And that's why Project Latitude came into play. It was not an accident. Oh! It was not a fluke. It was not a, hey, let's just see what happens. Like, they didn't do it for shits and giggles. They did it specifically because it wasn't able to sustain outside of its own business model. Because the whole point is that you are trying to make it the focal point, while the focal point needs to support the entire company. And it was not doing so. So they diversified their business model and moved it onto a multi-platform stage. And therefore, that's where we are. That's it. That's it. There's no mystery to this. There's no semantics. There's no debating that is what happened. And that's the reality of the situation. So there you go. And we got 78 Inc. coming in, dropping a $10 super chat. Let's go, 78, my brother. That's what I'm talking about. Taking on a sip of that old Guinness right here. Creamy fucking pints. Oh, it's a right pint in it. And 78 Inc. says for $10 US, he says, it doesn't matter where the exclusives go for me. I play on everything. Want to put them on the refrigerator? I'll play there also. Let's play in the refrigerator, 78 Inc. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat, brother. And, of course, the gifted members earlier tonight. And, of course, the other super chats. Dude, you were amazing. You're such an awesome person, man. By the way, 78, tomorrow, do me a favor. Hit me up on DMs. I want to talk to you about a certain community member that we talked about last week. You know what I'm talking about. Friend of yours. Hit me up on DMs in the morning, if you can. And Rompasos comes in, drops a €2 super chat. And he says, thank you so much, Rompasos. I appreciate that, brother. And you get this anyway, even though you're not from there. You're from Brazil, but you know what? I'm doing it anyway. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. I don't have any Brazilian music here.
Oh, no. Gringe.
Rompasos. And he says, time to go and earn those euros. Have a good night, Meg. Thank you so much, Rompasos, and thank you for joining the channel as well, brother. I appreciate you, and welcome to hell, as we all know.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
There we go. The Deceiver says, for £2, that's British proper money, ladies and gentlemen. That is the only currency in the entire planet. He says, day and date, and affordable was the Xbox promise. It was, my friend. It was. And it didn't work. And it didn't work. And the reason why it didn't work, and people say, oh, Mag, you're being a fucking fanboy or whatever. No, it didn't work. Because otherwise, they wouldn't have put the games on PlayStation. The answer's right in front of people's faces. But the thing is, the problem is, there are people out there who just won't accept it. And that's fine. You don't want to accept it? That's totally cool. But don't say that ain't true. Because otherwise, why did they do that? You know what I'm saying? Magnum. Sorry, 78. I didn't see your super chat, brother. I just went back there. There is a state of play coming very soon, Muhammad. Yes. And Muhammad, you're back? Where the hell have you been? You left like 3 hours ago. Now you're back again. Anyways, yes, the day and date. Listen, great idea. Affordable. Great idea. But they expected their numbers to be way higher than that. But you know what fucked them? I'll tell you what fucked them. 2022 and 2023 is what fucked Xbox. Because they came in with some... Oh, sorry. And you know what else fucked them? The 1 year delay on Halo and then the 1 year delay on Starfield. That wrecked them. Because they wrecked them. Did I just say wrecked them? I think I did.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Wrecked him? I almost killed him. The problem is that they started off the generation strong. Phil Spencer comes out in 2019, December 2019, Game Awards. Keighley had no idea that he was doing that because they rehearsed a fake speech in the whole 9 yards, right? And then he comes out and reveals the Series X with a trailer, and Keighley was fucking pissed. But it didn't matter because at the end of the day, it was great for ratings. So, right? So, like, you do what you got to do. It's show business, right? So they did the whole thing. They go into the Series generation hot. Yeah, it was the middle of the pandemic. That kind of sucked. But they come in hot with the promises. I go to the gas station to go buy. At that time, I was smoking cigarettes. I would go to the gas station to buy my lottery tickets, pay my gas, and get a pack of smokes. And what do I see on the shelf? I see Doritos and Cheetos with like fucking Master Chief on there. They were fucking cooking. Then all the purchases happened. Bethesda and then Activision. Holy shit, Xbox is coming in strong. Sony's fucking done. And then what happened? Then Halo delayed a whole year and came out Not as people expected. Eventually, when it came out a year later, Starfield gets delayed a year. ABK goes to trial. Everything goes to shit. 2022, practically no games. I'm not saying no games, but practically no games. 2023, practically no games. That's it. They fizzled out. By 2024, anybody but the hardcore left. They all fucked off. And so with the projections that they had at the ABK trial, which of course I have the transcripts, by the way. I mean, I'm pointing like they're right there. I don't have the ABK transcripts like right there, but I have the ABK transcripts. I read them all. And their projections were way higher because they're like, oh yeah, well, we're heading in an upward trajectory. We're doing this, we're doing that, bingo, bango, bongo, right? And they were heading up in an upward trajectory. And then all of a sudden it just fucking crashed and burned in those 2 years. And then that's it. They flatlined. And then when they raised the prices because the margin, then the latitude happened, then the margins kicked in from the CFO, and then that happened, and then they raised the price again, then they raised the price again, and then that was it. It was fucking over. You might as well just call it a day. Right? And then that's what happened. And now Asha gets handed a shit show, and she's like, well, fuck. I gotta do something. They got a banger of a year coming, this year so far. Like I said, they've already hit a milestone this year with the highest rated Metacritic game this year. Boom, right? They got 4 other flagship titles coming this year. Boom, that's a slam dunk. You got a great year for Xbox. Fantastic year. But the problem is for a lot of people, the damage was done. And so a lot of people are going to be like, listen, man, I'll play the games or whatever, but I ain't going back there. I'll just play the games or I'll access them however I can or this and that, whatever. The thing is, as I said earlier in the show, the key is consistency. The consistency. If they can consistently provide a 2026. Now, I'm not saying you have to release 5 flagships a year. That's never going to happen. That's not realistic. No company can do that. No company can do that. But if you can release a consistent amount of quality software every single year that people want to keep coming back to, and then you have to do it for several years because you've done so much damage over so many years that people don't trust you. Hence the Xbox taxes people say. I don't believe that exists. That's my personal opinion. It's because they continuously take 1 step forward, 2 steps back. So people don't trust them. And that's why there is an Xbox tax. You know what I'm saying? And so therefore, at that rate, you have to consistently prove them wrong. Now, what Asha's doing, by the way, so far in her leadership, great. Like I said, little victories, little W's, little W's, little W's, jab, 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 jab. Okay? That's how you do it. Jab, 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 jab. That's what she's doing. But now the real test is going to be January 2027, when you're not dealing with 5 flagship titles in 1 year. What do you got in 27? That's where you're going to have to follow up a banger of a 26 with a banger of a 27, and that's where the real challenge comes in. So that's what I'm excited to see. Now, I'm not shit-talking it. I'm not looking down at it. I'm not downplaying it. I'm not poo-pooing it. I'm excited to see what they're going to do. People misinterpret what I say as like, oh, he's shit-talking. No, I'm not. I'm just telling you the reality of the situation, and I'm actually excited to see what they're going to do. I anticipate seeing what they're going to do. I'm invested in what they're going to do. I want them to fucking kick ass. All I'm portraying to everybody that's negative is shit that has already come to pass. I'm not shit talking their future. Not once. Not once. Look left to right. Look left to right. Did Mag ever do that? Nope. No, I did not. All I'm doing is I'm trying to push for a better future. Everything that I shit talked was shit that already happened. And it already happened. And if you don't think it happened, well, then you were not paying attention. I'm optimistic for a better future. I want to see a better future. I want to see them out there kicking ass, taking names, competing. And I mean real competing. I mean like really sticking it to the competition. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see. You know what I mean? Because like I said, once again, like I said earlier in the show, competition breeds excellence. And the only people that benefit from competition are the consumers. And that's what we are at the end of the day. I'm not anybody special. I'm just a consumer just like everybody else. I'm not some I'm an asshole with a microphone and a pair of headphones. That's it. And a camera. That's it. That's all I am. Other than that, I'm just a customer, just like everybody else. And therefore, I want them, not us. I want them to fight for our dollar. Why are we as consumers fighting with each other? You realize how insanely stupid that is? Consumers fighting with each other over a product. They should be fighting for us because they don't make billions without us. They don't make trillions without us. They don't have 3 fucking vacation homes in Malibu and the Colorado Rockies without us. They don't drive Maseratis without us. We should hold the power. And therefore, they should be fighting for every penny that comes out of our pockets. And if your product is shit, tell them it's shit. Don't be like, oh, it's okay. Maybe next time we'll have a better beep. Shut the fuck up. Just tell them your games are shit. That's it. Who are you protecting? You're protecting people that don't give a fuck about you. Protect your wallet. Because when your kids need to get fed and your wife needs a roof over her head and your family needs security and they need a car to get to work, to get to school, and they need food on the table, does Xbox give a fuck about that? Does Sony give a shit about that? They're a product. Make them fight for your dollar. And if it's not fucking perfect, don't defend it. Just say, fuck that game, man. That sucks. I'm not playing that shit. Make me something better. Why do devs get all these free passes? Imagine you took your car. Hold on, hear me. Imagine you took your car to an auto body shop. And they did a half-ass job and your car's fucking falling apart. You'd be, it's okay. Support the mechanics. You don't do that, do you? You take the car right back to that shop and you go, dude, the fucking wheel fell off. The fuck? The air conditioning doesn't work. What did you do? I want the job done on my car. Right? If you go to a restaurant, I've been doing that for 30 years. You go to a restaurant and you order a $50 steak, a $55 steak, whatever, okay? And you order a medium rare and it comes out well done. Oh, it's okay. Support the chefs. And then argue with people that are saying, dude, your steak is fucking shit. They turned it from a medium rare to a well done. They didn't do it right. No. You don't understand. Would you do that? No, you wouldn't. You'd pick up that steak and be like, excuse me, hi, I ordered a medium rare. The fuck is it? You know, you wouldn't say what the fuck is this, but I mean, unless you're a prick. But you'd be like, yeah, dude, I ordered a medium rare. I don't know what this is. They gave me a well done. Like, can I get another one? Like, I'm paying $55 for the steak. I want it. I want a medium rare steak. I want it perfect. Why do devs get a free pass? These motherfuckers make on average $136,000 a year, which is way overpriced over the average salary of people that are working in North America. $136,000 a year US, by the way, which amounts to almost $200,000 Canadian, which is what a general practitioner doctor makes in Ontario, Canada. I want perfection in my games, or you can keep it. If it's not perfect, that's fine. You can release whatever the hell you want. It's totally cool. I'm just not buying it. And don't expect people to buy it. It's just like people who make shitty movies. If you make a shitty movie or a mediocre movie and it scores 40% on Rotten Tomatoes or whatever else, and nobody goes to watch your movie, oh, support the filmmakers. Shut the fuck up. You just don't go to the theater and you don't watch it because it's a shit movie. Yeah, I heard it was a shit movie. You're not going to go watch it, are you? Because the movies, or at least for me, a family of 4 costs $150 in Canada to go watch a movie. I'm not going to spend that money, right? So if you won't do that for the movies, you won't do that for a chef, you won't do that for a mechanic, you won't do that for an electrician, you won't do that for a doctor, you won't do that for a plumber, you won't do that for a welder, you won't do that for a bricklayer, you won't do that for a landscaper, you won't do that for anybody else. But for some reason, support the devs. The fuck out of here. The fuck out of here.
Yeah!
What? You're charging premium, then you give premium. Or face the possibility that people won't support your stuff. That's the way I see it. Colin Prime, I love shit movies, but I won't go to the theater to go see it. I'm sorry, I had a whole new rant for you guys. Springfield, you're absolutely right, dude. He goes, the devs suggest games to be made based on what gives them the most job security. That's it. People think they really care about us. They don't. They don't give a fuck. The real Mag? Who the fuck are you?
Yeah!
The real Mag. I'm just busting your balls. I know you show up here once in a while. He goes, yes, the devs are all trash. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying the devs are all trash. By the way, that's not the real Mag. I'm the real Mag. That's an imposter.
There is a great disturbance in the Force.
I have felt it.
Falcon, Mag, this is better than Braveheart. I could totally lead people in a battle. I could totally do it. But I mean, I'm speaking from the heart, man. I'm speaking from the heart, like for real. Like I'm not messing around. This is not a show. I'm really not doing a show. I'm being dead serious. I'm being dead serious. Why the hell would we pay for something? Who's the bootleg Mag? I don't know. He shows up here once in a while, like once in every couple, like twice a month. The real Mag shows up. Now there is another Mag, by the way, just so everybody's aware. 80 Storms in the house. 80 Storm, you missed 5.5 hours of absolute debauchery. It's been amazing on the show tonight. I had a lot to say, man. I had a lot of passion and I had a lot to say. I had a lot to get off my chest because, not to get off my chest, it's just a lot of things have been bottled up and I'm trying to understand everything that's happening and it's not making sense to me. And so I'm trying to make sense of everything. And then doing so, I'm kind of like sort of putting it out to the universe and it's not coming back in a logical fashion. Colt Eats Wood has actually not been in the chat for a while. Magnum. And I don't mean Colt Eastwood. I mean the guy who's actually called Colt Eats Wood. Yeah. Unless, of course, that was Magnum's, his sock account, which I think it is. No, I did not drink the Cobra whiskey, dude. I'm not doing that shit. All right, 80 Storm, you got to listen to the show tomorrow. Oh, wait, Springfield says, I found you for the first time today. All the other streamers are too inconvenient to watch in Australian time zone. Australian didgeridoos, let's go. Well, I hope, Springfield, you're having a fair dinkum time, my friend, because my father's technically Australian. He's an Australian citizen. He lived 20... He's still alive, but I'm saying he lived 20-something, 20 whatever. 22, 23 years in Melbourne, Australia with my family before I was born, obviously. And before he met my mom. And then, of course, we eventually made our way through New York and the Bronx, big up to the Bronx. And then, of course, back up, then up to Canada. And that's where I am now. And that's where I was born, up here in Canada. So anyways, back to what I was saying. I'm sorry. But every other trade on the planet who gets paid way fucking less, Way less. They don't get a free pass on anything. Chris Malone. Have I said hi to you yet? I'm not even sure. Might have been like 3 pints ago, but I'm saying hi to you now. Every other trade on the planet gets paid way less than the average salary of a developer. They don't get a free pass. Why do these guys get a free pass? You're offering me a service and you want me to pay premium for it. Especially these days, I'd like to point out. Especially these days. Not anymore. Fuck that. I ain't. No more free passes. If you don't provide top quality, I don't give a shit who you work for. Okay? This ain't no console war bullshit. I'm just saying, I don't care who you work for. If you're not giving me the top quality, I'm out. I'm not paying you. I'm not giving you the money. That's all there is to it. I'm not paying you for your services. I'm not paying you for your games. I'm not paying you for your whatever. If you're not the best of the best, because you are now charging a premium to the point where the gaming industry, which used to be a fun hobby, has turned into a very expensive premier hobby for a lot of people. You want to play the latest hotness? You got to pay top dollar for the hardware. You got to pay top dollar for the games. You want to play early access? Forget it. Minimum $100 US, if not more. Right? Colin Prime, have a wonderful evening, my friend. Thank you for joining me tonight. And don't forget, I'm sure you added me on Xbox. I think I saw a notification pop up on my phone. So, Colin Prime, keep your eyes open for Thursday around midday. We will be gathering up the community on the Xbox, and we will be doing all that. Yeah, no. Like I said, you're providing a service. And if your service is not impeccable, considering what you're charging, then I'm not paying for it. That's all there is to it. I'm not going to talk shit about them. I'm not going to be like, you're an asshole, you're shit. No, I'm not going to say that. I'm just saying, you're just not going to get my money. And that, I think that's fair. Do you guys not think that that's fair? I think that's fair. I think it's fair. Because, like I said, every other trade on the planet does not get a free pass at all for anything. And trust me, I know. I've been on the receiving end of it. I drink and I know things. Right? Springfield, you'd be amazed how many people will literally defend to the death just because it happens to be on, whatever side they're part of. Right? You'd be amazed. It's ridiculous. And we shouldn't be about that. Now, I'm not saying be nasty to these people. I'm going to meet a whole bunch of devs when I'm in LA. And I've talked to a lot behind the scenes. Very nice people. A lot of them are working really hard to make some fantastic games. And most of them, and a lot of them do make fantastic games. And they're really passionate about what they do. I will never downplay that. I will never talk shit about that. But the thing is, there is a form of protection that for whatever reason that industry gets over every other trade is ridiculous. Oh! That's the way I see it. It's ridiculous. Why? Again, I've been on the receiving end. People coming in, spending $500 on dinner, getting a white glove service or whatever else. Do you know that even places like, for example, you go to Gordon Ramsay's restaurant in London, okay? They have a white glove service, and what they do is that so that they don't leave thumbprints on the plates, they wear tape around the fingers, right? So they put a piece of tape around the fingers. I've actually seen customers saying, well, I'm not going to tip. Because the color of his tape is green, not white. Because that's an offensive color on a white plate. It's a contrasting color that it's distracting to the eye when they put the dish down in a 3 Michelin star restaurant. Because bro put on a piece of green tape on his finger instead of white. And then now the customers are bitching about that because they put down a premium product. The guy puts it down on the plate, whatever, and he sees green tape. I swear to God, that actually happened, by the way. Green tape on his finger instead of white tape. This is, well, the green is distracting against the color of the white plate being put down in front of the customer. Or some asshole shows up in one of my restaurants and orders a pizza and eats 6 out of 8 slices and says, yeah, I didn't like this. I want it for free. It's not perfect. It's not the way I wanted it. But you ate 6 slices. Yeah, but it's not what I wanted, so I want it for free. Give me a free dessert. As well as I'm not paying for the pizza or whatever the fuck. Right? That shit happens all the time. Or they want perfection across the board, right? That's the way it goes. With a lot of trades and all that kind of... I'm not saying it's right. It's ridiculous. I would never do that. You know how many times I've actually gone to a restaurant myself and people fuck up my order? I don't complain. I just don't say a damn word. I'm like, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. They're like, oh my God, you said no pickles. I'm so sorry it came with pickles. I'm like, relax. I got it. Don't worry about it. And I always tell them, I always tell the waiter, I'm like, listen, dude. Or whatever. Ma'am. I said, I've been doing this 3 decades. Don't worry about it. Shit happens. I go, everything's great. Don't worry about it. Just go about your merry way. And I give him a nice tip at the end of it, all of it, because I know things happen. Right? But no one else does that. No one else gives a free pass, right? So why would you, who's paying premium, disgustingly premium prices for hardware, premium prices for software, premium prices, which keep going up, by the way, for services and everything else, and you're willing to just accept whatever just because that just happens to be your team? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Needs to stop. And that's where you get quality. You guys ever see the movie Whiplash? You seen the movie Whiplash? The music, the one about the jazz band and everything else, with the drummer and what's his face is the coach and the conductor. Okay. And at one point, he throws a fucking cymbal at the drummer's head, almost takes his head off with it. And he talks to him afterwards, and he goes, you know why Charlie Bird was the greatest jazz player of all time? And he's like, no. And he says, because the band leader and the conductor threw a cymbal at his head. He said, because if you don't push people, and you don't accept perfection, you will always get mediocrity. There you go. Magnum, not true. Not true. Cyber Gunter, you ain't getting no free passes here in my city of Los Angeles. Hell no. I expect none. Andy Ackerman, I demand perfection from Mag 2. Well, you're going to get it, my friend. And speaking of Andy Ackerman, he drops a that's $2. Sorry, I thought it was a pound for half a second. Andy Ackerman drops a $2 super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Andy Ackerman. You've been incredibly supportive tonight. Thank you so much. And, of course, in the channel overall. He says, for $2, he says, never trust a man who says, trust me so freely. Fair enough. And Andy Ackerman, after 50, never trust a fart. Cyber Gunter, I greatly look forward to meeting you. The real Mag, I never tolerate the green tape. Completely unacceptable. That's right. Yeah! So funny. Springfield, what's he say? He goes, anyway, Peter Moore basically said Ashish Sharma can't go into a meeting and ask to shrink the business to return to exclusives. Interview was on GameSpeed. What? I need to see that. I need to see that interview. I'm going to go check that out. Thank you very much for bringing that to my attention, Springfield. Yes. By the way, to address what Magnum says, he says that no one ever complained at Mag's restaurants about hair being in the food. Yes, they did. And I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you the story. It was a table of 10. Bunch of women, by the way. They're always the complainers in restaurants. So, yes, we are getting Mass Effect 4, Cybergunter. Mass Effect 4 is coming. Yes. That is a reality. Okay, so this is what happened. Table of 10 in the lounge of one of these restaurants I used to work in, Spezzo. #1 rated restaurant in the whole greater Toronto area. We won awards every single year. I was there for 7 years. I even did a bunch of TV appearances representing the restaurant, stuff like that. I was on City TV. I was on Breakfast Television. For anybody from Canada who knows all those things, I was on CBC. I was on a bunch of stations, whatever. Did all kinds of stuff, like TV spots back in the day. Of course, they reused my real name that day. Oh, your previous statement referenced the hair thing. All right, there it is. So here's the story. So I'm in the kitchen. At this point, I was the executive chef at that point of this particular restaurant. And the owner comes in, and he's got this look on his face. I'm like, what? What do you want? And I'm back there. I'm busy, right? And I go, what do you want? And he goes, dude, and I knew he was embarrassed. He felt like he didn't want to talk to me about this, right? So I'm like, what is it, man? And then he goes, this fucking table of 10, lounge, table 5, they're bitching that there's hair in their fucking pasta or whatever, right? And we made, we made premier food. It wasn't like slap on a plate, throw it out. No, this was premier quality food. Mwah, right? Real chef's kiss. Oh, Andy Ackerman, I thought you were talking about the super chat. Oh, Jesus Christ. I see what you said now. The movie Waiting? Oh, my God, no. Oh, God, no. We're not going down that road, Andy Ackerman. Good Lord. Okay, no, I read what you... I thought you were talking about the super chat. Deceiver, don't be like that. He's like, Mags had 3 beers. He can't read anything. No, I thought he was referring to the super chat. I did not see his other comment in the chat. I got it now. So anyways, I go, what do you mean hair in the food? I put up that dish myself. I go, what fucking hair? And he goes, dude, I know it's not yours. He goes, can you do me a favor? He goes, this fucking bitch will not stop with me. He goes, can you go talk to her? He goes, because I know exactly where that hair came from. And I'm like, all right. So I go out. I'm like, fine. I'm like, guys, you got the line? And they're like, yeah, we got the line. Don't worry, chef. We got this shit. So I'm like, all right, I'll be right back. So I go out there. No, not Applebee's, Q-Max. So I go out there, right? And I got this look on my... You see this look on my face? I got the same look. I'm like, good evening, ladies. I said, how is everything? And everybody at the table were like, oh, it's so wonderful. The lamb was spectacular. Thank you so much. And then I see this fucking bitch just sitting there with this look on her face. And you could tell that this is the kind of bitch that hadn't been fucked in a year, right? So she's sitting there. She got this look on her face. And I said, I understand there's a complaint at the table. She goes, there's a hair in this pasta. And it came from the kitchen. I'm not paying for this. So I look at it. And then I looked her straight in the face. And I said, ma'am, I invite you to find a hair on my body that's 14 inches long and red. The hair in her pasta was this fucking long and red. And I mean red. Like fake red. You know what I mean? And the funny thing is, the other girls at the table started giggling. They knew she's a bitch. And then she knew that she was completely in the wrong. And I said, I invite you to find a hair on my body that's 14 inches long and red. And I'm bald, just like this, right? And she doesn't say nothing. And so I look at the girl next to her, and guess what? Isn't this amazing? The girl next to her, who had her face down, never looking left to right, up, down, didn't even acknowledge me, was looking face down. Guess what she had? Shoulder length, fiery red hair. So I looked at it, and after I let her sit in my insult for just a moment, I said, well, that's weird. I go, do you think that maybe it's your friend sitting next to you with the 14-inch long red hair? I said, you have yourself a nice evening,
Welcome
man.
to hell.
And I went back to the kitchen, and the owner, I was about to say his name. I don't want to expose him. And the owner said, dude, that was fucking epic. I go, thank you. He goes, thank you for that. And I go, no problem. I said, charge that bitch full price. And I said, if she tries to leave without paying, call the cops. We charged her full fucking price.
Welcome to hell.
Sorry, I thought that was a fun little story because you guys brought up the hair, Magnum brought up the hair situation. And we got the Deceiver coming in, dropping 5 gifted members. Let's fucking go! Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate that. And of course, to all the new channel members.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Welcome to hell.
Welcome to hell, everybody. And let me tell you something. I don't even know if there's any moderators left in the chat because they probably all went to bed. But what I was going to say, that the new channel members, join the members-only Discord. I'm telling you right now, it is awesome. The party goes on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You don't even, like, it doesn't even matter. It could be like 4:13 a.m. You'd be like, man, I don't know, I can't feel like talking to somebody. You could say what's up in the Discord, and there's got to be at least 50, 60 people in there already like chatting, having a good time, sending pictures, doing voice chats, party chats, whatever, man. Shit's always going down. So go check out the members only Discord now that you're a channel member. And Deceiver, again, thank you so much for adding that. That is, you did it for Gondor! Cyber Gunter, what are you trying to watch? Me? Andy Ackerman. That's great. Give me 1 second, brother. By the way, I'd just like to point out we are actually featured on the front page of YouTube, by the way. I just clicked onto YouTube on the front page, and we are actually featured on the front page. There you go, Andy Ackerman. Your name is officially in blue. There it is. Say something in the chat. Let me see if your color changed. I can't believe we still have 80 people watching the show. That's actually wild to me. We've been on the air for 6 hours. We're not even, we're talking about games. We're talking about whatever. And we're just getting to the point we're just talking about whatever the hell we want. There it is, Andy Ackerman. You are now a mod. You have to get into that Discord, and what you have to do is provide that link for the new channel members. So go to the Discord, copy the link, get your ass back in this chat, put it in there, and give it out to everybody else. That is now your responsibility as a moderator. All right. So welcome to Team Blue, buddy. Welcome to Team Blue. Now I'm going to grab one more beer. One more beer, and that's it. I swear that's it. Okay? So I'm going to grab that last beer. We'll be right back. If you have any more questions, anything else you want to talk about, then we will do that. All right? Deceiver, I read that comment. That was pretty funny. It was never make me a mod. I immediately abuse that power. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Andy Ackerman has come through. The man has gotten to the actual Discord. He came back with the link. So any new channel members, get your ass over there into the Discord and join it because it's a lot of fun. And we had a whole bunch of new channel members tonight. I believe, if my count is correct, we have 50 new channel members tonight. That's right. Now, I know we're super late into the show. We are at the 6-hour mark, ladies and gentlemen, which I of course, I claimed I would never do, but of course, it's always my destiny.
It is unavoidable.
It's unavoidable.
It is your destiny.
Funky Playbox in the house. Let's go. He goes, I couldn't be a mod. I have zero tolerance for the stupidity of fanboys. I know, but Magnum, you were, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to point out the OG, of course. The OG himself. Magnum. And this is going to be very important for later on down the road, because I'll tell you now, when I get to 1 million subscribers, which will happen, by the way, I have full faith. It's just a matter of time. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Magnum will have a platinum plaque somewhere on his wall to show that he was the very first moderator on this channel. Let's go, Magnum! Now, for anybody joining us late, which I showed about 3 hours ago. By the way, I'd just like to point out that that Guinness hit me hard, okay? The Michelob Ultras, which are super light and very easy to digest and whatever else, totally fine. But I had that 1 pint of Guinness, and that Guinness just, sent me over the edge. So, yeah, I'm, you know. Andy Ackerman, I'm totally going to approve all comments that loosely insult Mag. Of course you have to. That's your job.
Yeah!
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Well, we got Talus Gaming. Just subscribe to the channel, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. It's in lights, ladies and gentlemen. It's in lights, Talus. You just joined the channel. It's the best decision you ever made, brother. You are not going to regret any of it. I'll tell you that right now. Now, so anybody who's just joining the chat now, 4 hours ago, or let's say 3.5 hours ago, we actually did a real show. And what we do after that is we have community talk, and that's what we're doing. We're just shooting the breeze, having a couple drinks, having a good time. Now, I just wanted to put this back on the screen because I thought it was really cool. So one of our, of course, channel members, of course, and of course he's my first cousin, the Doctor, who is not in the house tonight. He's busy doing some other stuff, but he brought me this back from Vietnam. I thought I'd put this back on the screen. Check this shit out. I'm not drinking it, okay? I'm not drinking it because you could possibly die. So we're not going to do that, but I thought I'd point it out. Look at this. It is Cobra. It's Cobra liquor from Vietnam. How cool is that? And there's an actual Cobra snake inside of there. Isn't that crazy? You can see his... Hold on, let me put his face back up at the front. There it is. Hello. His name is Charlie, by the way. Hello, my name is Charlie. And no, it's not endangered, so don't get all crazy. Father Alex was here tonight. QMax, he was here tonight. He left because he has to go, he has to pray for my sins. Father Alex is a very busy man. He's got to not only listen to other people's sins and confessional and all that kind of stuff, he has to deal with me because what he has to do is he goes, please, Father, Mag is my friend. You got to help him. You got to help him. That's right, you got to help him. And that's what Father Alex does, because we got the Lord on our side over here on this channel, ladies and gentlemen. I'll do it again. The Lord is on our side. We got a man of the cloth, who's one of a great supporter of the channel, and he's amazing. I'm not opening it, dude. Deceiver praying for Maga's full-time job. I'm not opening this bloody thing, okay? And I'm certainly not drinking from it. It is a showpiece that goes on the bar, and that's all there is to it. It's a showpiece that goes in the bar, and that's it. Oh, Magnum, no, I actually encourage insulting Colt Eastwood on the channel because it makes things so much funnier. I'm just kidding. Colt is a dear friend. He always will be. Always will be. Because when it comes to friends, folks, this is the funny thing. A lot of people, I've had people, and yes, I'm going to be very candid about this. I'm going to talk about this very openly. I've had people reach out to me on social media, whatever. They're like, how can you support Colt? He says this fan. I'm like, dude, Colt can say whatever the fuck he wants at any point, at any time. Okay? Even when we're live on the show together. We've been doing XNC, by the way, for 3 years. Okay? We've been doing the show together for 3 years. We've been doing XNC podcast for 3 years together. Can you believe that? And all the people that, trust me, there was a lot of people that hated that I took Gaz's job. Now, it's not that I took Gaz's job like, oh, by the way, Gaz, you're fired.
Yeah!
Like, it wasn't one of those. It was just that he could not make the commitment anymore because the time difference. He's a lawyer on top of that, so it's a Monday night. Like, the guy showing up to work on Tuesday and he's got like 2 hours sleep. Like, you can't do that, right? Especially as a lawyer or a, whatever the hell they call him. A barrister in the UK. They call them barristers. Don't they call him barrister? Hey, Kane, what's up? Oh, Kane. Kane? Ladies and gentlemen, it's Kane! I know that's Undertaker, but I mean, technically Kane is Undertaker's brother. You know how it works. Oh, dude, I'm still going. We are 1, 2, 3, 4. We're 6 pints deep right now, and that's it. Now, here's the thing. Colt can say whatever the hell he wants. He can have any opinion he wants. He can say whatever he wants on social media, all that kind of stuff. We can agree and we can disagree. Right? Now, does that ever mean that I'm going to be there? I'm not going to be his friend anymore because I don't like his take on Xbox or whatever. Right? Or I don't like his... No, that's not how things work. Because I'm sure everybody in the chat has friends who likes different sports teams than you, or has differing opinions than you, maybe even different political views, right? That happens, especially in the especially in the U.S. these days. Everybody's so divided for whatever stupid reason. It's ridiculous, but they do it anyway, right? Are you gonna stop being friends with that person? No, and that would never happen. That's why Colt and I are friends. And I told Colt, I'm like, dude, I'm here for life. Because we're actually friends on a different level. You know what I'm saying? It's not like, oh, I'm a host and I'm a co-host, he's a host, or whatever the fuck. No. Friends are friends, and friends are allowed to have differing opinions. How many of your friends? Think about this: family, friends, people that you love, and everything else. They probably think they could be like, I don't know, hard left politically, hard right politically, soft left, soft right, in the middle, this, that, whatever. Are you going to stop talking to your mom because she voted for whoever? Or are you going to stop talking to like your brother because he feels this way about a certain, a political situation or some, whatever, you know what I mean? You're not going to do that. I mean, some people do that, but like on the whole, you won't do that, right? And so if Colt and I have differing opinions on stuff, which we're actually pretty on par with each other for the most part. No, you wouldn't do that. And that's why Colt and I will be friends forever. Solicitor in UK. Sorry, I thought it was barrister. Barrister is higher ranking. Thank you, Deceiver. You've been prosecuted a few times. Uh-oh! Deceiver! The bad boy in the house. Let's go! That's what I'm talking about.
It's all part of the plan.
That's right. It's all part of the plan. Deceiver, I ditched any friends who bought a PS5. You are such an asshole. I love you. Hey, we got Ginge in the house dropping a £2 super chat. Let's go. That's proper money, ladies and gentlemen. He goes, love the content, Matt. Keep it up. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Thank you so much. We are approaching 3 o'clock in the morning, ladies and gentlemen, here at Eastern Standard Time. It's amazing. It is 6 hours and 7 minutes, which, of course, I would never say, which I always say I would never do, but I always keep doing it anyway. CDB says, I got along with everybody but ponies. What?
Ponies and
with what?
ponies
With what?
And ponies and ponies
oh!
and ponies and ponies.
I just realized something. I exercise a lot, and obviously I work out like my upper body and all that kind of shit. But when I was drinking like that, it looked like I actually had like the old man turkey neck. See that? Do I have the old man turkey neck, or is it like muscles? I'm a little concerned. I don't want turkey neck. If I get turkey neck, we just got to call it quits, man. We can't do this anymore. We can't do it anymore. I got to turn the camera off. I cannot have old man turkey neck and be on YouTube. Can't do it. Jesus. It's happening, folks. We're all getting old. That's the way it goes. Anyways, before we sign off for the evening, I'm just going to finish off this other half pint that's going on. It's old in this neck. Deceiver, you're not helping the situation. Cyber Gunter, you're not helping it. Dude, Cyber Gunter, I will drop kick you right in the middle of downtown Hollywood. I swear to God, don't ever say chicken neck. Can you just tell me it's like muscle neck? Look, it's not there now. Look. But when I flex, it looks like a chicken neck. Use AI to stay young. CDB, you're not helping the situation. Fucking Playbox, stay out of it. Grow a longer beard. No, I can't do that, man. Dude, the minute I grow a longer beard, I look like I go from like Mag to Gandalf like instantly. You know what I'm saying?
Falcon,
thank you so much for joining us tonight, man. I appreciate you, brother. Yes. Now, when I'm doing those chin-ups I was telling you guys about, like you do the chin-up and then you pull your legs up at that 90-degree angle, and so you're like literally suspended like an L shape. Dude, all these muscles are just blazing, and there's like all these veins poking out and shit. It's fucking awesome. Phantom Thief, of course I'm still alive. That's crazy. I know, and I'm crazy, and that's why we're still doing it. We're just talking shit, man. We're like literally we ended the podcast like 4 hours ago. There's nothing wrong with a Gandalf beard, Q-Max, but for me, it doesn't look good on me. And trust me, I've got pictures, which, by the way, I will post on the Discord. I promise you. I just got to find them. When my kids were born, what I did is the minute I found out my wife was pregnant, I stopped shaving my chin. So I'm like, it's kind of like when sports fans out there, you know what I'm talking about. Like, when you get in the playoffs. I look like Paul Schaefer. Like sports fans, like you're in the middle of the playoffs, whether you're in the NHL or the MLB or the NFL or whatever. Like how they grow the playoff beards. So what I would do is that the minute I found out my wife was pregnant, I would not shave until my child was born. So what I ended up doing is I would always shave like the sides and of course my mustache because I couldn't stand it. But I would grow the chin. So what happened is, Cyber Gunter, I'm going to do it anyway. I don't care if you're a senior citizen. I will drop kick you anyway. I'm just kidding, man. I can't wait to meet you. I am going to, listen, dude, when I meet you, I'm going to jump on you for real. So be prepared for that. I am literally going to jump on you and just fucking smother you with a giant hug. It's going to be, I can't wait, man. It's going to be so awesome. Anyways, I grew the hair on the chin, right? And I let it go down. So then by the time 8 months later, when my son and or daughter was born, I had this monster fucking anthrax goatee that I literally could braid. And I did braid. And there's actually a couple of pictures of me that I think was it my daughter? I think it was my daughter was born. I took this I don't have a goatee now, but it was all the way down here, and I had 3 like Viking braids, like a triple Viking braid right down on my chin, and it was like a solid 5 to 6 inches long. It was fucking crazy. And I have them braided. I have pictures of me with like 3 braided like goatees going down. It was pretty dope. Yeah, it's pretty wild. I know, Anthrax for the win. Andy Ackerman, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. And then when my son was born, that was my daughter. I did that for my daughter because for some reason the beard grew faster. I don't know what the hell that was all about. When my son was born, I had a single braided goatee, and that was even longer. That was probably about 6 inches long. And like I said, I just braided it. But the minute they were born and safe and healthy, I literally took a pair of scissors and went snip, and I took the big braid and just threw it in the garbage like a dirty rat. I was just like, fuck that, man. I'm out. I couldn't do it, man. I can't do the long hair. And now, like I said, I only did it as a quote-unquote playoff beard because, you know, I wanted to make sure my kids were good. QMax, I would never have pictured you with a wizard beard. That's totally dope. Ion Storm had a ponytail before my kids were born. Nice. What do you like, a dirty rat? Well, you dirty rat?
You're fucking warned. Don't ever go over my fucking head again. You motherfucker, you.
That's what you get. Anyways, folks, I'm finishing off my last beer here. And we hit that 6-hour, 15-minute mark, folks. And I think we're going to sign off for the night because I pretty much exhausted everything I wanted to say. And you know what? I'm so glad, actually, that even when we did the first half of the show before we got into the community talk, and even the community talk has been absolutely amazing tonight. Absolutely amazing and totally on point. But the show was important to me. And the show was important to me for a lot of reasons. It was important to me because I felt that there was so much that needed to be said and so many questions that have yet to be answered. No, God, Maverick, calm down. I can't do 7, man. I'm done. Like, I'm tapping out. I'm tapping out. But there was so much that needed to be said and so many more questions than answers. And the reason why I'm happy about the show tonight is because I got to put those questions out into the universe. And hopefully, those questions will get answered one day. Because the way that I see it, there's so much that's going on with the gaming industry moving forward. Now, I'm not talking about game releases and shit like that. I'm talking about hardware. I'm talking about business decisions. I'm talking about the directions the companies are going. And I can't see where it's going. I have an idea of where it's going, but I'm getting all kinds of word from all kinds of different people that are saying, well, we can't really say where it's going or this and that. I'm like, well, fuck, what are you talking about? That's too much for me right now. But I need these questions answered. So if anybody wants to know what questions I'm talking about, well, you're going to have to scroll back. Rewind is a thing of the past. Scroll back about 4 hours and you get into the questions that I had to ask because they're very important. And they're very important not only for Xbox and PlayStation and Steam and whatever else. It's important for the entire industry because I feel that there's going to be a dynamic shift that's going to happen in the next 18 months. That's my gut feeling. And judging from all the people that I've talked in the industry, I feel that that dynamic shift is a reality. And therefore, it's going to shape our future as gamers because this is our hobby. Not only a hobby, it's not a hobby for me. This is my career. I love doing this. And I will do this until the day I die. God willing, I can make it a full-time career. That's what I'm trying to do. Right? And I love it. I love every ounce of this. I love every minute of this. I was meant for this, not just the performance, not just talking and everything else, whatever. Of course, I was meant for all that. I mean, I've always been a talker. I've always been an entertainer. I've always been that. That's what I do. I'm talking about the video game industry. I was enamored from 1979. It is now 2026. And I'm still enamored with this, which means it was always my destiny. And so the thing is, I want to make sure that our future as gamers is going to be secure, that I'm going to get to continue to do what I love more than anything else in this world. Yeah, I can cook. Yeah, I can sing. I can dance. I can do whatever the fuck you want me to do. But this is what I want to do. This is what I want to be a part of. And so I believe there's going to be a bunch of dynamic shifts coming forward. And so, like I said, if you're tuning into the show super late or whatever, scroll back 4 hours. Listen to the conversations that we had with us, with me, with the community, with everybody in the chat. Right? And that's what I'm trying to talk about. And that's something that's very important to me. And so it's going to be a very interesting 2026. But 2027, I believe, is when we're going to actually get our answers that we all want. So anyways, hold on to that tight, folks. I believe that in a year from now, we're going to have way more answers. And I think that's a good thing. But either way, thank you, Deceiver. I appreciate that, man. Andy Ackerman, don't do it. He's talking about putting mango salsa in a pasta sauce. Do not do that. It's gonna be too weird, man. It's gonna be Xbox Serious. What's up? How you doing there? So, anyways, stay vigilant. And remember, at the end of the day, for all the shit I talked about tonight, which was a lot of shit I talked about tonight, your money is your money. And remember this. Make these companies earn every dollar. Okay? No mangoes, goddammit. Jesus Christ. Stop with that shit. Stop putting mangoes in anything. Mangoes are very delicious for breakfast, not in your pasta, okay? CDB. We're going to be on Xbox Thursday, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, okay? Get in there. Look for me on the Xbox. I am the Mag, all capitals, all one word. I am the Mag. Look for me there. You'll see me in the Forza lobby. Get in there. Maggots, you know what to do. Top tier maggots, you get first dibs on pole position. We are going to have a Forza stream, and we're going to have a great old time. We're going to do all that jazz. But anyways, get back to what I was trying to say. Remember, at the end of the day, after everything we talked about tonight, your dollar is worth more than anything else that they could ever appreciate. Why? Because your dollar takes care of you, your family, your house, your cars, your livelihood, everything, your future, right? So therefore, when it comes to something like a video game, whether it's your hobby or whether it's your passion or whatever the hell it is for you, remember, they have to earn that dollar, okay? They have to earn that dollar and make them earn that dollar so that if it's not exactly what you want, you do not give that dollar. Okay, that's all I'm trying to say, because at the end of the day, I'm trying to protect the consumer. I'm trying to protect you. I'm trying to protect all of us from predatory practices from all these corporations or the complacency of the community. Because the complacency of the community is a plague on the gaming industry, and we need to fight against that. So anyways, everyone have yourself a wonderful night. Stay magnificent, and we'll see you guys all Thursday around noon or 12:30 Eastern Standard Time p.m. We'll be playing some Forza Horizon. Have a great night. I love you all. Thank you all for the support, and we'll see you all then. Enjoy the day tomorrow.